And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roger, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Echo down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange!
Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
Flare, correct?
Thanks. We don't need any more of these.
It's launch day. I do like that. I'd never actually noticed that little slide we had before we start coverage, and it does kind of hype you up because, yes, it is the second attempt to launch Flight 8 of Starship with Booster 15 and Ship 34 after a little bit of drama yesterday with the restack, but we'll cover that in depth because thankfully we have Adrian with us. Hello, Adrian.
Hello, everybody. It is time again. So 9 hours from now, hopefully, we see the thing fly.
We've also got Alex. Hello, Alex.
Hello, everyone. Good things are always worth the wait, so let's get on with this.
And we have a cockpit of people behind the scenes helping us out, producing with Carson and Jay. And we've got Roger and his team of SPL operators, a big, great team that you see all the time on Starbase Live. And they get involved with the launch day. Behind the scenes helping us, so thanks to everybody involved there. You know the routine by now. Most of you are regulars. People who come in with like 9 hours before the launch tend to be more the hardcore audience of Starship, and they tend to be in SPL all the time, and they pop over for this launch stream. You know the routine by asking questions. You can do at NASASpaceflight, followed by your question, press enter, goes in a special panel, and we'll try and answer them best we can. Of course, there will be lots of questions, so we can't get to everybody's, but we will try. So thanks in advance for your questions because this is an exciting time. This is when I want to segue back into what we're watching here. We're watching Flight 8 of Starship getting ready, but also today we have an Ariane 6 launch, and we have the Intuitive's machine second attempt to land on the moon. Just your average Thursday. Nothing much else going on, is there, Alex?
Well, people that might be watching right now are probably closer followers of NSF, and tomorrow, Friday, we have this show called This Week in Spaceflight. Every single week for the last couple of months, it's been so much crazy in space activity. It's always been like so much to talk about. And today, just this week, it's like just today, Thursday, right? Like there's already 3 big things going on. Second launch of Ariane 6, first operational one as well. That moon landing, and now also as well Starship. So it's like, boy, there's so many things going on. It's crazy.
And what's the plan, Adrian? People have been asking already, going, will you be doing separate live streams? So we can't really deter away from the big game in town, which is Starship. So what's our plans to ensure we don't miss those launch of Ariane 6 and the Intuitive Machine 2 landing? How are we going to do that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we cannot, we also want to see it, right? Like, I want to see a moon landing. So what we will make sure is, if you watch the stream, the Stakeout, throughout the day, we will make sure to also show you feeds of Ariane 6, show you feeds of the moon landing of EM2. Basically, make sure that as long as you're on the stream, you're not missing anything just because you're watching Starship today. We want to celebrate Starship, but also watch everything else that is going on. So there will be feeds of IM2, there will be feeds of Ariane 6 while you're watching this.
If you like what we do, I hope you do. That's what we aim to do. We're serving you. We're serving the audience here, so it's very important that we please you. There's a free way of helping us. Just click like on the stream. You will find there's a lot of streams with far less viewers than we get, who get multitudes of likes. And that's usually because they're trained as a community to do that. give us a like, because it does help the rankings. And most importantly, if it's a legit stream, not just us, any legit stream that covers Starship, we are fighting against the likes of those spam crypto channels that tend to take the SpaceX stream and pretend to be SpaceX, and they use bot likes to get higher in the rankings. So if some poor kid who may be just getting into rockets goes on YouTube, searches for Starship Flight, gets stuck on a crypto scam channel, let's fight that by giving likes on our streams and other streams that are dedicated towards real coverage. So that's a little programming note for you all there. But I do want to thank our community already, because it started as we started the stream with Wilbur Baggins, one of our regulars, starting straight away with 1 gifted Red Team membership. If you do get a gifted Red Team membership, just say thank you in chat. You may not know who it's come from, but then you get 1 month of free membership with no commitment, and there is a lot of membership content in the YouTube membership area, so absolutely check it out. It's well worth it. Josh Zero, Starship, but 4 SRB booster. Hang on a minute, where are we going with this? Starship, but with 4 SRB boosters. Also, we need Jack wearing a kilt, eating cheesecake. Well, Josh really went for the full kilt, literally full kilt there, because...
Yeah, that's a bingo.
Yeah, I want to take this. Alex, how bad would it be sticking solids on Starship?
Oh, I don't even think it's made to get the loads of the SRBs. I guess you will need to reinforce that super heavy, right? As to how bad, you will probably have to throttle down that super heavy core, because it will be a center core at that point. You will have to throttle it down, or at least remove a lot of engines, because otherwise you will probably have a lot of thrust for the amount of weight that you will be adding. Yeah, like that will be quite a lot, and you will need a lot of changes. But yeah, I don't know. It's quite a weird configuration, I guess. So 4 SRBs, like that's even more.
You know what? I want to see a super heavy, super heavy, where you've got 3 cores. That'd be completely bonkers.
With 99 Raptors.
99 Raptors. Oh my word, that'd be fun. Yeah, the noise on I think we'd have to move our microphones back about 5 miles just to be able to cope with it, because that'd be ridiculous. Brianna Matthews, another one, a regular. Here's to a great launch day. Been with NSF stream since Hopper. Right, chat. Hang on, before I read the rest of the message out, Hopper.
Nice.
Put your hand up in chat if you've been around following Starbase since the Hopper days, because I want to see how many OGs we have in chat right now. Brianna Matthews, great, blah blah. Having coffee with my new NSF mug. Let's go, Patch 8, Starship 2. There's loads of emojis, but it wrote out the emojis into letters. That's why I was kind of struggling there. But I'll put it into chat. You can see it now. There it is. You can see it. Let's go, Patch 8, Starship 2. Right. Bad Egg, gift a Red Team membership. Thank you for your support. And also, Wilbur Baggins is back saying, warming up Phil now on. Oh, my word. Now, Wilbur and Phil, don't start super chatting hellos to each other. You can just say hello in chat, because that'd be silly otherwise. I do want to cover what went wrong yesterday, because I think a lot of people want us to start with this, so I don't want to go on too long without covering this. But yesterday, Adrian, I'll start with you, Adrian. We had the resolutions to what caused the scrub with the first attempt while the ship was destacked, and then they went for a restack. So maybe let's go with, first of all, what caused the scrub on attempt 1, and then we can go from there.
In a weird way, kinda everything. The scrap on the first attempt seems to be almost more caution related than like a hard reason, like the way Elon Musk said it on X sounded more like everything kinda was a bit off. We had some bar pressure off in the spin ups of the Raptors. We know they had both bow booster and ship issues during the countdown. So it seemed like they just at some point went to a general motion of caution, which honestly I can't blame them for based on the countdown, and just decided, let's do one more destack, let's investigate everything that we have observed. Kinda, well, you could almost say they kind of performed the wet dress rehearsal, Chris. And after that, they found a few things, they fixed them, and then they tried to restack. Shall I go on?
You know what? Yeah, unless you want to hand over to Alex about the actual stacking issue they had, because he had an aborted stack. So maybe we could give Adrian a break and go on to Alex. Alex, they then tried to restack ship 34 It came back, it was coming down. Everyone's going to go get ready for a full stack, and then they stopped because they saw something fall off.
Yeah, and they had actually been doing a lot of work the day prior, right, on the night between Tuesday and Wednesday, I guess. And they had even scaffolding in the engine bay section. And so when something fell off, we thought it was going to be, either a tile or it was some equipment that they left in the engine bay and they forgot or something. Something fell off. And then we're looking carefully at all of the videos and footage and everything, and then also at the hot staging ring itself, it seemed like it was actually some kind of protection piece on one of the pins on the hot staging ring. So they put down that's that footage. See, it almost looks like it's coming from the ship until you actually look more carefully, and especially once they removed the ship, it was easier to look at that location on the hot staging ring. And yeah, there's a pin there, one of the 4 pins on the hot staging ring that sort of connects both stages. And that pin has protection plates, and one of them fell off essentially, probably because they hit that with a ship or something like that during that attempt at stacking both vehicles. Either way, they put down the ship. They looked at the bottom, the interfaces and everything. They look at the hot staging ring, made sure that nobody, nothing was damaged or anything like that. It was a few tense hours, right? Because we didn't know what's gonna be happening afterwards. Then they attempted to restack again, lifting ship 34 up. And as they were going up, they found out that the rails, the chopsticks, this go on rails, right? One of them was sort of jittering and it was a bit stuck on the tower, and so they went out, they grounded the thing and tried to get it unstuck, and finally they were able to stack by the time of sunset yesterday. But man, it was quite a wild day yesterday. We thought, like, is it gonna delay more? Is it gonna be, it was weird, but hey, we're here, less than 9 hours to go, and everything seems to be ready for launch.
Yeah, a lot of people asking, is there a launch today? Because I think they're just waiting for some definitive SpaceX post on X, and they've been pretty clear that they're going for it today. Yeah. But if it helps, we do know they are actually going for it today. There's things we can say without leaking, such as the fact that they do things for the accredited media, which we are, where they can refresh their cameras at the remote site that SpaceX set up for a launch day. And they also put out an advisory last night about the sonic booms for today's attempt. So everything's pretty official. Have I missed anything there, Adrian?
No, absolutely not. It's the current state of play is definitely, it looks like they are ready, good to go. Honestly, didn't expect that. If you would have asked me about 12 hours earlier, or a bit more. But from what we can tell, everything seems to be on track, and SpaceX has not said anything of the contrary or give us any indication of the contrary. There are some watch items that, based on Adam's report yesterday, we expect today. Of course, SpaceX maybe have some different perception about the wind, or some different limits than we think. But based on what Adam has said yesterday, we expect wind to be the primary watch item for today.
Excitement. Sorry, Alex.
I will also mention, because I saw this as I was waking up this morning, that SpaceX has also sent, they have a newsletter. We also have a newsletter, by the way. And they shared the details about the launch overnight. And so they are very much attempting to go tonight. Later today. Because when they do that, it's because they are actually going for that. But yeah.
I'm glad you mentioned the newsletter, Alex, because I hate newsletters. I'm no fan of newsletters. I think newsletters are rubbish, right? Because I always get these terrible newsletters. When I saw ours, I was like, oh my word, now that's cool. And I'm not joking. You know me, I'm too honest for me on good. I really love it. I think it's brilliant. I've just put the command into chat. I'll do it again one more time. You've got Chris Guarantee here. Right, you can also unsubscribe to it if you don't like it when you sign up for it. So there's no real harm in doing this, but it really is a good newsletter. I think the team who was involved, Lindsay, behind the scenes, yeah, Adrian.
Yeah, it's honestly it's mostly Lindsay. who's doing this, with some additional checkouts from you, me, Das, Kevin. But honestly, mostly that's Lindsay's work. Yes.
It's amazing. She's done a great job. It actually really is very good. I'm thinking, wow, if all newsletters were like this, I'd be subscribed to quite a few of them. So I'm saying that. I'm being completely honest. I'm not like saying it and pretending it's great. It really is great. So there we go. Moving quickly on. Chad has become a Capcom member. I couldn't say it. You're now a member of our Discord. I think it takes about an hour at most for YouTube software and Discord software to talk to each other to access you in there. So if it doesn't happen immediately, don't worry. It takes up to an hour before it integrates between the two, your account on YouTube and the Discord. But once you're in, you're in. So that's great. S.E. Robinson Jr., who I'm pretty sure I see on X a lot, has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much. Telstar's gifted Red Team membership. Oh my word, there's so many of these. Spaceflight, Pony X, that's a great name, has gifted Red Team membership. Mr. One Wolf has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Apocalypse Cow Danger Moo has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Not that Jarrad has gifted 50 Red Team memberships.
Wow.
Bloody heck. 50 right off the bat. That is not the first time. That's almost many streams I can say that not that Jarrad has done that. That's amazing support. And that's a lot of people who become members for free. So please say thank you in chat because that is playing it forward big time. Addar's gifted Red Team membership. CJ Howell. So glad to be here for the whole day. Going to surf, go Starship. We'll be getting a Jack kayak cam in the Indian Ocean. No, we won't. Jack is there. In fact, I saw a question, where is Daz? Jack is at Starbase and Daz is at Starbase as well. Daz is on the roof of the hotel in Margaritaville Hotel with some special cameras. He'll probably pop in for commentary during the launch stream as well, but he is there. He's at Starbase with all our team. Max is out there, Gene's out there, Roger's out there, Gage is out there, Dan's out there. Mary, of course, is definitely always out there because Mary is the OG and Mary is at Boca Chica Village. Jack's out there. I will miss names out. We've got such a large team. Jason's out there. We've got such a large team out there. It's incredible. And thanks to your support to allow us to financially be able to do this. Because you can imagine the cost involved is not cheap. And so that's why I make a big deal of thanking people. The nerdy one. Here we go again. Thanks, NSF, for the coverage. Thank you. Ninja Decimator. Pew, 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 pew. Another one in chat asked me, Alfie Boy asked me, does Chris have a soundboard yet? Jay, can I have a soundboard? I want a soundboard.
That's too dangerous. No.
Yeah, I feel like we all at NSF are aware of the potential dangers that such a power could bring over us.
I know, but I don't get to have that much fun. Give me a soundboard, Jay.
Production exclusive.
Production exclusive. Become a producer, CB. I'll tell you what, Jay. I've got a degree in Bandicam. That's halfway towards production, surely. Oh, never mind. Deborah,
the amount of footy. I was gonna say the amount of footy, sounds and everything that he will play. Boy.
I know, but we could just keep it to Raptor sides. I won't do it on a launch stream. Anyway, Deborah, gotta keep the streak alive. Deborah, store message. What do you get, Deborah? Let's see what Deborah got. Hang on, because it should pop up on screen. When you buy something from our store. There we go. How many we got? We haven't got any left now, have we? Unbelievably, this patch 8, we got a load in, but it's selling out really fast. There's potentially it might even sell out today, Adrian. I'm not even joking. That's not a sales pitch. We are down to that kind of level of stock, aren't we?
We are at. Let me quickly get the number for you. Like, I'm not giving you the actual, but you know what I mean. Oh God. Yeah. Less than 25%.
Wow. Again, it's an amazing work with the patch from. There it is. Amazing work from Jax, who's done incredible job with this patch. It looks beautiful. I'm not surprised it's doing well. I'm a terrible leaker. We're working on patch 9, and that's even better.
Yes.
Oh, you see, that's why they don't give me production, because knowing me, I'd just basically try and take the drafts and show them live on screen.
I would I will not spoil the design here, Chris, but I will spoil a reaction here. So I can tell you there are certain people here that have very high standards about the patches. For example, Das and Jack. Like, they care. Like, they really care about what we do. And when Jack showed us the first concept of Flight 9, there was just a silence in the meeting room because we were all like, oh wow, like this is it. So yeah, patch 9 is gonna be as good as this, and this is already such an amazing patch.
Yeah, it really is. I mean,
And
we don't just say that for like some kind of sales talk. I mean, I'm not a salesman for a start, so I couldn't do it if I wanted to anyway. I'd sound completely false. If it looks cool, I'll say it looks cool. That looks cool.
Yep. I can also quickly mention that I have worked some things on the store. So if you click on apparel at the top, for example, you can now see that we have different categories for shirts. And you can also now see that shirts have been available now in multiple colors again, including an orange, a green, and a red that is available for some of these t-shirts that has come back again. So some of these t-shirts are available in different colors now, and they have all been updated. So if, for example, go on apparel t-shirts,
it's orange.
Then
The Jack color.
you can also see like orange. You can see, for example, a green, which I found amazing. So the green is Kelly, by the way. It's it's apparently the color Kelly.
That could be an Irish reference. Yeah, Kelly. Irish
Look at
Kelly.
that. And also some of the a bit more older designs. If you go to accessories, stickers. I'm sorry, I'm making this into a bit of a update on the store. If you go to the bottom, some of the older designs of NSF have now been also made available as stickers. So you, for example, can now get Raptor Wrangler there, and Texas Tank Watcher is also about to appear there. So if you want different stickers, that's also now available in a bit of an update on what is in the store. I have been adding some stuff the last few hours and days.
Yeah, I'm very proud of the store. It's important because I like the way that the store works as a support line for NSF, because you get something in return, something physical in the post. I've always liked that, because I think we'll always be grateful for super chats and gifted memberships and whatever, but knowing that your support gets you something in the post, something physical from us, and I know it's really good quality because we really do. We have proper store meetings and everything. We have designers and the whole lot. That you get something quality from us in return, that makes me feel a lot happier. There's actually less money in it for us as NSF as a company because it's like only a small profit margin.
Camera cleaning time.
Who's cleaning our camera? Is that Dan?
I think there was a message. There was a message somewhere. Keep certain cameras clear for a second. Going to wipe them.
Gage.
And that was a bit ignored.
Yeah.
Gage.
So no blame on Gage, by the way. That is 100% what he's supposed to do here.
If you're wondering, if you've joined this stream for the first time, you're thinking these guys don't sound very professional. This is a Stakeout stream. This is why they let me on. This is like a Raptorside Plus. This is where we're 8 hours and 36 minutes to launch, so we can have a bit of fun. The proper launch stream itself starts 2 hours before launch?
3.
3? Oh my word.
Yeah. And just for the record, if you saw Monday's attempt, we made a joke about, sending people to clean our cameras at T-minus 2 hours because it was raining at the launch pad. We actually don't do that, just for the record.
Now, there's rules. We all follow the rules. There's very strict rules for a launch day, as you can imagine. We do have our own land. We literally bought land. Again, the support. That's why I mentioned support so much. It's all been reinvested. We're not owned by some big company that we then send money back to. We're owned by ourselves. And that is very rare these days, especially for the media. Which keeps us independent, by the way. Independent media. We're not under editorial control from some big overreaching company, which is very important. I can tell you that's so important. So thanks to everybody for allowing us to do that. My eyes were averted by a completely off-topic question that I have to answer. Ross H23 just says, at NASASpaceflight, shuttle fact, ? So do you want a random shuttle fact, boys and girls? Just because I'm on. Right. Did you know that the Space Shuttle Orbiter could launch and land completely uncrewed? Like Baran. People go, but Chris, they'd never be able to land the orbiter. There was a device called the AORP, the RCO cable, that in the event that there was a safe haven called on the ISS, which is kind of on topic right now, isn't it, these days? If there was a safe haven because the orbiter was damaged, they could still try and bring the orbiter home uncrewed like Starliner was. But they'd have to install 2 cables in the flight deck, one to deploy the air data probe and one to deploy the landing gear. 2 physical wires that would flick 2 switches. That was the only thing the orbiter couldn't do on its own without that kit installed. So they could do it. They could make the shuttle come return uncrewed, but they have to install 2 cables. True story. Moving on. Ellie Mary, love you NSF. Oh, thank you. I mean, that's a super chat. Just someone saying thanks for the bonkers. I'll never get used to that, and it really is great. It really is appreciated. Absolutely Industries, become a Capcom member. Another member of our Discord there. Bacon Warrior, good morning everybody. Let's go Starship Flight 8, take 2. Electric Boogaloo, been up since 6 a.m. for the stakeout. Excitement was too much. That's good. I mean, that's what Starship does to you, isn't it? This is an exciting era right now. It's not just Starship, is it, Adrian? It's like, it's your favourite rocket, New Glenn. It's even Ariane 6 is a new rocket. I know it doesn't get the love, but there's lots of new rockets coming online, isn't there?
I mean, it's also like secondary things next to it. Like the other day we covered a moon landing, right? So it's, yes, these rockets are cool, but there's so much attached to these rockets, literally, that is also becoming very, very interesting for us to cover. And I mean, we at NSF here, we don't try to only cover the launches. We also try to cover the science, for example, on This Week in Spaceflight, and also sometimes live. And we also try to cover everything from space stations and between. And for me, it's becoming really exciting because you have such a diversity in the sector. It's almost hard to sometimes keep up with all the projects that are going on. Like, I cannot for sure say that I am up to date on every single rocket that flies right now, and like every single science project that is going to fly right now, because it's just impossible. And that's exciting. Like, I like the fact that I sometimes I'm clueless and I have to read up on a thing because I don't know it exactly, because I have not read about it the last 500 times, because there's so much coming on constantly.
Yeah. You know what? People wondering when I read out questions, it's not just super chats. If it does out NASASpaceflight, it goes into our panel. It doesn't matter if it's super chat or if it's just a question posted in chat, and I will make sure I divert between the two, because it's important that if somebody's on here for the first time, especially a young person who may be just getting into Starship, and they get their question read out on a live stream, it gets you. To me, that would be like, oh, thanks for that. That's cool, and maybe that just ignites their interest. So it's really important that we don't ignore those. And there's a question here that most people will know the answer to, but Alex, for the benefit of new people, how long is the launch window?
Oh, yeah. So the launch window opens at 5:30 p.m. Central. That will be 23:30 UTC. And it's for about 1 hour, essentially. So all the way to 6:30 p.m. Central, or 30 minutes past midnight UTC.
Very good. Nate asks, do you think that SpaceX will change Starship to have a kick stage to allow for refueling in space? Right. Phone call.
Sorry.
Someone's got a phone call. Hope that wasn't important, Adrian. Refuel it. I mean, as far as the kick stage, I don't think... I mean, we're looking at Raptor inlights. Maybe I'm going to rabbit hole myself here now. But the refilling, as they call it, for Starship, is something where they're going to test out on Target and Chaser, 2 ships being launched. But I don't think there's any really requirements for anything extra apart from just Rendezvous, correct? Adrian?
I'm going to take that one.
I'm sorry.
Oh, he's got a phone call.
I'm actually taking this phone call quickly.
All yours, Alex.
Yeah. Well, right now, it will seem, counterintuitive, I guess, or like the opposite of the purpose of Starship. If you want to refuel it, like, you want to refuel it in space, but also you're carrying a kick stage. That kind of seems the opposite, right? Like, you will want to send a kick stage on Starship to not have to refuel. Like, you just launch it into low Earth orbit. You don't refuel because you already carry a kick stage, and that kick stage is carrying some other payload, or maybe it's going to meet to, with another payload in orbit or something, and then it's going to push it elsewhere. And then you don't need to refuel the Starship, because then that kick stage will do the work for you, and therefore your Starship can just come back to Earth. I think there's a possibility for that to happen in the future, especially if SpaceX, has collaborations with Impulse Space, for example. They have really good relationship, as we know, right, with Tom Mueller. And they're actually going to be launching in a couple of years from now on Falcon Heavy. And then they have also plans to make an even larger kick stage for Starship. So, I mean, that could be a possibility in the future, that some missions might not need refueling of the Starship because they just carry a kick stage that it's very dirt cheap to make, and you just, put it there. And sure, it's expendable, but, sometimes depending on the mission, it might be doable, right? Like, why send another Starship if for about the same price you can just, throw one launch and dedicate that other Starship for another mission, for example. So I see that as part of some of the missions that Starship may do in the future. I just don't think that's going to happen for all of the things, of course.
Yeah. How disappointing is that Adrian's ringtone is not "Yikes, you bet concur, we don't need any more of these." I just he's got a real standard ringtone there.
It will be worse if it were the other thing, because I know for a fact that Adrian has the pad alarm sound as one of his notifications for his phone. Every single time it goes off and we are on a voice chat, my heart just keeps a beat. It's like, oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, more support. You know what? This is. I see the line of people supporting us, and it's bonkers. This is like, there's only 6,000 people. That's quite a lot, actually, to be fair. 8.5 hours to launch, and all this support's coming in. I am so. My accent is Yorkshire. I'm from York, North Yorkshire, and my accent comes across quite disingenuous when I say thank you to people. I hope that doesn't come across too badly, because trust me, I started NSF 20 years ago, and the fact that we're here right now is literally because people supported us. There would be no chance getting past year one back in the days, well before the YouTube channel, what have you. There'd be no chance at all without the support we have. So, trust me, I'm extremely grateful on behalf of the person who started NSF. So I'm going to read his names out. Philip Junk, who's got involved with the Phil thing. Blackjack has gifted 10 gifted Red Team memberships. Ryan Gilmore, Adrian explained the scrub in about 30 seconds in detail. Alex spends 5 minutes explaining very well the guiding pin failures. Keep it up. So that was thanks to both of you there. Sean Wardle has gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Anonymous, with a funny way of spelling it, has gifted 10 Red Team memberships. Someone's name I can't pronounce, Valiania, maybe. Go Starship, go NSF. Hugs from Hungary. Apologies to Hungary, because I butchered your pronunciation of your name there. Michael, let's go third time lucky. Go NSF, go SpaceX. Are we thinking it's a third? It's technically the second attempt, isn't it, Alex? Unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, this is unless you mean like the third time launching a Block 2,
maybe,
or trying to attempt a launch of a Block 2 ship, right? Because they already had Flight 7, that was the first attempt. Monday, that was Flight 8 attempt 1, but also Block 2 attempt 2, I guess. And then this is like the third time. I don't know, or maybe they just got confused, but it's okay. We get the support and the storage message and everything.
I tell you what, we're going to get confused before long when this thing starts launching with the cable. Oh my word. You think Starlinks are launching quite a lot. Wait till you see what Starship's got planned in its future. That's going to be crazy. Daniel, Patch 8 is phenomenal. Nail this one. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Again, Jack's did amazing work with design of that. Eugene, thank you all. Store messages. These are store messages, by the way. You can actually put a message in when you purchase something from the store when we're live on streams. So we can read it out and then show what you got. We don't read out your real name, don't worry, unless it's like put your real name fully in. You can put anonymous if you want or whatever, it doesn't matter. But basically, it will show what you got and we can say thank you at the same time. BVF, I've seen this movie Stakeout. If you've seen the movie Stakeout, that's this. There we go. Right, okay, I got there in the end. Joe's become a pad member. Thank you, Joe. Ya ma na. That's the username. Time to watch Starship and not do work all day today. Well done. If you want a letter to your school teacher or your boss, I will write the letter for you and excuse you from the day so you can watch Starship. How about that? That's a good deal, isn't it? Jonah asks, what flight are they going to try and catch the ship? Well, Alex, it's meant to be Flight 9 if everything goes well with Flight 8, but Elon was kind of a bit ambiguous. He didn't commit to Flight 9 in his latest reference to it. He was like talking about making sure that the ship could land accurately in the Indian Ocean. Do you think maybe he was just thinking ahead of Flight 9?
I mean, there's probably, this thinking of like, Flight 7 did not go as well as we thought, right? Let's wait for Flight 8 to do its thing. Of course, it seems like from all aspects, SpaceX is preparing for Flight 9 to potentially be a catch attempt of the ship back at the launch site, because we've had already, like, from regulatory side of things, they have already put on the license orbital, right? definitions for orbital, approval for orbital. They're not approved yet for the re-entry from orbit, but that's like the last little thing, just a little bit more on the license and done. We've got things like communications permit, also indicating orbital flight. There's also what more? Oh yeah, they installed catch pins on ship 35 that very much look like they are structural. They're not fake as the ones that were installed on ship 33 and also here on ship 34. So there's definitely a lot of things in place for them to be able to attempt a catch on Flight 9. Should anything go wrong on Flight 8 though, they always have the option to just repeat again a suborbital trajectory on Flight 9, not attempt a catch, and therefore go with the safe route, I guess. And so then they will, maybe try again on Flight 10. Bottom line is, this flight needs to go well for that to happen. So, knock on wood, cross your fingers, whatever rituals you do for good luck, let's try to get this flight really good.
Yeah. Now we're seeing some condensation at the very least at the tank farm. Is this around the time that they start to do preparation work for the tank farm? What milestone would you say that is? Now we're seeing some gaseous, interesting venting going on at the tank farm, Alex.
That's just normal venting. I believe I can see maybe, or it's some of the tanks. I think all the way to the left on this view, there might still be some delivery trucks, actually. So there's still, there's still cars, of course, at the launch site. They need to close the road. They need to close the launch pad. They need to clear everybody. Ooh, look at that bird.
Wow.
They need to clear the birds. But yeah, right now it's too early. That's just normal tank farm activity. Sometimes it's a little bit more venty. Sometimes it's a little bit less venty. Compared to how it becomes once closer to the launch, this is nothing. This is like a breeze, and the other thing is like a hurricane kind of thing, right? But yeah, it gets more active once we get closer to like T-5 hours or so. That's when we see, for example, vaporizers starting up for the pressurization system of the tank farm. Around T-4 hours, T-3.5 hours, that's when the Pope vent comes up and things like that. So there's still some hours to go. But of course, we're this early because there's other things well before that tank farm activity, as I was mentioning. They need to close the road. They need to clear the launch site. If that doesn't happen, we don't have a launch today. So that's very important as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because you can tell we've definitely got some new people who come in, not all the time, but popping in for this launch event, even though they're coming very early, so fair play to you. And they were like asking, is tank farm activity started already? No, we see this all the time. This is, in fact, we can say that our photographers are going out there pretty soon to do the SpaceX remote spot, where they get those amazing photographs and videos close up at the launch pad, which is a SpaceX accredited spot, which is the only place you can go for cameras. Anywhere else and you'll be in trouble. So that's yet to happen. So that's one of your clues how far away they are from the actual main part of getting Starship ready for this launch from a tank farm perspective. Go for launch, says Kenneth, with a store message. Let's see what Kenneth got. I do like clicking on this because then I can see what Kenneth got. Wait for it to come up. It just takes a few seconds for it to go through the YouTubes. Got the patch, well done. Stuart, I decided to skip this patch, but I initially decided to skip this patch, but I have decided that I need the complete collection. Love you guys. Well, thank you, Stuart. Yeah, good. A lot of people are buying them all, and which is important because it's something we've sold out of on a lot of them, and we can't get more in because you have to buy like so many, and it'd be ridiculously unviable to do that. So that is where people have got a collection, and there's some people who have posted photographs of all of them together. Remember, Flight 8 is pre-order. It's expected to be in our warehouse in Dallas, Texas, later this month, and they'll start shipping immediately. So that's where you remember it's not coming through the post immediately. It'd be pre-order. It's got to arrive in our warehouse in Texas and then get shipped out. Matt became Pad Remember. Thank you, Matt. Andrew, you're trying to catch me out. I had a curry last night, so wind is my primary problem too. Maddox, how are we at 8 flights already? Love the coverage as always. Thank you. Yeah, does it feel like we've had a lot of flights now, or does it feel like it's not a lot of? Alex, how do you feel about this? Flight 8, does it feel like, Flight 8 already? Or does it feel like, Flight 8? Taking the time.
It felt more of a Flight 8 already when on Monday we had that hold at T-40 seconds, right? because there was the triple hold from the countdown net at T-minus 22 minutes, but they were still working whether they will need that hold at T-minus 40 seconds and whatever. When it happened, I reminded people during the launch live stream that hadn't happened since Flight 2. And you do the math, and it's like Flight 2, when that happened, that was November 2023. Like, already 6 launches in between. Like, where does time go, right? It's like, how can it be we're already on Flight 8? It's been, almost 2 years since the first launch, and here we are. Second launch tower, like, all of the things there, like 90% of the things in that view right now that we're seeing are completely new compared to Flight 1 or even Flight 2. Like the tower, all of the new construction for the tank farm, even the old vertical tanks are gone, and like, boy, did it change.
You know what, Alex? I completely forgot about those old vertical tanks. You're right.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, they've all gone. It's like, it's amazing how especially watching Starbase live all the time, like I am, you tend to, like, it imprints in your brain what it looks like now. And if I went back on like a year ago or even further, and there's like one tower on all those vertical tanks, and like you're thinking, whoa, it looks completely different. It's bonkers.
Yeah.
I do like this one. A leopard's tail, young and inspired, 51 and 1/8. Now, below that was do a poll on on viewer age range from Toasty Juice. That's a great idea. I've never thought of doing that before. So I'm going to put a poll in chat where you can vote on what age you are, the age group you're in, and let's just see what comes out as a result. That'd be fascinating to do. Here we go. The poll's going on now. So I'll come back to now about 10 minutes time and just see where we are, because I've not really thought about that. What kind of age ranges we got watching this? Because I'm sure it's a big spread. But it'd be interesting to know. Anyway, Anonymous, I noticed my son looking at these the other day, going to order a surprise for him. I'll be the best mum when it arrives. Emma, the best mum. Thank you, Emma. That's awesome. And what did Emma get? Let's have a look. Got 2 things. So I'm going to click on both, and it should scroll across the screen. The patch. There we go. And wait for it. Come on, YouTube. Behave yourself. I think you got 2 patches. Anyway, that's cool. Travis, yippee, stickers for my PC and my patch bag. Plus, who doesn't like a good mug? Thanks for the amazing coverage. I love supporting you guys. 17 plus months as a flight engineer. That's top level. Keep up the amazing work. Thank you, Travis, for your amazing support. That is big time support. Really appreciated. I do have a question here about the dumplings. We've not mentioned the dumplings yet, because this flight is obviously a rocket launch. Everyone's here for the rocket launch and here for the booster catch. But of course, Ship 34 has a task that was not completed on Flight 7, which is deployment of Starlink simulators that we lovingly call Dumlinks, which is a fun name. It's not a derogatory name. And they are deploying, is it 4, Alex? 4 of these Starlink simulators from the PES dispenser.
Mm-hmm. 4 of them.
There we go.
So what's the question?
The question was...
I was waiting for the question.
I was waiting for you to keep talking so I could find it again. If the Dumlinks have any kind of cameras, do they need to have an FCC license?
Not necessarily. See, I know Ryan, a couple of Canon 2 launches ago, he said they would need, but that's only if they transmit to the ground. They will probably need enough power to actually need a launch communications license. However, if what they do is transmit to the ship and then from the ship down to the ground, the ship itself does have its own communications license, right, to transmit to the ground, or even to Starlink, because it also has Starlink communications antennas. If they do that, then they wouldn't need that, because it's a local connection, it's a local communications link, right? And so in theory, they would not need that, because it will not need to be powerful enough for those antennas to disrupt. Like, these communications permit usually are because you need quite a huge power requirement on your antennas, and you may disrupt other communications from other operators or other users of similar frequencies or even the same bands of communications. And so usually that's why you need those communication permits from the FCC. But if you're just running a local network of sorts, right, in between your Dumbling, I guess, and the Starship vehicle, in theory, you wouldn't need that kind of power, and therefore you probably could avoid that kind of license.
Very good. The poll is going very well. We've had 1,800 votes already on it, so I'll come to it when we've got like 3,000 votes, so we can get a rough idea of where the lay of the land is with the polling. People asking for a 70+ option. Unfortunately, YouTube, in its infinite wisdom, only gives you 4 options to add in the poll, so I couldn't add anything else. So I thought under 18, 18 to 30, 31 to 50, and 50+. I thought that covers the bases. But the fact that people are asking for 70+ just shows that we have some veterans in here. And we're talking veterans who would have been around during the Apollo era, which to me is amazing because we're into that era for people like me. I mean, I'm quite old. I'm a child of shuttle, but I never got to see Apollo. So imagining what it'd be like for people of that age who witnessed Apollo and now get to see what should be the return to the moon and then on to Mars is really impressive. So I find that fascinating. Thank you for the person who suggested doing a poll on this, because I never thought of that before. Never thought about that before, would you believe? And we're at 2,200 votes now. I'm going to see what it gets like 3,000. Travis, yippee, stickers for myself. Oh, you've done that one. You got more. That's why I've seen it twice. You've got more, Travis. Well done, Travis. Jeff says, love the facts. I've been a space nerd since Mercury. How on? That's a great segue. And it literally was the next thing I had to read out. Hope that Flight 9 is the first to orbit. Awesome, Jeff. Been around since Mercury. Wow. I love watching those YouTube videos. There's some very good channels. I will link them in chat because they're so good. Who are redoing in like proper production the Gemini missions, the Mercury missions, the Apollo missions. Lunar Module, I think his name is. Well, he does amazing channel. He's got very few subscribers, so I'm going to spam the link. When I come off, I'm on for another 10 minutes. When I come off, I'm going to spam his channel into chat because he deserves it. Does amazing work with these historical videos. Bideford, regular Bideford. See you all the time, Bideford, with a big super chat. Love the stickers to display on my top of my rear view mirror of the SUV. I can pick my car out anywhere. That's a good point. Yeah, you won't miss. You'd know that's your car because it's got your NSF stickers on it. Everywhere, and everybody asks me where they're from. And where do they get these? Keep them coming. Love NSF. Thank you, Bideford. You're such a regular sport. It's amazing. Christopher, been watching since Time Watcher days. Grew up in Florida and had family friends who worked for NASA and the SRB recovery boats, which was Liberty Star and Freedom Star. Thank you. Shuttle history. VAB and Crawler. I've also been on external fuel tank barge, Pegasus. See, I know all this stuff from Shuttle. I'm one of the launch pads. I now live in Houston and pass JSC and XCM daily. It's awesome to see how far we've come and where we're going. Keep up the hard work, NSF crew. What a long message, but what an awesome message, Christopher. That's amazing. Yeah, the SRB recovery ships were also amazing because if there was an RTLS abort, return to launch site abort, there was very little chance the operator would get back to the shuttle landing facility. And one of the options was to bail out over the ocean. And they would try and get them as close as possible to the SRB recovery boats for them to pick the crew out of the water. True story. There we go. A bit of shuttle history for you there. Questions. A lot of people are asking, I can round this up about 10 questions we've got in the panel. Are we going to cover the IM-2 landing, the moon landing, and Ariane 6? Adrian's back. Hello, Adrian. Yes, we're going to keep on this stream, but we will insert that coverage during the milestone of the event into this stream, so we won't miss it. We'll kind of like dual coverage, won't we, Adrian?
Yeah, it will be a combination of all the things happening today. If you're an Ariane 6 fan, you will not miss it. If you're an IM2 fan, you will not miss it. Our goal is you can leave the stream open and just enjoy the next 5 hours with us until the end of the Stakeout before we go to the main coverage, and you won't miss anything.
Great. And that channel I was mentioning, it's Lunar Module 5. That's the name of the channel. But I will spam link the channel because he does amazing work. So when I come off commentary, I will spam link it, I promise you.
I was just gonna bring up one sort of programming note as well, that it's very nice that the Ariane 6 launch and the lunar module, like the Athena landing, right? They are both separate in time, but they are also both during the Stakeout stream. That's very nice because it's not in the middle of the launch stream. So thank you, Ariane and Intuitive Machines, for that.
I'm getting told off by the elders. DK UK. Why is the poll so young? I'm 71 and have followed spaceflight since Gemini. Another one, Mercury and Gemini. This is amazing. First of all, that is awesome, and it's great to have you here. And again, just to repeat, I had 4 options, and I went with under 18 and plus 50. There's 2 either sides. So I had no other option to add a +70 or anything like that. But I appreciate. In fact, if you are of that era, of the Gemini and Mercury era, just post in chat. That's one way of even being highlighting yourself more than just voting in the poll. We're up to 3,149 votes. The demographics so far is under 18, just 7%. Maybe they're at school. 18 to 30, 28%. 31 to 50, 37%, and plus 50, which includes all those angry 70+ year olds, 28%. That's it. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave it on for a while longer because that's really interesting.
I wonder if we I feel like we have a very balanced and also quite on the for YouTube. I expect a lot younger audience with a lot more sub 18 people. So I think that's interesting for me.
Yeah. Again, if you're 70+, you are technically voting 50+, because technically that is 50+. That's what I mean by that, by the way. All right. Supersonic Retro Propulsion, one of the best usernames on YouTube I've ever seen in my life. In the unlikely event that ship's flight is off nominal again, do you think we will see a much longer delay to Flight 9, Adrian?
Yes. I think this is the first time. How to word this correctly? I don't think this is a crisis of the Starship program yet. I think having one test flight that doesn't go well is totally, that can happen. I think, however, if we get a similar outcome, which I don't expect, of this flight versus the last flight, and we are getting into a situation where this flight also fails very early, I think that will lead to some reconsiderations in the current stage of the V2 Starship. I think that is just bound to happen if you're getting to that point, which honestly would be very expected. Right? If your new design makes not an advancement twice in a row, you're at least starting to wonder why. So yeah, that is. I think what could happen. I don't think it will. To be fair, SpaceX is very good at adapting and moving forward. So I think the flight will have some improvements.
Yeah, and another thing is it's very clear that Flight 7 was a setback, right, for the program. But the important thing is that you just not go oh my gosh, this was a failure or whatever, because the takeaway from that is that every single time you try to iterate, as they say, right, it's not a linear thing. It's not that you're always improving. Sometimes you do have setbacks, but the important thing is to just keep on going, fix those issues, and try again. And that's what we saw with Falcon 9 multiple times, where it is true that Falcon 9 started a lot better. It didn't have any failures until at least the Flight 19, right, of Falcon 9, but still it had some issues here and there. There were even pre-launch issues, like this thing of the pan being dropped and everything like that when they were stacking. Just go back to, I think it was COTS 1, the second flight of Falcon 9. They had to trim the MVAC nozzle. That's nothing for them, right? They've already gone through all of these teething issues with Falcon 9, and now it's a well-oiled machine. It does have some issues every now and then, but that's just because of the cadence. You're launching so much that sometimes one of these, 1 in 300 probability kind of things just starts to pop up. That's what we're gonna see with Starship once they keep improving, the cadence and everything. But this is the sort of thing that they do. What you don't have to do is, oh my gosh, they had a setback, therefore we're not gonna launch anymore. No, the opposite. You just go out there to the launch site and try again, just like they're doing today with Flight 8.
Those both great answers, Adrian and Alex. Thank you for your insightful and interesting answers. But who I'd really want to hear from is Mr. Gene Rowley.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chris. Those are two great answers, and I just wanted to add a little spice to this here. Remember Flight 1 of Block 1. Remember Flight 2 of Block 1. Think about this launch today as Flight 2 of Block 2. So as they improve, as they learn from the previous flights, yes, Flight 1 of Block 2 had some issues. They have apparently corrected that. Here we are at Flight 2 of Block 2. Remember, we're not even in double digits in Starship yet. We're at Flight 8 overall, but this is really flight 2 of block 2. And we're going to see the same thing when we hit block 3 potentially, same thing with block 2 boosters, and so on and so on. This is research and development, and I can speak for everybody at NSF. I'm here for it, and we're here for it, Chris.
Absolutely, yes. I'm coming to the end of my stint. You can tell Jeannie's warming up, ready to take over the mantle of the main microphone. And I have a few more minutes left, but I want to take the opportunity to again thank people. I've been, especially before we started the YouTube channel, I've been on many streams where you hear the commentator going, "We have a super chat from," and you're thinking, "Oh, all they do is read super chats. That's all they're here for, just try and make money." I've thought that myself, so I would not have a problem with anyone thinking that as well. It's fascinating once you start running a channel, and especially a company where we're spending that much money on the coverage we provide. It's original content we're providing. We're not like restreaming SpaceX and talking over it. That's cheap. We're actually out there got physical equipment on land and people and infrastructure. That's why we thank people, because without it, we could not do it. It's not even a joke. We could not do it. It's financially impossible to do without the support. So that's why I've turned into one of those people who now does the thing on commentary saying thank you for the super chat. It's so important that people support us, and the fact that we get so much support, I will be forever grateful for. So I wanted to get that out of the way, because I would not have any doubt there's people out there going, "Oh, he's saying super chat. It's an annoying word." I've been there myself, but that's why we do it, because without that support, it wouldn't work at all. Right, that was a lot. You can tell it wasn't scripted. That was just me just talking off the top of my head, because I thought it was important to come from the heart. Gene, would you like to take over the mantle now of hosting the stream while I go off and do some socials and behind the scenes work? I'm going to leave that poll up, but I promise you for the over 70s, I will do another poll another day on another stream, and I will do a different age range so that the 70 plus is one of the options. How about that? That's a deal, isn't it? Gene, over to you.
The one and only Chris Bergen, everybody, from York. Show him some love in the chat. Thank you, Chris. He actually does go and do things behind the scenes. He's going to be talking in chat, doing polls. He is got a lot of work to do, like the rest of us. Believe it or not, everybody, I can actually see the rocket from the Margaritaville Beach Resort here on South Padre Island, which we probably are going to talk about weather in the next couple of hours. And that means that the skies are a little clearer. There you see on your screen, the skies are much clearer than they were for the previous launch attempt of Flight 8, or as I'm going to now think of it, Flight 2 of Block 2. Adrian and Alex, I'm going to jump over and say some thanks to some folks, because as Chris just said, these are the people supporting us that allow us to come here and do this. So thank you so much, Anonymous. Store message. Let's see what Anonymous got, because if you know, those patches are going real fast. Let's see. Time for tea. Thanks to everyone. Chris and Mikey LCR picked up the orange shirt, the Tank Watchers. Adrian and Alex, remember the Texas Tank Watchers? If you're in chat and you were a Texas Tank Watcher with us, let us know, because you're an OG with us if you were a Texas Tank Watcher.
Now in orange.
In orange, yeah, different colored shirts, thanks to the one and only Adrian. Let's see. Thank you for that super chat. That diabetic kid. Thanks for the so diabolical. Thanks for the coverage as always. I'm still waiting for my map to be added to the store, Chris. It's really Adrian. I think you gotta yell at Adrian about maps and stores and so on. But thank you for that. Let's see. I got to get through a lot of these. Moving cat. $50 tip. Tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Looking forward to the launch. Thank you so much for all you do. Watching the Stakeout stream has become a must on launch days. I actually like doing the Stakeout streams like this, because it's just kind of a fun, I don't know, it's not really a behind the scenes. I can't get that to pop up. There it goes. It's kind of a behind the scenes thing, because it's just us sitting here chatting and looking at the different camera angles while the actual work is being done. And if you want more of the behind the scenes thing, if you become a Capcom member or above, you get access to our Discord for members, and we're constantly on there talking and playing games and joking with each other and poking each other in the face on camera, and it's a lot of fun. So that's why I like these Stakeouts. Adrian, what do you think? I like these. It's more of like a behind the scenes thing.
Yeah, it become certainly a tradition. Like it's a thing. I think we started what was it, 3 flights ago? That we really like. It's not what started 3 flights ago. It actually is a tradition from way older Starship streams of NSF, but we revived it a bit with these dedicated stakeouts. I like it. It's one of my favorite launch traditions, and I'm wondering, like, is there other launch traditions that everybody has for Starship launches? Because, for example, my one of I do is I usually cook for multiple days the day before Starship of something that I can store for multiple days because, well, we're busy, right? Like you said. So the easiest way to do that for me is like just cook a giant, like, I don't know, a giant soup or bolognese or lasagna, and just have that ready for the next 3, 4, 5 days.
Yeah.
So
I like the stakeout streams because there isn't really a script, right? There really isn't a plan. We just kind of get on here and kind of do whatever. And Alex likes that because there's no time limit on your answers, is there, Alex? I could ask you a very technical question, and then 2 hours later, we all wake up and we go, "Wow, Alex is still talking."
Yeah, I mean, for the food side of things, I will say my plan is just no plan. I just grab whatever is in the fridge that is the fastest thing to make. Yeah, a lot of pre-made food and everything.
I'm not a dietitian because, I mean, if you ever see my camera, you know that I love food. But for some reason, there's these little peach candies, little gummy peach candy. I'm so addicted to these things. I need an intervention, seriously, like to get me off these peach things, because I just sit, I watch rockets, we talk rockets, and then I eat these little peach things. It's so much fun. Glenn picked up patch 7 and patch 8. Patch 7 is on the way. It arrived. And I got two of them. I got 2 patch 8s just the other day, and absolutely beautiful. Look at the detail in there. When we talk about it a little later, we'll get a close up, and you can look at this. It's just a fantastic. The details from a graphic design standpoint are just phenomenal. And apparently, they're already talking about patch 9. I haven't seen it, so I'm with you guys. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Daniel Craigie, thank you for that super chat. We weren't too worried about rain on day 1. How much ice from rain can the booster tolerate at liftoff? Alex, that sounds like a question for you, maybe even Adam. What do you think, Alex?
It can tolerate that fine. I think the whole point of the rain is not the liftoff. It's more like the possibility that it might damage some components, right? As you fly, like one of the excuse me, one of the rules, for example, at the Space Coast on the Eastern Range, from the Space Launch Delta 45, is one of the rules is literally flight through precipitation, because that can trigger lightning and things like that as the booster or the rocket itself goes through these clouds and through that precipitation. So that's one of more the concerns. It's less the water itself, right? I know other people were also asking, like, oh, what about the ice, because it causes more. Well, the point is how cold those cryogenic propellants are, right? You will have ice, rain or no rain, especially if it's so humid like it is down there in Boca Chica, and you probably know that very well, Gene, because you're literally there right now. But that's sort of the point, right? Like, that booster, those walls of the tank have a limit, and they probably already crossed that limit with just the humidity on the air. The rain will just not add that much more ice than it already gets from that.
Yeah, the weather, we've seen it punch through clouds. We've seen it punch through rain even. I mean, Falcon 9 does it all the time. It's really the winds. The winds and lightning are the 2 big things that you, from a meteorological, nailed it first time, standpoint, that you look for rocketry. Let's switch over and talk about some of the things that happened yesterday. I know you guys covered a little bit of it. I was going to talk about the chopstick doing curls, but Darren Vance beat me to it with a super chat at NASASpaceflight. Have they done chopstick curls arm workout? Yes, it was like up and down, doing some heavy lifting. Any concerns that the jumping skates on the tower yesterday will affect the catch attempt? Adrian, I'm going to come to you first, and I'm going to kind of lead you in here. I don't think so, but I'm going to like me personally, I think no, it's not gonna. If they do go for a catch attempt, I don't think the issue is going to have anything to do with that. What do you think?
I mean, the chopsticks don't really move up and down during the catch attempt. That's the first thing I want to add here. They move more sideways and close. So that's the first good news. The second good news is that SpaceX apparently is going into countdown here. And I doubt heavily that if they had any concerns that that might affect a catch attempt, that they would have gone into any preparation for today. Because then they would be working on these skates right now. They never even lowered them to check that out. So that is why I feel quite confident that it doesn't affect the catch attempt.
Yeah, I think exactly the same thing. As the chopsticks, as the skates or rails go up and down the tower, there's going to be some wear. So there's going to be maintenance on those. And if it gets a little jittery on lift, the braking system, right, at the catch attempt locks that in place at the position for the catch. It's really the chopstick arms, the tower arms coming in and out, and then riding up the booster as the booster descends over the rails. Lifting, I think they're going to be looking at very seriously in the future. We catch this booster potentially on Flight 8, they put it down, and then we hopefully, knock on wood, we have a successful splashdown in the Indian Ocean. I think they're going to do some maintenance or potentially change the design. I don't want to say that because I already have the chopsticks on the second launch tower, but I think the maintenance of those is going to be something to look at a little more closely. We have a lot of people going out to the store. We have a lot of people picking up the patches and the new color shirts. Adrian, there was a question for you, and I want to make sure I find it. Something about, hang on, we're going to get to it in a minute, but it was something about, I can't find it. I've lost the question. That's okay. We'll get to it. At NASASpaceflight.com, keep your at NASASpaceflight in chat on YouTube. Keep those questions coming in. Timothy, thank you. Let's see. Store message. Thank you for all you do. For those of us that can't be there in person, get here if you possibly can get here for a launch. Timothy, I highly recommend it. Let's see what Timothy got off the store. Picked up a beautiful shirt from shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Mighty Mersh. Upgraded membership to launch director. Thank you for upgrading because you can join us. You're probably already in the back channel in our member Discord. And again, there's a ton of fun, a lot of stuff going on in the back channel there. Adrian, let's talk about, there it was, lapel pins. Have you thought about adding lapel pins to the store? Grebo7UK wants to know, at NASA Spaceflight, great idea, at Sam. I agree, lapel pins, badge versions of the patches. I don't know about badge versions, but I'd love to have a lapel pin of patch 8, Adrian.
I'm Googling lapel pins right now.
Get the good, like acrylic ones. Get the really good acrylic ones. That's what we need.
I will not leak any upcoming products. I'm just saying we are always working on expanding our product line up to what you all like.
Yeah. Here's another question for you regarding the store from Drisbane. Thank you for that super chat. Since the patch is pre-order, why not make it unlimited and close order after launch? Can you, I know why you do this because I also have a store, and you order in lots, right? And we don't know how many people we have. Go ahead, I'll let you explain it.
Because then we wouldn't be able to ship them as fast as we do. Because we already ordered, there's a production process behind this, and it will take time to get to that point where you can ship them. So doing that means we would have to wait all the way up until the end of the flight campaign to even order them, and then you have the whole production and shipping process after that. So that would delay them quite a lot, and also it's not always feasible with companies to just tell them we might or might not need that amount in the near future at some unknown point. That's not how you can structure these kind of order processes, sadly.
There's a lot of questions for bookmarks as well. Adrian is not going to spoil anything coming to the store, so just be sure to keep looking.
Yep.
Go ahead, Adrian. You were going to say something.
No, I'm just saying, like, I will not. No product announcements.
Yep. Max M wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, what are you most hyped for today? Satellite deploy, new flaps. I'll start, Adrian, then we'll go to you, and I think we might go to Alex if he's back. I just want to see a clean launch and catch and then splashdown. The testing they do while in orbit, or at least on a return trajectory in space, let's say, I look forward to that too. That's cool. I want to see a Raptor engine relight. I want to see the satellite, the Starlink V3 mass simulators deployed. I would love to have a camera shooting back toward the Starship. We don't know if that's going to happen or not. We don't know. But I just want to see clean launches. I came up with a pun for Sawyer yesterday. Scrubs mean clean launches, right? So it's okay to scrub because you fix what's wrong, you solve the issue, and you get a clean launch. Because this is all about collecting data. And the more data, as Jack says, more data, more better. The more data SpaceX gets from these launches, the faster they can iterate toward the next block of Starship, toward the next block of Super Heavy booster, et cetera, et cetera. So for me, Max, I want to see clean launch, clean catch, clean splashdown. Adrian?
Yeah, I mean, let's get there, right? Like, let's see if they can. I mean, we are kind of in the last final step of validating this design with suborbital flights, because we know they want to transition to orbital and like operational missions very soon. So I would love if this flight is able to like close the final few steps to get to orbital missions.
Yeah. Do you know how? Okay, here's one. Jason Borg wants to know, how do I sign up for the weekly newsletter?
You go to nsf.live/newsletter. Let me actually open it myself. And if you go to nsf.live/newsletter, it will open the page, and you can there put in your email and then click sign up.
There you go. That's how you do that, Jason. A lot of folks are asking about the Ariane 6 mission, and then also the IM-2 attempts to land on the moon. We are going to cover that when we have updates. This is going to be a weird stakeout for the next couple of hours because everything's kind of happening at once. I don't know how that's going to work technically. I know the guys in the control room, Carson and Jay and everybody else, they're going to be flipping switches and they're going to be doing things, and they'll let us know when we have things to report, when we have views coming in from Intuitive Machines, when we have some views from Ariane 6. We'll bring that to you when we have it. It's NSF. We're going to have this for you. I just don't know. I just don't know when it's going to come in, guys. I'm sitting here looking out the window at a rocket on the orbital launch mount, ready to go here at 5:30 this afternoon. Hopefully 5:30 this afternoon Central Time here at Starbase. So again, when we have more IM-2 news and when we have Ariane 6 launch information, we'll bring that to you. Michael, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. And don't forget, Capcom members and above get access to our Discord, where we cut up in the background and play Minecraft and talk rocket nerd stuff. And you also get the member multi-view. I think Kevin on our launch stream a couple days ago showed the member multi-view, and it's pretty crazy what you get. Hopefully we'll see more of that this afternoon. Kevin, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for the awesome coverage. Love waking up to NSF CTL streams. We love doing them, to be honest with you. It does get a little daunting, and sometimes we get kind of exhausted. If you know Alex and Adrian, they are in Europe and they, hopefully don't fall asleep. The rest of us, it's a lot of work. Right now, our crew is out there in the field, cleaning camera lenses and changing batteries and doing all the camera things. Max, D, Jack are out there. Gage, they're setting up cameras. They're getting the right shots. They're double checking everything. And then here at the studio, we're getting ready to bring you live launch coverage starting at 2:30 Central this afternoon. So there's a lot of rocket news coming your way. So thank you for waking up with us. Thank you for staying here at NSF. We love what we do, and you're part of our family for being with us. Let's see, Talmus, Flight 8 patch going to look good with my new Flight 2, 6, and 7 patches. I don't know what the availability is on the past launch patches, but I can tell you this. Adrian's probably going to interrupt me, but I can tell you this. You can get them in sticker form. You can get all of the launch patches as stickers, and I ordered all of them yesterday. So shop.nasaspaceflight.com if you want to have the collection. I don't know what's available in patch form. Adrian might be able to jump in, but I can tell you 100%. Oh, all of them. Okay, here you go. There you go. There are all the stickers. And again, you can get them in, I think it's 4x6 or 8.5 by 11 sheets. And that's what they look like. And I ordered all of them yesterday. So Adrian, when you see my order, chop chop. Just get that out the door as fast as possible.
I will ask them. I'm not packing them myself.
And we're getting news that I guess the Cameron County Sheriffs are out there and they're starting to clear the beaches. I encourage everyone, go out to shop.nasaspaceflight. There you go. There's the merch plug right there in the chat. Go and check it out. Mark, another great patch. Thank you. Awesome coverage over the years. Thank you, Mark. Michael, thanks for all the coverage. Let's hope this one goes today. Yes, Michael, let's definitely hope this one goes today. I am 100% on board. We pour so much energy, time, money, effort. Everything goes into these launch streams, and when there's a scrub, none of us like it. We're all tired afterwards, but we're ready to go the next time because we're rocket nerds just like you are. Donald, can't wait to see this happen. It will be great. Yes, I totally agree. Thank you for picking up some patches from the store. Wilbo, thank you for that super chat. For the slipped in IM2 coverage. We are going to bring you, as I said earlier, IM2 coverage. And knock on wood, Intuitive Machines, there's their second chance. It's amazing what they did with the first one, even though it, fell over, it's okay. We'll see what happens on this one. Sending them good vibes and looking forward to that. When we get information on both that and Ariane 6 launch, we'll bring that to you when we can. Gamer.io, thank you for that super chat. Cheesecake is awesome. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We went a little crazy on Flight 7, I think. And if you want to see how crazy we got, it was in the member multi-view. It was after the show. There was so much cheesecake, and we all ate way too much cheesecake. Frostbots 117. Thank you for becoming a launch director. Wow, that's isn't that the top, Adrian? That's the
launch director is in fact the top level. Yeah, that's the highest level.
Thank
that's
you.
An incredibly and generous amount of support.
Yes,
Look at
thank
that
you
tank
so
power.
much. It's getting there. It's getting there.
Yeah.
We got a long way to go. Long way to go though.
Yeah, I think there's still some tankers there, but that vent certainly there's some early signs of puffing, but they're moving through it.
And you'll start to see the cars there move out as the Cameron County Sheriff. Ooh, there's a big puff right there for you, Adrian. As the Cameron County Sheriff kind of starts to clear the launch pad, and then they'll set the roadblocks, and we'll talk about that as we get deeper in. But yeah, there's some good. It's puffing pretty good there, isn't it? Is that the helicopter? They've already got the helicopter starting to clear the beach.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the usual signs here. That's good. They are certainly moving through their steps we would expect them to do, and that is what we want to see.
Yep, that's what we want to see, and we'll see. And now we have clearer weather. Now, let's talk a little bit about the weather, Adrian, because that's one of the big questions we're getting is, what's the weather going to be? What's the weather going to be? James wants to know, at NASASpaceflight, what's the weather at the time of launch? So Adam Suker is our meteorologist. He's watching the weather, and he's already talked a little bit yesterday on CTL, if you watched that yesterday, about the winds today, right, Adrian? That's the only concern we have. But getting into launch time, everybody's going to be watching the winds.
Yeah, based on Adam's, based on Adam's report, we are probably looking at the wind as a primary watch item. Everything else seems to be good to go. Of course, pending technical problems. It could always be that there is something of a technical problem popping up. You never know, right? But the winds seem to be, from what we understand as the upper corridor, right around that upper corridor. Especially some, I think Adam mentioned some directional changes between lower and upper level winds. So there's like wind shear and wind gusts. And that usually instability is the one thing that can throw rockets off. So it's going to be quite an interesting thing.
Yeah. But SpaceX is proceeding as though we are going to count down. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen there, the soft roadblock is starting to form on the way in between the build site and the launch site. And that's typical. They're going to still let cars go by. Go ahead, Alex.
I think that's just workers.
Traffic jam?
I think they've been doing some construction work near the road there.
Yeah.
And they're sort of unloading stuff. We should see police, though, soon, because that road closure should open in 40 minutes. That road closure window opens at 10:30 a.m. Central Time, or about 7 hours before the launch. So we're getting close. But yeah.
That car stuck?
Is that car stuck?
Not the first time it happened.
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the first time, but I see people with red flags, and I see a flatbed arrive.
I think those are the construction folks, right? It seems like they're trying to unload something, but it does seem like that truck is having a bit of a hard time, maybe because of the load that it's carrying.
Yeah.
So, background story, we at some point before launch observed on launch day that a bus was stuck in Boca, and the bus was just stuck on the side of the road.
That was Flight 4, right? Like that was...
Is that Gage's truck that just went? That's Gage. He just drove by in his red truck. That was him.
Oh, there you go.
That was one. There you go.
Hey,
Gage, you're famous. Go find some birds.
Yeah, our team is very much still present there. It's kind of crazy, right? We are talking about 7.5 hours until launch, and they're just driving around there.
Yeah, and and again, they'll push them away toward the build site and then past the build site. It looks like they're unloading some things on the right-hand side for that construction. We'll see if that gets blown away, but hopefully not. And hopefully we get a launch here. And I need to get through a lot of the support. And Chris B always says, it sounds weird when you just start thanking people all the time, but so many of you are being so generous, and we have to, one of the things that we love to do is we have to say thank you. And I know we go on and on about it, but just bear with me. Let me bang through these folks, because look, they're the ones, and you're here in chat with us, hitting that thumbs up button. It's the reason we have to do this, guys. So just bear with me real quick. Space Pope, thank you, $10 super chat. Blessings to y'all, and to y'all, by the way, Alabama, thank you. Blessings to y'all, and to y'all, a good flight. Space be with you. Pole the Pope, Pope is go. Thank you, Space Pope, the Pope is go. Philip, been a space enthusiast ever since I was a child. My mother and brother both worked as tile pattern makers on Columbia and in Palmdale, California. Wow. I remember shuttles being towed through Lancaster on their way to Edwards. That's incredible. That's kind of cool. Rhett, storm message, can't wait for the merch to come in. It's all Adrian's fault. No, I made that part up. I asked for it on the for my 11th birthday. Well, Rhett, hopefully happy birthday, and your stuff will be coming in. Keep the streams up. We'll keep watching. Thank you, Rhett. We appreciate you for being here with us. And of course, everybody hitting the thumbs up button and going out to the store. Steve, another store message. You guys are hitting the store today. We love it. I've been watching since Hopper, chat. Which one is it? Adrian, is it Hoppy or Hopper?
It's I in the field of Jack, I will say Hopper.
Okay, Alex.
I don't care, Hoppy or Hopper. I use that without distinction.
I'm
not
old
Jack.
School. I still say Star Hopper. I've been watching since Hoppy and have all the patches and stickers. Hope the flight goes well today. Steve from Leeds. Steve, thank you so much. You're a legend. Appreciate you being with us and collecting all of the. I hit the button. Let's try it again. Collecting all the patches and stickers. I love the patches too. I want to put them all over my NSF jacket, but I got the stickers. I have a big trunk that I carry with me. I want to put all the stickers all over it. It's going to be a work of modern art when I get done with it. Gamer.io, Flight 2 of 1.5 Starship. Yes, I was mentioning earlier, for those of you just joining us, we are on Flight 8, right? But this is Block 2 Starship, still Block 1 booster. So to me, this is Flight 7 was a brand new ship. right, Alex? They made so many design changes from Block 1 to Block 2. You can consider Flight 7 as Flight 1 of Block 2. We all know how that went. This is Flight 2 of Block 2, right, Alex?
Yeah, I will, however, point out that, of course, the booster was still Block 1, so that's the thing
Yeah.
that worked, right? We saw the launch, it did well, and then it returned and was caught on the chopsticks. I'm really curious how the first Block 2 booster flight will go, though. I really will not want that to be like Flight 1 of Block 1. If possible, please don't do that. Like, once that first Block 2 booster rolls out, we need to be all like pointing at the booster and be like, no, don't, like with a dog kind of thing, right? Like, no. Yeah.
Well, they learn from every flight, and as I said earlier, it's all about collecting data. If they can get the ships back, if they can get the boosters back, they can glean all the data off of it. And hopefully we'll see a reflown booster. Chat, what do you think? You think Flight 9 will be booster 14 or booster 16? Let it fly. Booster 14 or booster 16 on Flight 9, chat. What do you think? We need Chris to do a poll. Let's see. Frostbot 117 back again. Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. So generous. Thank you very much. Oh, gosh. Alex, you're going to get me on this one. Let's see. Juan Breezer. Juan. Thank you for that super chat with some squiggly lines. Heard the booster and the tower both tried to lose some weight yesterday. Is it still fine? Do we know? Yes, it actually lost a little bit. We don't know exactly how much, but it was a lead in, right, Alex? I'm going to come to you for this one. We have close-up pictures of what happened. We don't know exactly what happened, but we know a piece of the lead in. Alex, I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, one of the protections of one of the pins on the hot staging ring. I do not know, though, if they reinstalled it or they just went without that. It's not a critical component. It's just for protection during stacking. Ironically, it was kicked off during a stacking. But yeah, it's just a protection piece, essentially.
I mean, technically, it was the first part of this booster, hot stage ring, and ship to fly, right? We can say that. It flew toward the ground.
Yeah.
We don't know what it was made of. Is it made of steel? Is it carbon? Is it plastic? We don't know what it was, but we have some great pictures. And they're probably out on our socials if you wanted to see close-ups. I don't know. I think Max got a really close-up shot of it. One of the hooks on top of the hot stage ring and one of the side pieces kind of flew off, and we were all like, oh no, it's a tile, or oh no, it's something important. But they lowered it down, they inspected it. If you watch Starbase live, which you should, they inspected both the ship, they went up to the hot stage ring, and apparently they were happy with it. Maybe a little grinding and some removal of bits later, and they successfully stacked. Now the second stack, they took their time aligning that ship to the hot stage ring, right, Adrian? There's some shots of them looking at it yesterday, but when it looked like they were misaligned, right, Adrian?
Yeah, it seemed to be like a combination of weird issues that we saw. There was some, at least it looks like the chopsticks were a bit stuck. That happened on chopstick side, and of course the pin at the top, they were just off a bit. They were just off a bit, and they placed the ship, which is a bit heavy, on one of these guiding pins, and then the guiding pin liberated.
Yep. It jumped to its death. Carson in the control room says the best part is no part. That's Elon's favorite saying. So I wonder if they remove all those lead-ins from future hot stage rings. Like, yeah, we don't need them. I doubt it, because it protects the hooks, and that's the important part. That actually clamp on and hold on until they need to go. Matthew, wow, super generous super chat. Thank you for that. It's hard to find rocket nerds in the deep woods of New England. Little transparency here, Matthew. I was born in the deep woods of New England, and I'm a rocket nerd. Thank you, NSF, for creating such a great community to celebrate the new era of space flight. Well, we appreciate you being here with us from the deep woods of New England and supporting us doing this. The OG, Nicole, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Welcome to the family. Gary, thanks, NSF. Keep up the brilliant work. Let's see what Gary picked up from the store. More than likely a patch or a cool shirt or something. Why is my button I clicked the button and it doesn't want to work at the time. Thank you so much to Jerwa for 20 Red Team memberships. Appreciate you. Picked up a Flight 7 patch. Okay. Jeff, thank you for that super chat. How do the sticks lock in place for the catch? Alex, Adrian and I talked about this a little earlier. Isn't there like a braking mechanism, Alex, on the rails? How does that work? Jeff wants to know.
Well, it's two different systems, right? You have the carriage system there that attaches to the tower. It's sort of like a koala kind of thing, right? Hugging the tower on one side, and then on the other side, attached to that carriage system, are the chopsticks. Now, the arms themselves, as just the arms, they can only open and close. It is the carriage system by those pulleys that you see there, that the traveling block and all of the pulley system that is able to go up and down through, the power of the draw works at the bottom of the tower. They can just, as you mentioned, there's a braking system on the draw work system that they can just lock it in place. There's also sort of like brackets of sorts on the near that top of the tower where the catch location, sort of like the altitude at which they catch, to keep the carriage system in place. Because when you catch, right, the only thing that the system does is just close the arms. However, you still are putting in just, in a second, you're putting 300 tons of mass on that system. So there's going to be a lot of swinging, and there's going to be a lot of downward momentum from that landing. And so they have cushions on the landing rails on the arms. However, the carriage system also needs other systems, and in that case, they have brackets sort of at the height of where they catch that sort of keep in place. They're like, in between the rails that those skates, the carriage system has skates that roll up and down the tower through rails. And so at that height, there are these brackets that sort of keep in place if, for whatever reason, because of the motions of that catch, the skates were to move side to side or something like that. They have those brackets there to keep them in place so that they don't have any issues with a catch. So that's more or less how they keep it all in place. For the up and down, they have the braking lock on the carriage system on the draw works, right? And then for any motion side to side, they also have those brackets there up on the tower to avoid and prevent any of these skates, suddenly coming off the rail or anything like that. That will be a very bad day for that system.
Yeah, and we don't want bad days for the system. We want successful launches. A lot of questions coming in about IM-2 and Ariane 6, and when we have visuals and when we have information to give you on the IM-2 moon landing attempt, we'll bring that to you, and also the Ariane 6 launch. I mean, it's NSF. This is what we do. All right, Echo Deal, $10 super chat. Wish I could come see one in person. You can absolutely come and watch the launch. Texas isn't safe for people like me these days. I don't know about that. Come and watch the launch. You'd be surprised. Everybody here is nice and amazing. And I think you actually down the list. And sorry, we do these in order, so I know you're on here again. Yeah, there you are. Wish you could come see a launch in person. Wow, super generous chat. Thank you so much. Echo Deal, $50 super chat. Wow. You're the reason that we're able to do this. We really, and we appreciate it. Wish I could come and watch a launch in person, either Texas or Florida. You can, I promise you. Come and hang out with us. Come to the Margaritaville. The weather here is normally beautiful. It was a little foggy the other day, but we're not gonna talk about that. The weather here is beautiful. Come to Boca Chica. Everybody's friendly. We're all rocket nerds. We're family. Come and hang out with us and watch a rocket launch from the Margaritaville, or down at Isla Blanca Park, or over at Rocket Ranch. Seriously, everybody is friendly. You're there with family watching rockets launch, and it is a ton of fun. And I highly encourage you to come and watch a launch with us. And thank you again for your generous super chats. Ryan Hamstra. Is that Hamster? Hamstra. Ryan, thank you for that. I know it's a Starship stream, but can we cover the Ariane and Athena? Yes, we're going to do that. We're going to cover it here. And I know you don't want to flip back and forth. I don't recommend you do that. Stay right here on this Stakeout stream when we have visuals and information. As of right now, Ariane 6 is go for launch. When we have information, we'll break in and we'll say that for you.
I will
know
say
Alex.
another thing, Gene,
Yeah,
if,
go ahead, Alex.
if you allow me. It's also that, for the Ariane 6 launch, it seems a bit weird to maybe join right now. We're still 20 minutes away, right? Maybe once we're closer and we get those feeds ready and things like that. Because there's a bunch of things in the background, and also our producers, like, they need to juggle through dozens of cameras that we already have and then have to add these feeds. So don't worry, we're going to cover the important parts, right? Like, that's sort of the whole deal that we also want to make clear here, that just because you don't see it right now, it's not that we've forgotten about it. We're going to cover it, but we're still like 20 minutes away from that launch. Once we get closer, we'll obviously talk about it.
Jeff went out and picked up some patches. Thank you so much for that. Great patches. Keep up the great work. We're going to keep up the great work. At least that's what we intend to do. And speaking of that, let's get to some questions. At NASASpaceflight, you can put it in the chat and we'll get to as many as we can. There's no way we're going to get to all of them. Just know that, send us a question. We are trying to get to all of them. Alex, I'm going to come to you for this one. Terry wants to know, why doesn't SpaceX put landing legs on the ship and land it at the launch site so they can simply assess the ship and catch and get more data rather than trying to catch it?
I guess that's a fair question. But then then you have to develop legs, right? Like, and sure, they need to do that anyways, because they need to go to Mars, right? And so they still need to have landing legs on future ships that can survive re-entry and whatnot. But they're not at that point right now, and to land back on Earth, they can use those towers. I think it's probably sort of more a distraction right now, because they need those ships to land at the chopsticks anyways at some point in the future. And so it makes sense to right now concentrate on that and make sure that can be doable. And regardless, like, the difference between landing on legs and landing on the chopsticks, it's down to where the landing legs are. Because you still need to achieve 0 altitude and 0 speed at the same time. It's just that, it's 0 altitude depending on where you look at, right? Like 0 meters from the chopsticks or 0 meters from the ground. Either way, you still need to achieve that double, 0-0 on your altimeter and your speed, right? And so that's the sort of deal here. You still need to find a way of having that hardware for landing be able to survive that reentry, which is why on Flight 8, they're creating those fake pins for catching, right? They're not actual structural pins, but they are essentially the same, thing that they're going to be putting on the outside of the ship. And so they need to find out if that can survive reentry. That's why they're flying it today, even though we're not going to see any return to the launch site of the ship. But they obviously need to fly that through reentry and be able to make sure that can survive. That is probably more doable than having to develop a landing leg system that they need to go through reentry with that as well and all that. That's sort of the point here as well, that, going for that could be a distraction right now because they don't need that until they go to Mars. And so, let's wait for that whenever they are ready to go to Mars.
Yeah, and I was going to say that you're going to see landing legs on the ships because we've got so many variants coming. You've got human landing system. They're going to have legs to land on the moon. We're going to have the Mars vehicles there until they build a gigantic tower, which we will probably call Tower 8, Tower 9, Tower 10 on Mars. I could see them doing that, but we're going to have to see variants with legs. So.
Yeah, way later down the line.
Way in the future. Yeah, we talked about this the other day on the lunch stream, but we might talk it again today. There's so many variants. Here's a question. This is a fun one. This is from Venture at NASASpaceflight. Are you friends in real life? Now, I'll start, and I'm just going to say yes, because we're just a bunch of rocket nerds that have the privilege of being with NSF. Now, I've never met Alex in real life. I've never met Adrian in real life. We've had lots of conversations. Yes. We've done a lot of shows together. Yet, I really want to come to the meetup, the NSF meetup in Europe, and I want to come to the one here in the US. But everybody else, like coming to Starbase, going down to Florida, Dee and Max and Jack and everybody else, all the robotics guys, Dan and Gage and everybody, we're all just... So yes, I guess we're all just friends. Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the answer is just yes.
Just yes.
We are.
Yeah.
It in a I think it would be hard not to be because we spent out so much we spent too much time together and we have such like the same interest which is rocketry. It kind of just falls natural, and honestly it's also a matter of we usually, I mean, it just forms, right? Like you're looking if you vibe with people before they usually join the team, and so yeah, well, I would say yes, we are absolutely all friends because otherwise this would be really annoying to just have to hang out like 12 hours each day.
The very first day I talked to Chris B and Kevin Michael Reed, who obviously is one of our producers. I turned on my camera on my computer and he saw the space shuttle model that I have, and he was like, "Yep, we're friends." And that was it. That's all it took was that. And I look forward to meeting everybody. And it's weird because, we'll all go to dinner, Doss and EJ, and we'll go sit and have dinner, and we're just still talking rocket nerds with rocket nerds. It's really all it is. Alex, what do you think? I mean, Alex is my friend. Alex is my brother, and we just have a good time.
Oh, I hate you all. You're such a bad. Nah, I'm just joking. We had really lots of fun on the 2024 meetup that we did in the UK. We're planning something along those lines for later this year, and hopefully another one as well in the US. I don't know when that's gonna happen, but there's a lot of preparation work before any of that happens, because obviously there's a lot of things to juggle.
Yep. Speaking of juggling, this panel is loading up. I'm going as fast as I can, guys. I promise. Jonathan, 11:35 here down under. Now, this was 30 minutes ago, so it's now noon. It's midnight. Perth, Western Australia, up in the morning, 7:30 a.m. to watch liftoff. Thank you, Jonathan, for heading out to the shop, picking up something from the shop. Let's see what Jonathan got. Milo 3D. Hang on. Oh, some stickers. This is what, okay, is this that new Glenn thing I've heard about? Happy first, wait, go Tori Bruno. I appreciate the super chat, but that was the other stream. We'll talk about that. We'll see what happens on the second flight of New Glenn. Right, Adrian?
Yeah. I mean, it's.
We cover everything.
I know what. Sorry, I would now imagine a situation where now also New Glenn was already in the pad again. We would also cover that again in the same week.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Can you remember that happened, by the way? The whole New Glenn Starship mega week and like both happening at the same time. That was a week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta say, we cover everything that we can live, of course.
Yep.
I saw earlier in the stream somebody mentioning Rocket Lab. One of the problems of Rocket Lab that they launch from New Zealand most of the time. When they launch from Wallops, so we try sometimes. It's quite tricky because if it's at the Cape, of course, things become a lot easier. We have our people there, but if it's other places, it becomes a lot more complicated. But yeah, and in any case, we always have This Week in Spaceflight all Fridays. We cover everything spaceflight that we can fit in those 20-25 minute episodes, because there's of course so many things going on in spaceflight that sometimes we have to leave some of the things out, but we always cover all of the launches, all of the re-entries. There's a lot of things going on this week, so yeah.
Great question here from Fearless Studios at NASASpaceflight. When do you think we'll see a first static fire from Pad B? And also, how do the engines during the hot stage not melt the metal on the hot stage ring? Alex, that sounds like a question for you. That's a crystal ball question, but also the hot stage. So look into your magic 8 ball, look into your crystal ball, and tell us when you think we'll see a static fire on Pad B.
Probably later this year, like in the fall, early fall, maybe middle of fall, like October, November timeframe. I think could be a good time frame. We'll see though. They obviously need a Block 2 booster and things like that as well. But the summer will. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to go the safe route and say not a minute before it's ready.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of work.
And then
Go
about
ahead.
the hot staging, the whole reason is because those engines are in a vacuum, and so when you see the thrust of the engines, right, that exhaust at liftoff, it's very collimated and sort of like a jet, right? Because the atmosphere is sort of punching in, and the atmospheric pressure is sort of making it a jet. But as you go up and the ambient pressure decreases and everything, that exhaust just expands and spreads out. And so that's one of the advantages that we work with for hot staging, that at altitude that exhaust just expands. And so there's also a lot of vents. That thing is just essentially pure vent. They're going to be evolving this to even more spaces for that exhaust to escape. The center engines, for example, also gimbal out, and once the ship separates the gimbal in, they gimbal out precisely to direct the exhaust outside. And so that is one of the advantages. If you tried to fire the engines right now on the ship at sea level, you will probably have a hard time surviving that with a hot staging ring, because you will have that jet effect of the atmosphere compressing and tightening that exhaust.
A follow-up question regarding Pad B. Do you think, this is from CWL Creations, do you think Tower B will be used for a catch before a launch? Alex, I'll stick with you. Then I'll go to Adrian for the next one.
It seems like they might be trying to get that tower ready for a ship catch on Flight 9, it seems like. But obviously, they still want to get that ready for a launch, of course, yeah. So we're seeing progress on the flame trench, on the launch mount at Sanchez. There's a lot of work also preparing that tower for a launch. But they seem to be prioritizing a little bit more the chopstick side of things, getting those ready for a catch, but potentially as early as Flight 9 on the ship.
And we will see that if you're watching Starbase Live, which you should all the time. It's live 24 hours a day. You'll see what we see. Our camera operators all around the world are moving those cameras to anything they see that is interesting. So check out Starbase Live. If you're a Space Coast fan, you've obviously got Space Coast Live, and then McGregor Live as well if you want to see some rocket testing going on there. Some great questions coming in. Let's thank some folks, and then we'll get to some of these questions. Courtney, love you guys and your coverage. Thank you for that. Store a message. Long live Ship 26. There you go, chat. There's 26. Let chat go crazy with the mention of Ship 26. Bill T. Cat, thank you for that super chat. If we're willing, let's see, pay for it. Is there a way to get older patches recreated? Adrian, that's a great question. Is there a way to order an old patch?
Like the old patches that are no longer available. Oh, like an extra creation pro. No, we don't offer that. That's not realistic.
Because we have to order so many. And
yeah, like
if we're selling
it's
one
not a single
of 5,000, yeah.
Yeah, there's a minimum amount of fixed cost that will always be attached to this, and that's just not viable. Like, sorry, this is not something we can support right now.
Okay. Which makes perfect sense. Madmo, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Fallen Comrades, thank you for that super chat. When does NASA plan to use the new SpaceX suits? Oh, Alex, is that a thing that they actually plan on doing, or are they going to stick with their suits?
Speaking of suits,
yeah,
we're about to go.
Yep.
Yeah, but
You can go
just real
answer that
quick,
question. I'll talk about it on screen. Go ahead.
I'm not fully sure what they mean by new SpaceX suits. If they mean the EVA suits, those are development suits. They were never meant to be offered to NASA or anything like that. They're still working on those. They're not even fully functional or independent from the vehicle. So those are not ready for anything that NASA needs right now. They will need a lot of more years of development on those.
Obviously on your screen. Yep. There's the Ariane 6 on the left, the counting down. We're going to keep on Starbase on the right, but we'll watch this launch on the left. I can't see the actual timer. Can you guys see that? My 54-year-old eyes aren't good enough to see that. I need a bigger screen. No? Nobody? Less than 6 minutes, maybe?
À tous les vidéos,
They're-
attention pour la
I'm-
séquence finale
Oh.
lanceur.
Oh,
Oh, we have a launch audio in French.
Top à 0 moins 5 minutes.
That looks like the weather we had for the launch attempt on a couple days
was-
ago here at Starbase.
There was a call for 5 minutes, I think, to launch. From my
Okay,
very
so-
little interpretation of French.
Well, chat's following along, so they're giving me the time. A couple of minutes left, and I've got a bigger monitor here. I just got to run stuff over there, but it'll be interesting. We'll watch the launch on the left for the Ariane 6, and then of course IM-2 when we have information on that moon landing attempt. We'll bring you that as well. Chadwick, thanks for becoming a Capcom member. Can't wait to meet you in our Discord. Of course, Capcom and above. Get some behind the scenes. And here in about 10 minutes, we'll have some folks swapping out. So we'll bring some new people in and talk about what we see on the screen and what's going on with this launch. Zach, thank you so much for becoming a launch director. Super generous. And that is the highest level you can join. So 4 minutes. That's some pixelation, but I can't see what's on the screen. I gotta make this bigger. So I'm going to go here and then here. Now I can't see any messages, but
3 minutes to go.
there we go. Yeah, just under 3 minutes now.
Yeah, this Ariane 6, for those that may not know, it is carrying a military payload from French military. Basically a reconnaissance satellite, hush-hush kind of satellite, I guess. But they're still streaming. It's in the 6.2 configuration. That's with 2 solid rocket boosters and just, the usual core stage and second stage and things like that. So one of the other things as well is that center engine first ignites for a bit and then the solids ignite. Sort of like the space shuttle, for those that may remember, they fired those engines first and then they kept them running for a few seconds until they lit the solid rocket boosters. So if you see that, expect such a wait until they light those SRBs. And yeah, this is the second launch of Ariane 6, the first commercial one, commercial in quotes, I guess, because it's technically for a government, but it's, I guess, a non-test flight, I guess. First operational flight of Ariane 6.
Which is a big deal, launching from French Guiana. I put it over on the big screen, so now I can see it. We're coming up on T-minus 2 minutes.
Yeah,
I
this
guess
is also
that's a little delayed. Go
This
ahead.
is also going to a sun-synchronous orbit, so that means it's going to head north out of French Guiana to fly over the Atlantic Ocean.
So we should start seeing some action here at the bottom of the rocket in about 90 seconds or so, right? And they picked the perfect time to launch.
I suspect they're probably going to be losing it in the clouds. It doesn't
Yeah.
look like a clear sky day.
Don't they go to an animation? Instead of having
Yeah.
cameras on it, they go to an animation for the
Well-
second stage.
Well, for Ariane 6, it seems like they do have some onboard cameras. It's just that they run a bit of a delay, those. But yeah. They often go to sort of telemetry-driven renders.
Explain to people what you mean by the configuration that might not be familiar with Ariane 6.
Well, you mean the profile, the rocket itself? It's too long to explain right now. 47 seconds away,
yeah.
but we're gonna see that Vulcan engine ignite on the center core. Then those solar rocket boosters will ignite. That thing will leap off the pad because it kind of leaps off the pad. Those solar rocket boosters will fire for about 2 minutes or so, and then separate. That core stage though, it runs for about 8 minutes. Quite a long burn that we're gonna see with that. But yeah, it runs on hydrologs, and hopefully we're gonna see that lift off in just 15 seconds from now.
À tous les DDO, attention pour le décompte final.
There you go. Let's listen in.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Allumage de ESR et décollage.
There she goes.
La propulsion est nominale. Pilotage calme.
Big cloud. And there's a shot from farther away. And you're right, that thing jumps right off the pad, doesn't it, Alex?
Yeah, and as also predicted, it seems like
Right
they
into
lost
the cloud.
clouds.
Yeah.
Yeah. They seem to be attempting to regain it, but nope. Render time. There
Straight
we go.
to animation.
Yeah, at least on Flight 1 they had some onboard cameras. Ah, there we go. There we go. Onboard cameras. They're a little bit delayed though, so you'll see that right now it's very close to the ground. That is not the case. That was like maybe 15 seconds ago or so.
Trajectoire nominale, paramètres à bord
Yeah,
nominaux.
the feed from the cameras is a little bit more delayed, but the telemetry should be more current. So pay attention to the telemetry and know that, you know, the video that we're seeing is with a bit of a delay. As long as you keep that in mind, it's fine. But hey, cameras on the rocket.
That's
Propulsion est
good.
nominale.
I wish they could figure out what they want in that lower right-hand camera. I kind of like the animation. Seeing the cameras on the rocket's cool, but seeing the animation at the same time is kind of neat too.
So you see there the telemetry, the altitude, the downrange distance, and the speed. The graph, the green line is sort of what it needs to follow, right? And the yellow is, yep, and the yellow is so far what it's gone through. And I believe it's altitude versus time. So you have the altitude vertical axis, and the horizontal axis is the time. We're approaching 2 minutes, which means we're going to see those boosters separate. Well, first, they're going to separate, and then we'll see it a few seconds later on the feed. But look at that.
Séparation des ESR.
Nice. Okay, confirmation that they separated. We're going to see it now on the video.
Mm-hmm.
Reminder, it's a bit delayed.
The announcer is very excited.
Propulsion nominale.
So far, so good. Good propulsion.
We should see that booster separate.
There it is. Look at that. Nice.
Trajectoire nominale, paramètres à
Core
bord
stage,
nominaux.
meanwhile. There we go. You can see that as soon as the boosters separate, the core stage, it sort of like switches a little bit its attitude to control the sort of the guidance and everything and make sure that it's on track. This switch that it's usually called like closed loop guidance, essentially.
La propulsion est nominale.
More accurate than open loop guidance. Should be coming up on that separation of the fairing.
And you
Yes?
said the core stage burns for like 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's very similar to the space shuttle, right? Where it burned for about 8 minutes or so. This profile of this rocket is very similar in that sense. 2 minutes for solar rocket booster separation, right?
Propulsion nominale.
And MECO or main engine cutoff around T plus 8 minutes or so. The core stage though will not enter orbit. That'll be with the second stage. That'll be the one that's going to be doing the orbital insertion. But there you can see that speed
Trajectoire nominale.
increasing very slowly. Ooh, are we going to have fairing cam?
Oh,
It looks like they were switching to fairing cam.
they tried. Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, animation, catch up.
And should we coming up on that separation of the fairing?
There you go. There's your.
Séparation coiffe.
Okay, confirmation that the fairing has separated. We'll see it now on the feed shortly. Again, remember it's delayed. But there you can see Are those serial numbers even on the fairing? Kind of looks like it. There we go. Look at that. And off they go. That wobble is normal, by the way. Very gentle.
And again, let me just say, you are watching the right stream. This is the Starship Flight 8 Stakeout. But as NSF covers everything in spaceflight, we, or at least try to, on the left-hand side of your screen, you're seeing the Ariane 6 with cameras on the vehicle. So that's a big deal. And then on the right-hand side of your screen is Ship 34 back stacked on top of Booster 15 at the launch site here at Starbase, Texas. I'm going to bring in Max and Ryan for this part of the launch stream as Alex continues to watch Ariane 6 with us as well. So we'll just all stay here. Max, are you able to see Ariane 6? Or are you at a place, or are you already out setting up cameras?
I am actually currently watching the feed with you guys. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. And I guess, Ryan, you're definitely watching this, aren't you?
Yeah, I recently just installed 2 more monitors, so I got 5 watching stuff in and around here. So yeah, I'm watching it.
Lucky. Wish I had 5 monitors. I'm on a laptop in a hotel room. And I did run it over to the big screen, so I can't complain too much.
And right after this, we have the landing attempt of Athena on the moon.
Yeah.
So stay tuned for that. Yeah, so far so good. Like this thing is just, doing its thing. This was pretty much just like flight 1 of Ariane 6. It went well. It was actually the deorbit burn of the second stage what failed. It was stuck in orbit because it was not able to deorbit. But yeah, should be very close to that shutdown of the core stage. You can see that most of the work of that core stage has been actually lifting the second stage to altitude, because they're going directly to the deployment orbit for the satellite. It's gonna do just one burn of that second stage and done. So it's just one and done, right? And so most of the velocity will actually be given by that second stage. You can see the speed still less than 4 kilometers per second. Needs to reach near 8 kilometers per second.
And again, this feed on the left is a little bit delayed. So if you hear the call out from launch control in the background, just about 15 or 20 seconds after that, you should see the reaction. We're coming up on the main stage separation here in about 20 seconds. You see the animation on the right, but you actually see it on the left in real time, near real time.
They also call it out on... Okay, they called out the separation of the stages and the second stage ignition. Okay. And now on the picture, on the video, we're seeing now that shutdown and separation of the core stage, which happened a few seconds ago. And I love this.
That's so cool.
There we go. And you can see there the ignition of the second stage. Wow. It almost looks like the boost back burn of Super Heavy, right? When it does the hot staging.
It does.
And then it flips back. We're gonna see that hopefully in less than 7 hours. But from Starship.
Speaking of Starship,
that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Beach and rotor closed, so
sweet. So that is good news toward a potential launch attempt this evening. Again, at 5:30 this afternoon. Alex, thank you so much for joining us on the Stakeout stream. I know you've got work in the behind the scenes, and I will see you on launch stream this afternoon, right?
Yeah, we saw that launch, right? Now I have to write about it for This Week in Spaceflight. I know I've mentioned it multiple times. That's because I'm working on that script for tomorrow. We're going to release that, and of course it's going to include everything that happened today on Flight 8. Hopefully I get to write about our launch and not anything, words or anything like that, like, ooh, it's crap or whatever. I don't want to write about that. I want to write, it launched and it did this and that and that, the other thing, and it went perfectly. So here's hoping that happens tonight.
This and that and the other thing. Well,
I'll be back
you
for the launch
will-
stream though. Just because I'm
Yep.
writing, it doesn't mean that I'm stopping the live stream duties. I'm still gonna be back for the launch stream. We're gonna be live for that as well. T-3 hours for that launch. So in just 4 hours from now. But yep, I'm gonna be back.
And I am going to speed run some thank yous because the Ariane 6 launch kind of slowed us down a little bit. So Max and Ryan, just hang on 1 second. Let me thank a ton of people here. Bunko, thank you so much for upgrading to a launch director. Amazing. We'll see you on Discord. Love it. Robert, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We will see you. And again, remember, Capcom and above gets that Discord access for members in the back channel. We just love to goof off back there. Oh my gosh, the Intuitive Machines is coming up too. So we're probably going to be switching over to that. And Ryan, you're going to be doing a lot of talking here, you and Max, about the Intuitive Machines moon landing. Hopefully I can get through this. I'm going as fast as I can. John, thank you for the store message. Go ship and booster flight 8, Godspeed, complete success. Richard, second time's the charm. Well, we sure hope so. The tower has been doing curls with the ship in the last couple of days, and it'll be strong enough to catch that. EJ02, thank you for that super chat. Would this be the best time to start a LOX company since? Yes, absolutely. Yes. In fact, they are doing that. Over at the Port of Brownsville, they're creating all kinds of things over there to support this. Steve, it's a good day for space nerds. Yes, it is. It's a rough day for space nerd announcers. I will tell you that. We're very, very busy. The guys in the control room are doing the switching and getting all the feeds lined up and everything. So, yeah, it's crazy. Sam, thank you for that super chat. Fair winds and following seas. Thank you for that support. It's running a little behind here. Dimez Recon, $50 super chat. Thank you for that generous support. We're going to go to this IM2 in just a second. Thank you, NSF team. 2 long days watching every minute, ready for the ship to fly, moving to the great state of Texas the next year. Can't wait to come and see one in person, and we can't wait to meet you when you get here. Wow. IM2, Ryan, on the left-hand side of the screen. I like how it says moon. Was that Jay or Carson that picked that? It says moon. They're not on the moon, by the way. IM2 is on the moon. Moon. That's pretty funny. Are we not going to go back to the feed? You just guys put the feed up there to tease us all? Seriously?
I mean, landing isn't about for another hour, so I think it's just the live stream.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say we can go back to it later. I'm looking up everything, so
Okay.
if anyone's got questions on it, I can try to answer them here.
Okay. Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to ask you a question regarding the stack yesterday and the issue with the clamp. And do you want me to ask Max about it, or do you want me to ask Ryan about it, Max, since he's actually got work to do in the background?
You can toss whatever you want to me, Gene. I'm here.
I know, but I want to interrupt Ryan to make his life harder. I don't know why.
Well, then you should do that.
All I was doing was pulling up just information, so it's on one of my monitors, and it's up there. So I mean, I can look up information where I am too if we need to, and you can ask me whatever you want.
On one of my monitors.
Oh yes, on one of my 5 monitors, because that's what I do. Conan 376 wants to know: will SpaceX ever use a laser-guided alignment system for stacking? Ryan, this is definitely for you. And if so, would it be much better than the current setup?
To be honest with you, in terms of what they use right now, I think it's just a coordinates-based system through like programmable logic controller. I don't exactly know what they use because we haven't seen how the chopsticks control actually works. I assume some of it's manual and some of it's automated. We don't. We don't 100% know. It's kind of a little weird on that front because they've never exactly told us or they've never actually said anything. I honestly think what they have works somewhat fine. You also have to remember they're using a much older style of sticks right now compared to what they've got over at Pad B. And it's been through a couple launches, so Its first prototypes gotten battered and beaten. It's kind of one of those things. I honestly, I mean, they may come up with a better system down the line, but I think what they've got right now works for the moment. But yeah.
Max, this one's for you. Jero wants to know, since you've been running around out there at the launch site, setting up cameras and everything, taking pictures, have you seen any orbital refueling hardware? And I have a follow-up question. Would you know if you saw it? Because I probably wouldn't.
Well, it's tough to say because I haven't spent a great deal of time around the production site in this trip. It's been mostly on the launch site. But to this point, to my knowledge, I haven't seen anything, and nor has Jack or Mary, to my knowledge. Maybe they have or not, but with the addition of Star Factory, how it is now, it makes spotting hardware a lot more difficult unless it is moved outside to one of the mega bays for installation on ship or booster. So to this point, we have not seen anything outside, but that's not to say they have a ton of hardware or something for future use for a mission like the orbital refilling demo inside somewhere. They must have a mechanism somewhere at some point, at least some point soon. And for all we know, there is something in there now, but we just can't see it.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Back in I go back to the Texas Tank Watchers and the Starhopper days when Mary would put the camera on the windowsill of her car, right out the window, and just drive by. And I was slowing things down, and I was like, "Ooh, look at that! Ooh, look at that! Is that a mock-up of that?" And I know many people in chat were there with me back in the day. John, subscribed for many years now at NASASpaceflight, has come a long way over the time. Bravo Zulu, yes. It has come a long way. And as I was just saying, a lot of people have been here for a long time, and we do this because we're friends and we love rockets and we love you guys, and you're part of the family. Thanks for joining us. A lot of great questions are coming in at NASASpaceflight.com. I keep saying that. At NASASpaceflight in chat. You can definitely go to at NASASpaceflight.com if you want to read what Alex was talking about earlier, all the articles and Ryan's articles and all the great writers we have. Join L2. There's a healthy forum. We talk about rockets over on NASASpaceflight.com. And then, of course, the store. And let's get to some more of these store messages. John, here's to a clean launch. Thank you for all your coverage. Can't wait to watch the show. Let's see what John picked up from the store. John picked up a Flight 8 patch. They're going fast, guys. Seriously, you got to get out there and get them, because as Adrian was saying earlier in the Stakeout, they buy so many. Now remember, it's on pre-order, okay? So don't expect it to be delivered tomorrow. You're going to go out, you're going to pre-order. They expect to start shipping at the end of March. But if you want one, you got to get one, because just in a couple of days, the order, and I don't know what the number is, but I know it's a lot, has dwindled down to probably less than a quarter available. So if you want a Flight 8 patch, now's the time to do it. Egg Eds, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Welcome to the family. Kirito, $10 super chat. NASA Spaceflight, which ship do you think will be the first to use Raptor 3? Max, we'll come to you for that one. Which one do you think will be the first one to use the Raptor 3 engine?
Ooh, that's a tricky question because we don't know if there's going to be like a Block 2.5 at some point where they happen to integrate the Raptor 3s on a Block 2 design, because the Block 2 and Block 3 variants of booster need the Raptor 3 engines, and that is what the V2 and the V3 ships are going to be and are designed for currently with V2. So, really tough to say. I want to... Based on the hardware and the timeline SpaceX has released in terms of how quickly they want to get to Starship V3, I can't imagine them making too many of V2s. Maybe probably around anywhere from like maybe 8 to 12, maybe fully built V2s. Hopefully they fly more than that with them moving towards ship reflight in the future. But I think at some point they may make a Raptor. A V2.5 to fully test out Raptor 3 before building and flying ship V3. But oh boy, that's tough to say. But it's probably a bit down the line. Hopefully by the end of the year we'll have a better idea. But I think it would be optimistic to say that we'll see more than one ship with Raptor 3 by the end of the year.
Yep. Ryan, Joel wants to know at NASASpaceflight, with having the issue of boil off on the ground, will that be an issue with storing and transferring in orbit? How will that be handled? Obviously, space is not the ground, but talk to us about how you think, and this is again your opinion, how you think SpaceX will handle boil off for, let's say, a 9-month trip to Mars.
Well, I think it's gonna be around more 6 months with these, or even less. It really it depends on how
Hopefully.
much delta V they end up getting out of the stage.
Yeah.
By the time they make those missions, because if you get the higher delta V you can get, and whatnot, you can lower that travel time down. But it's going to be a combination of barbecue rolling the ship plus insulation. Is really what it's going to be. That's about all they can really do. There's not much more you could try to install a system on it that basically tries to recycle and recondense, but that's complex, adds a ton of weight and
energy.
Yeah, and uses up a decent amount of energy to try to recondense your gas back into liquid. So my guess is they would do something along the lines of just insulation and rolling the ship, basically, so you don't have that. Unless they end up putting like a couple ships together, or they attach something to the ship for a long voyage like that, which would be used for extra quarters, extra cargo, extra whatever. There's always that possibility. I mean, we don't really know what the plans for Mars are going to be at this point. We're probably at least 6 years away from that, I would say.
You bring up a really interesting point. Like every time we think about Starship going to Mars, we always think of a fleet of ships going carrying humans. But there's going to have to be ships in that fleet. Let's just go full sci-fi and say, yes, it's going to be a fleet. Some of those ships, they're going to be carrying construction equipment. They're going to be carrying other, let's say, recondensers. One entire ship is a fuel recondenser, and you dock a ship, transfer the fuel, they recondense, you transfer it back. I mean, all of these things are going to be happening. And remember, SpaceX wants to go as fast as possible. So not only are they going to send robots first, obviously, but when they start to send people, they have to send all the stuff that keeps the people alive. So when you talk about, they could potentially add a lot of wasteful energy using machines to the ship to keep the people alive. That's true, but why couldn't they just make a variant that has that, right?
There's a lot of different things they could do. I'm curious to see what the mission profile looks like to Mars with Starship, or maybe it's Starship in concert with New Glenn or other vehicles. I mean, there's a lot of options that'll be open in a couple of years, and I can't wait to see what mission architecture someone comes up with. So,
well, the mission architecture on your screen right now is Ship 34 restacked again and again and again on Booster 15. The next thing we should see, Max, is when we get closer to the launch stream later this afternoon. They usually open those chopsticks fairly early, so that's probably one of the things we're going to see. And then you'll see the tank farm starting to spool up. You heard a little bit of it in the background from one of our microphones. This camera here is one of my favorite shots, and then also some of the cameras around there. But yeah, we should see the chopsticks start to open and the tank farm start to spool up as they cool everything down. And again, our launch stream, our dedicated launch stream, the Stakeout continues all the way to that at 2:30 Central Time this afternoon. Adrian, not our Adrian, but possibly another Adrian, maybe our Adrian, I don't know, wants to know, has Ryan recovered yet? I can say maybe. Let's see what Ryan says in the back channel to this question, because I know he's probably watching the Stakeout. He'll start typing here in a second, but hopefully Ryan feels better and will be able to join us. Edgar, thank you for upgrading to a launch director. We appreciate you. Gamer.io rocking in with another super chat. What versions of booster or ship will have Raptor 3? I think we answered that previously. We don't know. As Max said, that version Block 2, Block 3 of the booster they require that. I doubt we'll see, or correct me if I'm wrong, Max, maybe we will see a Block 2, maybe the first one with Raptor 2s. I hope they go Raptor 3, but I don't know.
Yeah, SpaceX has a long way to go with optimizing the V2 structurally and also just both from a design standpoint. V2 is nowhere near where SpaceX wants it to be in terms of performance and capability, especially with what happened on Flight 7 to Ship 33. So they have a long way to go on Ship V2 alone before they even get to Ship V3. But maybe we will see like a Block 2.5 down the road with Raptor 3s, because Raptor 3s are a totally different animal compared to Raptor 2s, both for ship and booster alike. They're not even close to being like, there's so much different between the Raptor 2s and 3s from either a plumbing and a temperature control standpoint, not to mention a huge boost in performance in the Raptor 3s. Yeah, the Raptor 3s need the Block 2 and 3 versions of the booster, and hopefully at some point we'll see them sooner rather than later, because a lot of the stuff that SpaceX wants to do in terms of being able to demo their hardware for HLS and future Mars missions requires the Raptor 3 and later booster and ship variants.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Go ahead.
I know that some people heard on the SpaceX stream that they had they were talking about Raptor 3, and I think a couple of people interpreted it as being on the next ship. I interpreted that as the next ship version, not to be Ship 35. I don't think they're anywhere near that. I guess it's a Block 3 ship along with the Block 2 booster that it goes on, and they possibly fly at the same time, which, I mean, it could be Ship 39. I mean, something that's really, really weird is that they are tiling Ship 38's nose cone, and we have not seen really anything of 39 yet. I think we've spotted the header tank, the methane header tank, once. But other than that, we haven't seen its nose cone appear, so it's it might be hinting that 39 could be a different ship. It could be a tanker prototype. Usually when they take a while to go between ships in terms of hardware showing up, or it's hardware we can see, a lot of time that's indicative of a change, something that changed. I mean, like what happened with Booster 13. They scrapped some of its sections and redid them to do some upgrades to them, and so on. And so 39 could be the next block, or it could be the next thing. It could be the next step, but we don't really know is the thing until we see it. So we just kind of have to wait and see on that.
Ryan, why does Block 2 have 2 raceways? Maximilian wants to know.
They basically split. So if we all remember Sparky, Ship 31, when its raceway when they look, I'm pretty sure it was a press line blew apart, causing an electrical fire. Part of that kind of helps it, so you won't lose everything if you split the 2 raceways. But part of it is one side is for liquid oxygen pressurization, the other one's for methane pressurization, so the lines are split now between the 2. The other big thing is when you split those 2 lines, they're off the center line of the vehicle, which means you can then place docking hardware in between the raceways, so you then can dock 2 vehicles together, so the raceway's not in the way. That's really the biggest thing, is you split them so you can do that.
Yeah. So a lot of folks are asking about IM-2, Intuitive Machines, moon landing attempt. They're about 35 minutes out. Things will start to spin up about 15 minutes-ish. So we'll continue to bring you, we will bring you that coverage when things begin to happen more from a lander perspective, probably in about 15 minutes. So just stay right here on the Stakeout. And also, there have been an absolute ton of support, and I am like an hour behind. So thank you all for what you did, for supporting us. Thank you for going out to the store, giving those super chats. There is, this is personally on me, there's no way I'm going to get to all of them. I could just do a Chris B rapid fire roundup. I'm going to have to, but I know there's just been so many. So I'm just going to do that real quick. I'm not going to do it in a Yorkshire accent. I'm going to do it as myself. So let me just get through this real quick. Phillips, thank you so much for the super chat. I'd rather be flying an X-Wing, $10 tip. Amazing coverage. Thank you so much. Sometimes SpaceX employees have NSF on the background. Yes, we know they do that. Raptor at Disney, thank you for that super chat. You guys are awesome. Thank you for joining us. What was that question? Starship trajectory out of the Cape. We're going to talk about that. Walt Disney loved catching attraction breakdown. we all would. Let's see. Twabbles, $5 super chat. Thank you. Matt PD 541 super chat. Thank you. Short summary 2024. Yes, we are living in the future. The Guardian, £5. Thank you all at NSF for all you do. Must be getting tired and struggling with the new information. You have no idea. We are very, very tired keeping up with everything. I'm trying to do this before IM coverage comes up. Okay, you're watching the tank farm right now. So just stay with us here. Thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Quantum Fear $5 super chat. Why doesn't SpaceX drill a giant tunnel straight down the other side? Oh my gosh, Ryan, that's a question for you. But remember, the way physics works is you would be doing the same speed as when you started on the other end. Also, it'd be a little warm. Stabby Uno, Gamer.io, $10 super chat. Currently arguing about thrust weights to Starship. Oh my gosh, is that what's going on? In the back channel. Stabby Unicorn, $50 tip. Wow, thank you so much. That's a massive tip. You can come to Texas, you can come to Florida. You're among friends here. Thank you for the $50 tip. Trust me, we're all one big Rocket Nerd family. Anonymous with a story message. Keep up the great work, NSF. We're trying as fast as we can. Retro Macintosh, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We'll see you in the back channel and Discord at the members area. Anthony, good luck SpaceX. Let's see what Anthony picked up off the shop.nasaspaceflight.com. If I can hit the button right. There we go. Glenn, tracking history, awesome patches. Thank you. Picking up the Flight 8 patch. Keep up the great work, guys. Fantastic channel. Anonymous, thank you so much. And Kirito coming in and becoming a Capcom member. You know, the memberships help us out. I know I just ran through a ton of support. And we can't thank you guys enough for being here with us. And again, I know a lot of you are asking about IM2 coming up here in probably, I guess, another 15 minutes. Okay, a lot of people asking about the weather. Max, are you out there now? Where are you, Max, right now? Are you at the bunkhouse? Or are you out at Rocket Ranch? Where are you?
So currently, I'm over at our river lot for connection, just so
okay.
I can talk to you guys clearly. But I will be migrating over to the Rocket Ranch outpost once we are done with the Stakeout stream and then we are on with the launch stream. So currently over here, this is about as close as we can get to the launch site for launch itself, about 3.5 or so miles. And the forecast for today, as Adam will either has talked about or will talk about later, I'm not sure if he's coming back on, but we are pretty much going to be in sun all day today. Temperatures are nice and pleasant in the low to mid 70s all day. But the primary factor of concern for today is the wind. It's essentially behaving very similar to what it was doing on Monday, to where it was blowing from the southeast, blowing northwest, around 18 to 20 miles an hour, gusting in the high 20s, which is probably right on the limit of what Starship can handle, especially being aerodynamically unstable with the flaps on the ship on top of the booster. We don't exactly have any real insight as to what Starship's real limits are, especially for booster recovery with the chopsticks. But besides the wind, it is a little bit hazy, but otherwise, it is a far cry from what the weather was on Monday, at least for cloud cover and precip chance. So we are looking good, but we are keeping an eye on what the wind is doing.
Right, there we go. And we'll have Adam Suker on a launch stream later this afternoon. For those of you asking when is the launch, it's the window opens, and that's why in the upper left-hand corner you see no earlier than about 6.5 hours that window opens. The window runs for about an hour. On the previous attempt, they pushed it about 15 minutes, and they pushed it again. That's typical. That's fine. But the window opens at 5:30 Central Time here at Starbase, and we will have live launch coverage beginning at 2:30 Central with EJ, Doss, myself, and everybody else in the field. And we'll be talking to Adam, our meteorologist here at NSF, about the winds and what things look like as we go forward. Again, a lot of folks are asking about IM-2 and their landing attempt on the moon. When we have that video, when we have more commentary, we'll bring that to you. Probably they're about 30 minutes out right now, which will be right around the time I hand off to Sawyer, which will be perfect. I think Sawyer's going to jump on the Stakeout a little early to talk about that, the IM-2, and they'll bring you that information. Now, we'll probably talk about it for the last 15 minutes of my time, but the Stakeout will then continue watching the tank farm at Starbase, and then also IM-2 hopefully doing their landing. If you didn't go back and watch the previous moon landing, do that. That was pretty awesome to watch. And then we've got IM-2 coming up here in just a minute. Let's get some more questions. See if I can find a good question. Okay, Ryan, this one's for you. At NASASpaceflight, this is from LSA. How do you think, will Starship Block 3 be bigger not only in length, but in diameter? Will they go to 16 meters? Let's see, how in early concepts of ITS. I don't know that it's going to get wider in diameter. It's definitely going to get taller, right, Ryan?
16 diameters would be nuts for a rocket.
16 meters?
Yeah, it's 16 meters.
Yeah.
Like, that's... What? I'm trying to remember how wide N1 was at the base. Which
I was just going to say, isn't that about what the N1 was?
No, it's bigger than N1. I think N1 was 12, if I remember correctly, right at the base. But like, the thing is all their entire manufacturing facility, their bays, the pad, everything is married to 9 meters. To do a change in diameter would be such, like, they would literally have to change everything that they have. Which means you're talking years of infrastructure changes in order to switch over to a larger diameter. What they'll do is they'll stretch the vehicle. So my guess is they're going to add about 10 meters to both the ship and the booster. So you'll get about an 80-meter tall booster with about, I'd say, like a 62-meter tall ship, maybe 70 at the most, which would be your, I don't think they're going to even get that tall. Is the only reason why you want to add more prop to the ship is try to get a little more delta V out of it. But if you can compensate for that with a higher thrust engine to get the same amount of payload orbit, then you don't need to make your vehicle as tall. My guess is they will. I can't see really a ship taller than 65 meters. I think booster will go to 80. I think that's probably block 3 or 4 or whatever you want to call it. Mm-hmm. So you're probably talking, 140 meter tall vehicle, give or take. I think will be the end of it all, instead of what they're at 123 right now. So I think that's where they're going to go to. And then Raptor 3 on there, if they can get 300 tons out of it, and even if they can get up to 330 tons out of Raptor 3, or something along those lines, I really don't know what the max out is on it. You're still talking thrust to weight of 1.5, even with a 200-ton payload on board. So I think that's your butter zone for this vehicle. Any more than that, it's either overkill or there's just no point in doing it. Eventually, they may go to a wider vehicle. But the problem is you have to design a new pad. Mm-hmm. And among everything else, trying to go wider. If they do that, it's not Starship anymore. If they go wider, it won't be Starship anymore. It'll be a new vehicle. It'll need new pads, and we're probably talking late 2030s, early 2040s for something like that, would be my guess, if they were to do something like that. And Raptor wouldn't even really work at that point. You'd need a new engine, or at least an upsized Raptor, like the size Raptor was going to be with the interplanetary transport system. which was 12 meters wide. So you open a can of worms trying to make a larger diameter vehicle. They'll just stretch it. It'll work fine. It might look weird, but it'll work fine.
Taller is easier than wider because you have to do all, like you said, all the retooling of everything. Transport stands, literally everything would change with a different diameter. Great question. Keep the questions coming in at NASASpaceflight, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Max, when we saw the lift yesterday, and I'm assuming they're using some type of camera system to align it, but Callie Rez brought up a great question, not necessarily regarding, wrong one. Matthew brought up a great question regarding magnetic alignment. Is that something that we could potentially see, and I'm adding to Matthew's question here because they wanted to know about in-space refilling, a magnetic system versus a docking port or something like that. Why don't they use that for stacking? They just line it up and let it kind of click its way into place the way magnets work.
Well, to overcome the ship's weight under a 1G environment like you have on Earth, you would need a really strong and really powerful magnet, which would weigh a crap ton, to be honest. And that is weight on the vehicle that they just cannot afford to have. On booster, I think it's around a 6 or 7 to 1 ratio in terms of kilograms on the vehicle per kilo of thrust that they can afford, but on ship it's about a 1-to-1 ratio. So that is just weight that they cannot afford to have. And also with the lift and alignment yesterday, they were experiencing some very high winds up at the altitude that the ship is at on top of the booster, which of course does not help when you have to be super precise with those booster alignment plates, which obviously they were not, unfortunately, as we saw from that little piece of hardware that came off and caused a bit of a headache for everybody involved. But they have since hopefully resolved and will hopefully not play a factor in liftoff today. But in orbit, that's a much different question because under a 0G environment, the ships aren't weightless. Of course, they have mass, but it's a lot easier to move an object around in 0G than it is under 1G here on Earth. So that is a much better point to make, and there is probably a case there for in-orbit operations, but on the ground, the magnets would just be way too big and way too heavy to make really any sense to have on the vehicle. Yeah,
and with plenty of on-orbit docking, they still do it very slowly, but we've gotten pretty good at that over the years.
Yeah, and also that's actually a really good point. Because they have to go so slow, magnets, when you get super close, they sort of snap together. And there isn't, unless they can come up with a way to dampen that impact, or I guess turn off the magnets if they can do that once they get super close to prevent a hard collision or a hard docking and risk damaging your hardware. That would be suboptimal, I guess one could say. So there might be a case to make there, but it just seems a bit overkill, maybe.
Well, we got a squeaky Max on that one. Let's not do that again. Ryan, what were you going to say?
It's my thinking voice.
I was going to say, it looks like we have pad clear. I don't see any more cars at the pad anymore. Looking at all these cameras here.
Excellent.
So that's another step. Yeah. So
did you hear that? Ryan flexing about all of his monitors. He's like looking at all the cameras.
I didn't say. I just said all the cameras. I was talking about all the cameras NSF has, not my monitor.
I have about 4 or 5 cameras on each monitor. It's great. You guys are just peasants for not having multiple monitors. It's fine.
That's right.
You have as many as Kevin has. Come on, let's be honest here.
Well, that's Kevin. Kevin needs all these. I'm not sure what you need 3 or 4 monitors for, Ryan.
Have SBL up at all times. Watch it at all times while I do other things.
That's fair.
All right, let me thank some more folks, and then we'll get back to a great question.
Our lovely streams.
I like this question, and I want Ryan. This is going to come to you. This is going to be a fun one. Sick Puppy Gaming upgraded to Capcom member. Thank you so much for upgrading. Joseph went out to the store. Launch director says Starship 8 go for launch. Thank you for being a launch director. Let's see what you picked up from the store. It'll pop up in the upper right hand corner, and we can see Flight 8 patch. Thank you, Connor. Let's light this candle. Let's go booster 15 and ship 34. I wholly agree. $5 tip from the one and only Ethereal Swordsman. What is a rocket? Throws glass of wine. Giant welding torch to put the fuel above the fire. En garde, for anyone unfamiliar with its Castlevania reference. Bailey Aaron, store message. Love your guys' content and work. Can't wait to see what the future holds for you guys. You know, be part of it. Be part of it. Stay right where you are. Thank you so much for picking up. Is that a metal print? Is that what that, or a calendar? I can't see. It's a little tiny thing on my screen here. But Bailey, we want you to be a part of it, just like everybody else in chat. We want you to be here with us. Tim, missed the other 7 patches, but got to start somewhere. Go out there and get them in sticker form, Tim. Really like your coverage. Been following since SN8. Well, you've been around a while. I started collecting the patches late too, to be honest. But you can still go out there and get the stickers, which I got all the stickers yesterday. It's still fun to collect them all. Lewis, hello. Been here since the Star Hopper days. By the way, Lewis, thank you for saying the actual name. Hoppy, Hopper, chat, let me know. I say Star Hopper. Love to show my support for your great channel. We appreciate you being here. You're one of the family, Lewis. Just like everybody else. We're just rocket nerds that love rocket nerds. Dylan, thank you so much becoming a PadRat member. Anonymous, thank you for doing what you do, NSF, and good luck with Flight 8. And then Lee, thanks for the fantastic coverage. Go Flight 8. Thank you for going out to the store, picking something up, t-shirt. Adrian just loaded a bunch of more colors and things like that. And then Kevin, go NSF, go Starship, with a store message, probably picking up the patch. Now, Ryan, question. At NSF, how far down the road do you think we'll get the big clamshell door? Specifically, they want to know which ship number. I don't know if we're going to get there, but do you see them doing the? We're gonna have to get rid of the Pez dispenser. That was designed specifically to put out Starlink V3s. But if they're launching commercial payloads, bigger payloads, they're gonna have to figure something out. They're either gonna do barn doors, or I call them barn doors, like shuttle doors, or the big clamshell. Personally, I want the big clamshell. What say you?
Well, let me think through this here. We can think out loud. So this year is going to be all about getting to orbit, starting Starlink missions, getting tanker ships up and running, as well as keep working on HLS, and coming up with a depot. Next year is probably going to be launching that depot, getting tanker ships operational. You're still running Starlinks. They're gonna kind of need to start getting towards commercial payloads at that point. So maybe by the end of next year, I say we see an operational cargo ship, or maybe middle of next year. I mean, they have a lot of other priorities to do before then. I mean, that's not saying they're working on it. I bet they're working on the door. That's just they need the area and the ship to actually test it out on. And right now, ships are kind of designated for some of this other stuff right now. Maybe middle of next year or late next year, I could see it, as they have a lot of other far more important types of vehicles to refine first. Because their biggest contract is Artemis right now, straight up. Like they that is where they need to go, and they'll use Starlink missions to test out the ship as well. But they need depots and tankers. They need those developed and flying sometime by next year, so they can at least get that prop load demo, maybe even by the end of this year. I mean, they can do the prop transfer demo with 2 Starlink chips. They just need to put the hardware on it. So maybe we'll see something like that. I would love a clamshell. Clamshell looks really cool, like the chopper design, because it just reminds you of James Bond. Yeah. What I think they'll do, they may go the shuttle route at the end of it all. It really depends on how, because that door is going to be very structural. So, I mean, we'll see.
Yep. I see a lot of people asking, when I'm going to get to their super chat. Guys, there's so many generous people out there. We read them as they come in. I promise you, we're not ignoring you. The panel gets filled up. We'll read it. We're asking questions. We're talking about what's on screen. And we are going to bring you some IM2 coverage. We are about maybe 20 minutes from them going for their attempt to land on the moon. When we have that feed, we'll bring it up. The guys in control room will bring it up. And then we'll talk about it. We're going to bring on some other folks to talk a little early today about that. So just be patient. It's coming. There's a lot of people out there asking about it. So I just wanted to say that. Samuel, thanks for your super chat. Here's a great one, Max. What first, humans on the moon or Optimus on, I assume it means Optimus, on Starship and potentially Mars?
Well, if you break down that question, just Optimus on Starship, I think the safe answer is we will have humans back on I almost said Mars, on the moon. Yeah, definitely on the moon. Hopefully within the next 3 years or so, given the obvious delays to Artemis, and who knows what the history of the SLS rocket is going to be at this point. But either way, I'm confident that we will have astronauts back on the moon before we really see either Optimus or any other real payload on Starship going to Mars.
On your screen right now, you can see we've switched over the left-hand side. That is not the moon. They're going to the moon, hopefully. That is the control center from Intuitive Machines. And if you watched the launch a couple of days ago, this should look familiar.
Just about to say
we're hearing them in the channel. There's the
15 seconds.
The vehicle.
Settling burn. That's our attitude control system.
Ignition commanded.
Ignition and main stage.
All right, let's go ahead and start our stopwatches here.
Cameras are running.
Come on, Athena.
Yep, there goes power descent burn, PDI.
Yeah, we were all on our edge of our seats when they launched on the Falcon 9 a couple days ago, listening in. So we're going to continue to listen in. This will be a huge milestone. This is their second attempt.
Again, this is about
good control.
About an 11-minute burn, but the engine does not cut off at the end of this burn. It just continues to throttle down until we land softly on the lunar surface.
And we're listening in to hear some good confirmations of data. If you hear good confirmation of data, that means that data is making its way to the viz, what you're watching right now on your screen. We do expect to lose some of those communications, especially during that pitch-over maneuver at the end of PDI. That's when the lander will be changing its attitude, and maybe those antennas aren't pointed directly back to Earth. It's something we expect, something we plan for. But one thing that's unique to the lunar South Pole is what's called...
For those of you that played Kerbal, this is straight up Kerbal.
It kind of looks like it, to be honest.
It does. I want to move that over to the big screen so I can see what's going on. They said this was an 11-minute burn, and that's going to continue to burn all the way down to touchdown. Very cool graphics and visual representation of what's going on with the Athena lander.
I tell you, I'm far more nervous for this thing than I am for Starship.
I mean, we still have, 6.5 hours till Starship, so we still got plenty of time.
Starship is Starship, whatever. It'll fly a lot. It's not every time you get to see a landing on the moon. Starship is whatever right now.
I mean, especially with what happened to Odysseus on IM-1, there's a lot more riding on this one. So we were hoping Athena can get a solid landing, just like Blue Ghost did.
Yep. Looks like they are coming up on 12 minutes. G minus 12 minutes. This was the part of Kerbal that always freaked me out, was the landing, because
the deorbit burn.
You get one shot, and right now they're just scrubbing off their speed, and you can imagine their orbital trajectory is changing, and you'll see the vehicle start pitching as the velocity slows down. I think that's in the upper right-hand corner, right?
Yeah, you got your speed at 4,949 pph. Is that?
Hang on, I got to get closer.
In meters?
God, I'm so
I'm just-
nervous.
It's I know on the edge of my seat. It's hard to see.
I'm
from
so
where I am.
nervous.
What a time to be alive, though, guys.
Mhm.
Seriously.
Just
I
even
mean-
today, between the launch of Ariane 6 and now we have another lander, hopefully having a good touchdown on the moon today, followed by the main event, Starship Flight 8, hopefully around 5:30 p.m. Central. Yeah, it's like, what a day. What a day.
And this lander is carrying some like super cool payloads. Little rovers that go out in teams, and I mean, just crazy cool stuff. Coming up on G minus
They
10
even
minutes.
have a
Go ahead.
hopper. I was about to say they even have a hopper.
Yeah, that's the one I'm kind of looking forward to. I mean, obviously, I want all of it to work right 100% of the time, but that thing's going to be able to like fly around and go from crater to crater and get into places that are hopefully full of water ice that don't get any sunlight whatsoever. This is a huge mission.
Whenever one of us goes to the moon, we should bring a pogo stick with us. Although the wipeouts would be pretty epic, though. Although, albeit maybe a little bit dangerous.
A little bit. Literally everything there is designed to kill you. I would say it's a little bit more than a little bit dangerous.
Chamber pressure is nominal, and temperatures. I'm listening in, so.
Yeah, so am I. Apologies for the seemingly dead air, but we're so nervous and we're just trying to listen in.
We're just watching with you as Intuitive Machines.
Completely autonomous. So, Josh, is there anything right now that flight controllers can still command on the spacecraft?
That's a good point. I mean, there is an autonomous process that is bringing Athena from descent orbit insertion, triggering powered descent initiation, and then through to the lunar surface. Flight controllers do have a few options to manually intervene. We talked about allowing a little bit of extra time with that additional 50 meters for
400
PDI.
seconds left in braking.
400 seconds left in braking. We're almost up on 6 minutes inside of this burn. But that extra 50 meters is allowing flight controllers to manually confirm and screen alternative measurements, as we did have a little bit of uncertainty and variability with recent landing measurements. By my count, we're just crossing about 6 minutes, Leah.
Very cool to hear the call outs and to see the control room there. Let's bring Sawyer Rosenstein in on this conversation. I know you're watching with us, Sawyer. This is another great milestone for human spaceflight. I mean, we're going to be able to go someday, right? I want to go. Do you?
Oh, absolutely, I do. I mean, this is fantastic because we've had the previous one that landed just a couple days ago towards the northeasternish part of the moon, and now you've got this one going towards the South Pole. Talking about exploring the entire body of the moon and learning as much as you can and finding the best spots for human exploration.
Yeah. Chat, what do you think? Would you go? Would you go to the moon if they were like, hey, we need you to go to the moon and just do some science? And I'd be like, yes, let's go.
I'd go 100%.
Yep, absolutely.
Yep. I mean, to be honest, this might sound a little morbid, but if Elon called me and said, Gene, it's a one-way trip to Mars, I would say yes, because it's a dream. We're living in a time where literally all of our space nerd dreams are coming true. It's amazing to see. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, the speed is scrubbing off from this burn. Not the most powerful rocket in the world, but engine in the world, but it does what it needs to scrub that speed off. You can see in the upper right-hand corner the distance dropping down as it comes in, and we'll start to see that vehicle start to pitch over. And again, this is a simulation. You can see at the bottom of the screen based on real-time telemetry as it comes in from Intuitive Machines. I'm getting so many Kerbal vibes.
That's part of what's unique about this one, too, is the fact that if you compare it to the landing that we just saw the other day, this one, that main engine that you see there burning, burns all the way down. It does not stop, even though there will be parts where it's like, all right, we've completed this portion of the burn. Then it just throttles down. That engine will not shut off until it is hopefully on the surface of the moon safely. This is very similar to what Apollo did. Although in terms of the actual landing guidance, it does have cameras and lasers on board that can look down at the surface and check to make sure that where they're going is flat so that they can land at the best possible location now that the covers are removed. They technically had that too during Apollo, although that was just called Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin.
And also, mind you, the engine also runs on methylox and liquid oxygen, whereas most landers utilize hypergolic fuels, which is also another unique feature about Athena and also Odysseus as well.
Sawyer, talk to us about some of the payloads that are on this thing. We know they've got a couple of rovers. We talked about the Hopper payload. Some of the science that they're going to be able to bring to us. Do you have more information on those payloads?
Do I have more information on those payloads? Of course I do. So yeah, as you talked about, you've got the rovers and things that will be going around. You've got the hop testing. There's one that is going to be actually mining in to the lunar surface to basically figure out the ice content of it and see how much water, if there's water there, because obviously having water on the surface of the moon is fantastic for future exploration. There's, of course, a laser reflector that will be able to measure the distance of the moon from the Earth, which is slowly growing, so they'll be able to measure that. There's also communications network testing. So the rover and the Hopper will all be using a special communication system from Nokia Bell that they're going to see if that works, and then they'll test it to spacecraft in orbit of the moon as well to find the best way to get communications to and from the lunar surface. So those are a couple of them. There's also lunar radiometers. There's a water snooper,
We
as it's
expect
called.
and plan for pitch over just about 2 kilometers away from the intended landing site. That gives Athena a little bit of time to pitch over and start looking forward using her navigation sensors to detect different hazards, as well as her altitude, to lower down to the lunar surface at approximately 1 meters per second if all goes towards plan. There's LOS as we approach our pitch over.
Oh god, it's getting real now.
All right, we're
Just look at
approaching
this.
11 minutes into the burn. Local time is
AOS on
11:26.
Quasonics. 11 minutes in.
11 minutes in, we heard another call out that we're up on Quasonics. That's our radio system. It's 11:26 local. I'm looking at a pitch over time at 11:27 in about 52 seconds. So we are coming up over to the pitch over where we expect to have some loss of comms. Earlier we talked about multipath. That is very unique to the lunar South Pole, where our radio signals are using multiple ways to get to the same destination, whether that's from bouncing off the harsh terrain or some different polarity issues down there on the South Pole. We expect to have a weaker than normal signal, but we still want to make sure we get that confirmation, Leah. As part of that confirmation, we're going to safe the vehicle, figure out the status there, and then start working on pictures after everything's safe. Maybe around 2 hours after landing, we can cherish that photo.
LOS on Quasonics.
There's that loss of signal on one of the radio systems. We approach 12 minutes into PDI.
Again,
I just
the
had to
engine
remind
will
myself to
continue
breathe.
Fire, albeit it will continue throttling down as we approach the lunar surface. And a reminder, the Viz is a simulation based on flight data, but if we do lose contact with the lander, which can be expected based on the conditions at the lunar South Pole, we will continue to see projected data on this visualization.
And we're approaching G as in ground to 2 minutes. We expect to drop this clock here in 2 minutes and take all of our commands from inside of Nova Control. The bottom right hand of your screen, that's Dr. Tim Crane, our co-founder and Chief Growth Officer, also sitting in as Mission Director for landing this IM-2 mission. Standing by for the latest information. Let's wait one.
Don't freak out at the numbers. Don't freak out at the numbers. Remember, they're gonna lose some signal.
Quasonics Quasonics AOS.
HRN, HGA, HGA2.
Thales AOS.
60 seconds left in braking.
60 seconds left in braking.
And approach. Landing site selected.
Engine at idle.
11 meters cross range, divert.
Quasonics LOS.
There's that loss of signal over pitch over. Stand by, see if we regain that signal. Remember, folks, the viz that you're watching at home is an estimation of data. It's doing its best. That's a lot of data coming from really far away. All commands and all confirmations come from our mission director at the bottom right hand of your screen.
Come on, IM2.
Come on, Athena.
Come on, Athena.
This is intense.
Mm-hmm.
Can we go 2 for 2 on lunar landings in the last 2 weeks?
Breathe, everybody. We're supposed to be talking.
And we are
We're just holding our breaths.
monitoring the viz just as you are at home, along with Nova Control.
We are approaching approximately the time that we estimated Athena would touch down on the surface. We did hear a call out for a Quasonics LOS. That is our radio system, something we expect to happen at pitch over. That's prior to a vertical descent and terminal descent. That latest data,
how are we doing on signal?
Is what you're seeing on the viz. Why don't we go?
We currently are getting our uplink through Hemi 2, and we have a healthy AGC value, so our uplink is coming in strong for Thales. And then for our downlink, we have a strong EBNO at 17 on Greenhilly, and we are currently not seeing our Quasonics. So we are in Quasonics LOS.
All right, that's a Quasonics.
See our signal strong on the spectrum for Thales. I'm not seeing our Quasonics on our spectrum as of yet. FM, what mode are we in?
Approach, 17. That's the last we've seen.
All right, so that's up on one radio, and they do have a loss of signal in the second.
Fido, I'm looking at the Sense6L. Do you see the Sense6L reading? Let me look.
That's the mission director detecting CF
I am seeing a Sense6L 1G.
So that was the mission director, Tim Crane, trying to figure out what is the vehicle sensing. It has 2 inertial measurement units on board. You can think of those as your inner ear. So when he's asking what is the sensed acceleration, that's what he's asking for, is what is that inertial measurement unit, that inner ear, detecting as far as acceleration.
Again, as we've mentioned, the viz here is just an interpretation of landing.
Yeah, let's go ahead and stay on Nova Control. Looks like the viz is hovering. We can't.
Prop, what are you seeing on the engine?
The engine is still in idle at min thrust. We are still seeing chamber pressure.
So we're getting good data.
God, this
we
is
heard
tense.
that we have one radio up, one radio loss of signal. We just heard that we
I'm
have.
seeing guidance solution for time to go as increasing. It's indicating to me that it is the onboard nav state is not decreasing in altitude. The good news, the HRN laser is now ready to fire.
So we heard that we have one good radio sending down data, one that has loss of signal. We have prop.
Standing by with a manual command for landed ops.
Yep.
No recommendation at this time.
Yep, we have prop telling us that we have good data. That was someone just commanding. We heard exec mode to go into this firing mode and someone standing by to get into our landed ops mode. I'll wait for Dr. Crane to confirm here. But if we're pulling down data, we'll see how this goes. Looks like Tim's about ready to jump on the loop and sort out what we saw on the Viz versus what the folks inside of Mission Control are seeing on their monitors. It's a good reminder, too, this public channel that we're listening to here in the studio, Leah, and what people are listening to at home, at the landing party at Lone Star Flight Museum.
All right, folks. I'm showing that we are sensing lunar acceleration. So we're on the surface. Let's evaluate.
All right, let's continue to evaluate. I hear we do have a picture from a portion of the descent. Is that right over there? All right, so that's a picture during braking, about 10 kilometers up from the lunar surface that we do have while we wait for a little more information.
We can confirm the engine is still running and therefore needs to be upright. If we were in a different configuration, the engine would have snuffed.
Okay, so we have confirmation. I believe that was from Con that says the engine's still running. This picture you're looking at, the 10 kilometers up during that braking burn, that powered descent initiation, that long burn that brought us 4,000 miles per hour braking burn. Incredible shot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying as well.
All right, there's another view there. Looks like from this panel we're looking at the garage, so that's Lunar Outpost Map Rover inside of that square right there, Leah. And this looks like it's probably about the same altitude, maybe about 10 meters above the surface. And one more here for everyone. It's about the same altitude there, maybe a little bit more exposure, but these
Camera's still running in HRN mode.
These photos came down for us just a few moments ago. Wanted to share those before we jump back into mission control as flight controllers are looking at this dynamic situation and learning.
Yeah, go ahead and put us in landed ops. It looks like we're down. We need to evaluate that situation, and I'd like to get a picture.
Oh, gosh.
As they say, picture didn't happen.
Hello,
so Dr. Crane's onto it right there. A couple things here, Leah.
FM3402 was acknowledged. AOS on Thales.
What we're hearing in our ears and what folks at home are listening to are not the only channels.
Check your systems.
That mission controllers are working on. It's an engine shutdown notice. We'll see what comes out of this. But they're all on different loops having separate conversations. So all the information that we have, that folks have at home, isn't necessarily the exact vibe inside the room. So we'll stand by and listen in to see what we have here. I did hear Dr. Crane call out that they are getting readings for lunar acceleration.
Moving to the post-landing core procedure.
All right, Spark, I'm going to start shutting some stuff off as soon as we can.
We just don't know how it's down.
Can you meet me on my loop, please?
Feed lines are inerting.
All right, so if we have enough data to be inerting feed lines, that means the engine's no longer running, and it's a state to bleed off that extra pressure. This is part that we talked about earlier, Leah. Looks like our CEO, Steve Altmus, just stepped into the room. That's in the bottom right hand of the box here, talking to the mission director, Dr. Tim Crane. He just called out telling Spark to turn some things off. That's because we need to remain in a power positive state, Leah. Getting that top deck solar array.
Well, as you heard we've been following along Athena on the way down. They're making a determination. They believe they're down on the moon. And Sawyer, I'll bring you in here. We're going to continue to bring you information as we know it. Remember, folks, this is a Starship Flight 8 Stakeout stream. So I'm going to hand it off to Sawyer and Max and Ryan to keep you up to date with everything coming along. I will see you guys back at live launch coverage this afternoon at 2:30 Central. Here in Starbase. Sawyer, take it away. Hopefully with good news that they're down on the moon.
Turn off the Mogies and the Iggies.
Thank you, Gene. We are going to, of course, continue to listen into this. So if I do get quiet, I will let them talk when they do have anything important to say there. But from what it sounds like is that the engine continued to fire, and then it is finally off. and that they are on the surface. We don't know how they're on the surface, the orientation in which they are on the surface, which is why, as you heard them aptly say over the net, quote, "Pics or it didn't happen," close quote.
So it sounded like when they were sensing lunar G-load and the engine was still running, it sounds like it was just trying to be Starship for a minute. Digging its own crater.
Oh. Oh. Max, that was good. But yeah,
it appears to be going better than Athena appears to be faring better than Odysseus did, at least
Yes,
currently.
For those who forget, Odysseus on the first one, there was a cover that was not removed from one of the cameras used to help with guidance, and as a result, it did land on the surface, albeit on its side. So it was not able to complete its full mission. It did operate for a couple of days, though, still get some science back until it ran out of battery power. We're 9.5 minutes post when this was supposed to have touched down. The G on the NASA IM2 clock up on the left, standing for ground plus. Meanwhile, our clock above that is the no earlier than. We are about 5 hours and 50 minutes away from the opening of the window for Starship Flight 8, Take 2 from Starbase, Texas. You see that live view still on the right side of your screen. And again, a reminder that NET no earlier than, that is when the window opens. That is 5:30 p.m. Central Time, and that is a 1 hour long window. So we will continue to take your Starship questions as well, tagging at NASASpaceflight. We'll try and answer as many of those as we can as we continue at this point to watch and wait for confirmation of a second lunar landing. And as mentioned, once if we hear any audio coming from them, I will be quiet and we will cut in. So I see people asking about that.
Status of Athena on the lunar surface. Landing site today is Mons Mouton. It is the furthest south target for any landing up into this point.
And pretty credible images.
So yes, as they pointed out, Mons Mouton, which is towards the southern part of the lunar surface. This would be the second lunar landing in a little over a week, which is kind of mind-boggling. We are now waiting for them to get back the first pictures to see what state the lander is in. So at that point, as they are just standing by for pictures. And we are, of course, watching and listening in to that as well. But yes, we had Firefly's Blue Ghost that landed last week. We have this one now. And then don't forget, there's a third one, Hakuto R Mission 2, which launched on the same flight as Blue Ghost. That is scheduled to land on the lunar surface in May. That one is a Japanese lander made by the company iSpace. Ryan, what are you thinking at this point? It's a little nerve-wracking, but
yeah, I'm like just patiently listening in to their broadcast right now, just trying to see if I can hear something. So of course we're waiting for pictures and for more confirmation, but it does sound like they're from what it sounds like they're there. We just don't know in what way, kind of thing.
They are touching lunar soil, it sounds like.
Yes. Waiting to see what it looks like. Hopefully we get something soon here, because this is nerve-wracking.
yeah, how it's touching the lunar surface is the big question.
Yep.
Correct.
Now I got to ask you, Max, because you and I are both at the launch for this. Does it hit a little different for you too, knowing that we saw this thing take off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida just over a week ago, and now it is on the surface of the moon?
I'm not quite sure how it's hitting at the moment. It's still wrapped up in nerves, and everything's still unclear as to how Athena is sitting on the surface, whether it be upright on its legs or, heaven forbid, it's tipped over or something going wrong. If it's completely successful, it's going to be nothing but fulfillment and nothing but joy for those people at Intuitive Machines and those who were on board with them. If it doesn't, if for whatever reason it went awry or landing was for some reason went suboptimal and something happened, it's gonna feel there's like this strain in your chest, like ugh, it didn't work again. Like, oh, like the spacecraft that we saw launch didn't exactly do what everyone was hoping it would. It didn't complete its mission as intended. So it's the nerves are it's weird. I guess just TLDR, it's weird. I'm still in a weird phase until we know more information. It feels weird.
It is very much in limbo, yes, but
Very much
one of
so,
those-
yes, in limbo.
One of those that where after you see it, you're kind of thinking, "Oh my gosh, I saw that launch." You have that extra connection to it, and you just wanted it to work that much more. Come on, baby, come on, Athena, you can do it. And
Especially
meanwhile,
after what happened to Odysseus, like you really want Athena to be doing well.
yes. And speaking of doing well, the count is continuing to go well right now for Starship Flight 8. We are getting word now that the chopstick stabilizer pins have been disconnected. Ryan, what's the significance of that?
That means we should start seeing the chopsticks open up soon and move into launch position.
All on
So
track
we're
now.
proceeding with pace.
Yeah, those chopsticks, which were causing us quite a bit of concern yesterday, but and it's worth noting that the issue that they had yesterday, that's more going up and down as opposed to open and closed, correct?
Yeah, they were having some issues with the carriage binding on the tower itself. It looked like one of the skates might be binding, or at least part of the carriage attached to the skate. It's an old system, you know. It's showing its age. It's been battered by a few launches.
Showing its age, it hasn't even been 5 years.
Yeah, when you get a prototype of a system and then you beat the heck out of it with a couple of orbital launches and whatnot, it'll definitely start to show its age. And it doesn't help that those arms are far longer than they need to be. So the new system should work a little bit better with less weight, having to deal with less weight on them.
Very true, and we've already seen the improvements as they're starting to do it over on Pad B and the second OLIT, or OLIT 3 technically. Meanwhile, you saw there the helicopter that we will continue to see going right next to our camera, going to refuel there. That is part of the range, so that is a private helicopter that SpaceX works with there to make sure that the area is safe for launch so that there are no wayward boats, wayward planes, people in areas they're not supposed to be. So that is why we will continue to see that chopper come in for refueling. And a reminder, if any of you are out there, South Padre Island, Starbase, Boca Chica, any of the surrounding areas, please, if there are restrictions, make sure you follow them. If you're planning on going out on a boat to watch this, please read all NOTMARs, all notice to mariners, and stay out of any keep out zones. If you plan on watching from the air, please read all of the NOTAMs, all notice to airmen, formerly air missions. We want this to launch, and we don't want something as silly as a wayward boat or a wayward plane to cause a delay. Not that I'm speaking from experience from past launches at the Cape or anything that's been aggravating or anything, or cruise ships for that matter.
Don't mention it. Oh goodness. Flashback to CSG2. Good lord.
That was for those who don't know, that was a launch that was delayed because of a boat in the range, and that boat turned out to be a large cruise ship.
I think it was to be more specific. I think it was actually Harmony of the Seas. So curse you.
Yeah, not like we remember all the details because it was that traumatizing. Oh boy. G plus 18 minutes from when they should have been on the on the lunar surface with confirmation. Ryan, I know you've been listening in. Any updates?
As far as I know, there isn't anything huge new yet. We're still waiting here. Yeah.
Yeah, this is seemingly quite a while, but again, worth pointing out, they said that it is on the lunar surface. They're just not sure what orientation it's in, how many pieces it's in, I should say, as well. It sounded like everything was going pretty well. Like it would be soft on the touchdown. We will wait for confirmation of any details on that, including pictures, which we saw a couple of them on the way down. I mean, Max, those are pretty spectacular looking.
Yeah, it's always weird, of course, seeing pictures from the lander above the surface. But of course, what we want to see is solid imagery of the lander upright and operating nominally on the surface. So, still waiting for those. And as obviously they said before, as you've said, Pixar didn't happen. And of course, you can't go to the moon without taking a few selfies.
That is true. I mean, if you think about it, selfies are not a new thing in spaceflight. There are plenty of shuttle selfies from back in the day too, especially during EVAs or the spacewalks.
I think Buzz Aldrin was, the first to grab an actual selfie in space.
Yes, during Gemini 11, I think it was, or Gemini 12.
Yes.
While doing a spacewalk. So, yeah, space selfies have been a thing for decades. And honestly, I think sometimes their camera quality was better, but they're also using like Hasselblads, which are super high quality. Again, slightly rambling here because we're still waiting for confirmation on a good lunar landing. On the left side of your screen there, that is the look in to Intuitive Machines and their mission control room. And of course, on the right are live views still from Starbase as we are here for the Starship Flight 8 event. Yes, you did not click on the wrong stream. The title is correct. We are continuing to stake out everything at Starbase.
There's just so much happening today that we have to cover everything. But there are certainly worse problems to have.
Yeah, and don't forget, we also had what appeared to be a good Ariane 6 launch just about an hour ago as well. I mean, from what we could see for the 5 seconds before it went in the clouds, but all data and telemetry seemed like everything up to Miko looked pretty good. And Seco.
Come on, Intuitive Machine, say something. Silence is killing us.
That is true. I mean, again, the good news is at least it's not like they completely lost data from it, like it went completely dead. They still had data. It was just a bit confusing data, it sounded like, that when the engine should have been down, it was still running.
It sounds like they have solar charging.
So they're power positive?
That's what it sounds like, and I think with that, I think it also means I think it's taking commands. I think that's what I thought I heard. So yeah, they are communicating with the vehicle.
That's a positive. We'll take it.
That's a step in the right direction for sure.
Oh boy. So we will keep an ear out for that. The second we get any confirmation on anything related to it, we will bring that information to you. In the meantime, we will continue to turn our eyes back to the skies and ground of South Texas here for Starship Flight 8. Now, we kind of got a little lost in that handover there. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I will be your host for the remainder of today's Stakeout stream. And I am joined right now, currently, for those who are unaware, by Max Evans. How's it going, Max?
Good. Still morning, everyone, here at least in the central United States. Yeah, it has been an eventful day so far for those who have been with us since the beginning. But we are getting ready to receive word from Intuitive Machines, hopefully soon, on the status of Athena before the main event in just about 5.5 hours from now in Starship's 8th flight test. Hopefully, if all goes well.
And also joined by Ryan Weber.
Yeah, it looks like Intuitive Machines ended their stream, so we're gonna have to wait for them to say something on social media or whatnot. So, while we all wait, Starship. Also, hi everyone.
Starship.
What's that?
I don't know. This big steel tube. I don't know.
No, I'm
It's a
kidding.
big
But yeah.
steel tube.
Yep.
And then we have Carson and Jay behind the scenes. So we will continue now to switch things back to Starship and the main reason that we are all here for this particular flight. So for those who might just kind of be tuning in or tuned in for the lunar portion and are now sticking around for the Starship portion, Ryan, where are we at currently in the countdown for today?
Well, it looks like if I just gotta go back here. Okay, it doesn't look like the sticks have fully disconnected yet. Just the just stabilizers. So we're waiting on the sticks to disconnect. We've got pad clear. We've got beach and road closed. We're at T minus, oh, not T minus. We're net minus 5 hours 34 minutes because of course it's a 1 hour window. So they could go at 5:30 or they have until at least 6:30 tonight to go. In that 1 hour window. Next steps are going to be for the sticks to fully open and go into launch position. The landing reels will go up. We saw on the last attempt on Monday, they did some tests. Did some basically closing tests with the sticks. They may do that again just to kind of see. They may even go up and down with it a little bit more just to kind of make sure everything's good to go, especially after all the issues they ran into yesterday while stacking. And yeah, we're just kind of waiting for that. In about an hour and a half to 2 hours, we'll start seeing that tank farm start to spool up. But kind of where we're at right now. We're just kind of sitting and waiting for the next big steps to happen.
And that's what we're here to watch, is for all those big steps to come up here. And this is the second launch attempt, again, for those just joining. First one, they did call off a couple of days ago. Max, can you kind of give an update on what the issue was and what we've seen in the last 2 days to get to this next attempt?
So essentially, they were seeing a whole bunch of alerts come up on both booster and ship in the last few minutes of the count. They had to recycle once, and then unfortunately, due to the issues at hand, they went into detanking ops, and they had to abort the launch attempt for the rest of the day. I don't believe they have released a full explanation as to why. We can only surmise what we have heard over comms. It seemed like it was mostly a ship issue, even though the booster still had a few little quirks itself. But it appeared to be ship was the main culprit, and that is backed up by the fact that they had to destack, and they spent an entire day inspecting ship on the ground before trying to bring it back up once, and then having to destack it again to inspect for a misaligned stack that damaged a booster alignment plate. So that was the root issue for Monday, and hopefully they have resolved the issues at hand, and at least SpaceX believes so, because they seem to be pushing ahead with the count.
Yeah, that it seems like everything is working and ready for today's attempt. And we're also keeping an eye out here towards the tank farm area. Ryan, when would we expect to start seeing tank farm activity?
I'm muted. What we kind of expect, usually around T minus 4 hours is where they would start to spool things up. So you'll see the pope vent start, and then it'll stop. Is usually what happens. Now, just because it turns off doesn't mean they're not actually chilling down the tank farm. What they do for launches is they run the Pope vent just kind of start to spool things up, then they shut it off, and then they slowly flow cryogenic fluids through the supply lines. They build up pressure into the tanks using the vaporizers. So the vaporizers will kind of turn on, start making gas to backfill the tanks as they slowly start filling and chilling down the lines. And then it's usually around 2.5 hours before they really intend to launch. 2.5 hours. You'll really start to see the lines start to get frosty. You'll eventually start to see the subcoolers start going. And of course, it progresses on there to the pad and the tower. But yeah, we're a little bit away from seeing that stuff. I mean, you'll see some vapors going. That's just the vaporizers constantly making sure the tanks are pressurized. And some of the vents you see are just kind of venting off gases. They're basically, it's just a balance of trying to maintain pressure so you don't get too high or too low with pressure inside the storage tanks. So.
And that, of course, we will keep an eye for that to get to that frosty point, hopefully sooner than later. And a reminder, we are taking your questions with the tags at NASASpaceflight, and that includes this one, which Juna is asking, because we were talking about the hot staging ring and the potential issue that we saw there with the part falling off. Juna's wondering, why do they jettison the hot stage ring and not keep it on the booster? Max, you want to take that one?
So essentially, the hot staging ring at that point, it has served its purpose at stage separation, and because it is detachable, to make life easier on the booster for how little prop it has left, they have it. They essentially eject it off of the booster to save that much weight left on top of the booster to help it perform better on the landing bird, and also make it easier on the structure as a whole coming back into the atmosphere as quickly as it does. So, I mean, basically after stage step, it's not needed, and because it is not fully integrated into the booster at this point with the Block 1 design, they don't need it, and they just recycle it. Well, not recycle, I should say, but they toss it into the Gulf, basically.
Yeah, it'll eventually become another artificial reef like many of the spaceflight parts have passed.
Except for the one that was on Booster 12. They went and got that one.
And then scrapped it up. The other reason, and we never really got confirmation of this, but there are some kind of indications that it happened, is that on Flight 3, while Booster 10 was re-entering, it seems like the hot stage ring might have ripped off the top of the booster when it was heading back through the atmosphere. So it's kind of a combination. And if you were to integrate it, if you were to make it an integrated, system, unless I'm loud venting here, you wouldn't really have that issue because, I mean, it's only being held on by 3 clamps. The same system that holds the ship to the hot stage ring holds the hot stage ring to the booster. So, basically, they just don't want to run the chance that it'll rip off again, I think. At least that's what I think. So they just kind of get rid of it because whatever, they don't need it anymore.
And again, you hear that loud venting coming from that tank farm area. You could see some of the venting going on there, some of the little smokestack area as they get ready to spool up the tank farm soon.
Soon, TM.
Yes. Not Elon time, not SpaceX time, but soon. I also need to catch up here. Gene wasn't kidding. The support queue, all the people have been super generous, so I want to take a moment to thank some people. Cage, thank you for getting items for the store. Apologies that it's dangerous for your wallet. Timothy, so excited for the launch. Thanks for all you do. I'll be there for 9. Hopefully we will see you there for 9. That's my goal, is to be there for it, for sure. Andrew, I don't think Starship will be weaponized at any point. This is a peaceful program for the joint exploration of space and eventually lunar and Martian exploration. Ari, thank you for the £2 profanity jar. It's only right. We try and keep this family friendly here, so we will do our best on our part to not say anything inappropriate, and our mods over in the chat will do the same as well, because we want everyone of all ages to be able to enjoy this. Here's a good one from Benjulife, who's asking, Ryan, how are the booster and ships supplied with power, and how does the separation system work?
Well, they're supplied with power. Well, on the ground, they're supplied with power through the QD. In flight, they basically, what was it? In flight, it's just batteries. Is all it is right now. Eventually, ship will likely get solar panels. Would be my that would be my guess. I mean, otherwise, you'd have to use fuel cells, and that's a whole other thing to have to go through. But and then in terms of the separation system, well, Starship fires its engines while still connected, hence the vented interstage. All that exhaust goes out those. As soon as the engines ignite, the vehicles separate. And yeah, there's no pusher system like there is on Falcon 9, or there's no expendable rocket motors that push the stages apart or pushes SRBs apart. There's nothing like that. It's just Starship ignites while still attached to the booster, and then it separates. So it's pretty simplistic.
I mean, it could try and replicate the greatest vehicle, in my opinion, of all time, and go for the fuel cells like Shuttle did. I mean, Gene was talking earlier about a payload bay that's more of a shuttle opening type system. Have payload bays, have fuel cells. It has the heat shield tiles already. It comes back. Shuttle, baby. What Shuttle should have been. Starship.
As Chris B likes to say, Starship is everything Shuttle wanted to be.
Exactly. Me too. I think this is Shuttle 2.0 modern day. Shuttle 2 Electric Boogaloo. Rocket Scientist 1 with the $10 super chat saying, how do you sign up for emails again? Can you put it in pin chat window area for a while? Yeah, in case you didn't know, we now have an NSF newsletter where weekly you will get updates on everything that is going on in spaceflight. You'll get some awesome photos from the team as well. And maybe there might sometimes be a discount code in there for the shop. So there's a lot of launches. There's always a lot of things that NSF is doing. If you want to know all of it, head over to nsf.live/newsletter. And there you'll be able to sign up. So yeah, nsf.live/newsletter. Thank you for allowing me to do a shameless plug. And hopefully you enjoyed the content, get some cool pics. I know, Max, sometimes you even get some behind-the-scenes photos in there and stuff, so pretty cool.
There was a lot to cover yesterday, so indeed.
Richard saying, just saw the team at Starbase, said I had to leave after the 4th reschedule, but watching now. Thank you for doing that. James saying, cha-ching with the bling. Getting the patches for Flight 7 and Flight 8 in the bag. Then, wait, if you want it in the bag, then you need to get the new NSF tote bag. Too shameless, huh? Brian getting the patch, thank you very much. Nathan also getting another patch, thank you. Craig, thank you for all the dedication and hard work you folks put into bringing all of this to us. Much love from Glasgow, Scotland. I mean, if only we knew someone with a very thick accent that would be operating streams maybe as well. Jay. Shane, make Rocket go now. I wish, but hopefully we get Rocket Go in no earlier than 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 19 seconds. Rockhounds, this is kind of a thought question for the future here. Would Starship built on Mars be larger in diameter? These ships would be orbital only, no landing needed. Ryan?
Yeah, there's no reason to do it. Make them larger on Mars. Well, I would just want to say this: when you trying to build a Starship on Mars, let's just kind of go through what that would take. First, you need the material to build the ship. Okay, that's one thing. And are you transporting the engines from here to Earth? Are you building them there? Good. Have fun with that. And then you have to build a bay there. The amount of I can't even imagine the amount of Starship flights just to get the material they're required to build it. You're trying. It's just that's whatever at that. And then ships would be orbital only. I don't know what you mean by that, and no landing needed, because when you take off from Mars, you're gonna have to come, to and from Earth, to and from the Moon, to and from other planets. You're gonna have to land and stuff, unless you're talking about a starship that hooks to a capsule and the capsule lands, but I don't know how you get back up to the ship. I wouldn't. No, you just have Starship same size, lands 9-meter wide Starship, lands down, hooks in, takes back off again. Just need fuel for it. That's what you should do there.
Do we want to go wider than 9 meters at this point? I mean, it's already doing pretty darn good.
I mean, I would like ITS back. Come on, ITS still looks amazing to me. Get it back.
Wow, there's going way back.
Although those that carbon fiber tank didn't do very well. But they learned and they realized that stainless steel is a better way to go. And honestly, we would not have had the same program if they stuck with carbon fiber. There would not have been any iterative development. I'm just gonna say that straight up. The iterative development we've seen with this program to be able to change something, fly it and test it, then change it again, you would not have been able to do that with carbon fiber. Period. That requires very specific tooling to do anything with, and it's not impossible, but it's incredibly hard to do any kind of iterative changes with carbon fiber. So,
I still miss BFR, the Big Falcon rocket.
The Big Falcon rocket.
Yes.
Yes, that one.
That was the publicly released name for BFR.
Are the chopsticks opening, lads? Chaps? Whatever.
Yes, it looks like they are.
Yep, they're starting to open. They are disengaging from the ship. So the pins are basically, they would have lowered, the pins will come out of the sockets, and then they'll fully open up and go up in the launch position and raise the landing rails. Oh.
Wait, Ryan, they're what? They're dis what?
The what?
They're dis what?
What did I say?
Disengaging?
Yeah.
No, say it.
Disengaging.
You said it way differently the first time, and I'm like, you are not from Minnesota at all.
I only live in Minnesota. I didn't grow up in Minnesota.
Minnesota?
Yeah, Minnesota, eh?
Live in a place long enough, you start
What
to
you
pick
talking
up the
about,
accent.
Max? What you talking about?
What was that?
What was that? I only
Canada.
live here. I didn't grow up here.
Okay, but how long have you lived there?
2014.
Okay, that's still plenty of time to pick up an accent.
I lived in Tallahassee, Florida for 5 years, and I started to pick up some southernisms. So
it happens.
Yeah.
You can.
I had never said the word fixins unironically until I was in Tallahassee.
I mean, I do it. Yeah, sure, you betcha.
Anyway, so the chopsticks will open here. Why did they open them so early? Do we know? Ryan?
Get them open, get the health checks out of the way, make sure everything works on them. Just make sure they work. It wouldn't be great if they didn't work. And you might as well do it now. Why do it? You can do it now rather than later, and ahead of time.
What? It's not like they've had to go out there while a ship was still attached to it with an angle grinder to be able to help move the chopstick arms or anything. Like I don't know. Yesterday,
Absolutely not. No.
Is that a concern though? Actually, as they work on raising and lowering them after this, are they going to be keeping an eye out for that? Would appear to be the sticks getting stuck yesterday.
Well, I mean, they'll look at it and keep an eye out for it, because it wouldn't be the greatest thing if a booster landed on there and the sticks were stuck at the top of the tower.
Yikes.
That would be suboptimal. to say the least. Because you need to safe that vehicle, and it's the best way to safe it is to hook it in the OLM. I mean, they could dump everything. They could let it boil off and vent all the methane and dump it, although that wouldn't really be I don't think the EPA would be too happy about that one. But if they utterly had to do it, they could do it that way and then go out there and try to get loose the sticks. But I think they would like them to at least work so they can lower it down. I honestly think, because I think we saw a video of, it was one of the, I think it was the from this picture here, it was the bottom left. I guess from if you're looking out for the tower, it's the bottom right, basically carriage arm that's hooked into the tower that wraps around one of the side columns. They see it was like jittering as it was going up. There, the sticks are fully opening now. I honestly think a good change, and I think it was BJ from that suggested this. I was talking with some people in some other discords about it. Is take a truss structure and connect the top and bottom pieces of the carriage, so that they both move in unison. So if you get that jittering, well, the jittering's kind of like eliminated a little bit because it's kind of put stiff, but you also want to have some flexibility in the system because the whole thing needs to be flexible, because of course all of a sudden you're going to put a 200, 300 ton vehicle on it in a moment's notice. But I think that'd be a good modification to the carriage going forward. I wonder if they'll do it.
Now, Max, what is the role? Because obviously the big thing is being able to catch the booster again for this one, and with the concerns of chopsticks raising and lowering, what role do the chopsticks play in the catch? In other words, when do they fully open here? When do they need to fully close? What's their role at launch? Basically, from launch until catch.
So basically at launch, they are fully open, and their role is to basically get the heck out of the way of the rocket and stay as clear from the Raptor's exhaust as possible to minimize damage. Because obviously you need those chopsticks to come back in to catch a booster and eventually a ship as well, mind you. So they, on the way down, the sticks already close pretty rapidly, but keep in mind as well, these are the older style and older, I guess, quote, generation of chopsticks, in that they're a lot longer and their mechanisms are a lot older now. What is going to be used on Pad B and also at 39A at KSC is a much more robust and faster system with shorter chopsticks, so they can move in a lot faster, and they will need to, especially for a ship catch, because they will have to dodge the aft flaps or avoid the aft flaps on ship and close a lot faster to obviously be in place of those catch pins, which are installed on ship 34, albeit not structurally, but they will be hopefully on ship 35 and beyond. So basically they will open and close much quicker than they already do for ships, but they are okay for catching boosters as they are now. But we will see a lot more improvements to Pad Bs and also 39As, hopefully in the not too distant future.
And that brings me to a good question that James Hales has here. Obviously, they're learning a lot from this pad. Ryan, they want to know, when Pad B is operational, will SpaceX upgrade Pad A with the new orbital launch mount, flame trench, etc.?
So, there's recently I was actually thinking about this a lot, and especially because because of the possible catch tower at 39A. They could fully upgrade Pad A and have 2 operational pads at Boca, or they scrap that pad entirely, make a safing system, and use Pad A's tower as a catch tower only. As much as I hate to admit it, eventually they might do that, because you're never landing, with the current setup, the current tower setup that they have, you are not landing a booster and a ship on the same tower. Or at least you're not landing a ship with a booster already on the pad. That's not happening. Not with the current configuration they've got. They would need a taller tower, different set. It would need to be changed a lot in order to really do that. So they may end up making Pad A a a catch tower, or they end up making a second pad. They turn it into a pad like Pad B, and then kind of switch between the two. And when they take off from one, they land on the other, kind of thing.
Yeah, it sounds like that's going to be their plan going forward, especially with everything going on for Cape Canaveral Starship. We got the update just the other stream talking about what we can expect to see Starship-wise at Kennedy Space Center and Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, and it sounds like multiple towers there, right, Max?
Yeah, that is the best case scenario, and we were hoping to see that become a reality sooner rather than later. And SpaceX actually announced formally on the live stream for the last launch attempt that they're aiming to launch at least once from the KSC by the end of 2025. Even for us, that still seems a little bit ambitious. Not entirely impossible, especially if they do end up finishing the orbital launch mount in time. They could theoretically transport a booster and a ship there on their own to avoid the hassle of production over at KSC. But they said that they want to fly at least once in 2025 from KSC, so I bet they're going to do anything they can to ensure that happens. But if not 2025, I bet you Q1 2026 is when we might see the first ever Starship flight from the Space Coast of Florida. So they have at least one tower planned for 39A, up to I think I think it's more than two over at Slick 37, which is where Delta 4 and Delta 4 Heavy used to fly from, because they have a lot of real estate over there, and potentially LC 49 in the future. The review of that for the environmental impact is still obviously. There has not been a lot of progress on that in recent months, or even, I guess, like the last year and a half or so. But hopefully that does end up becoming a reality. But Starship activity at the Cape is going to pick up, and I believe it will arrive there a lot quicker than any of us imagine, and it will be almost an exponential acceleration because of the progress made here in Starbase, and they know what they need to do with their facilities and the hardware involved.
Yeah, which, by the way, people don't realize how big Launch Complex 37 over at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is. It is massive. Besides the launch towers, there's processing facilities on it. It has a lake in it with an alligator that lives in it. It's big.
It's big.
Anyway, we saw some of that venting going around near the tank farm. Everything with that looking normal. The sticks opening up. Things proceeding towards the opening of a launch window that is 5:30 p.m. Central Time, and it is 1 hour long. So just over 5 hours away from that window opening. I do need to go back to thanking a couple people here, and then we'll take more of your questions. We've got Matthew saying, NSF team, you're all awesome. Thank you for all your hard work. Well, thank you for getting an item from the shop. Dylan saying, first patch, let's go. May the stars watch over us all. Very nice. Samuel Scott Wildman, ETA on first Mr. Beast video in space and on the moon. Wouldn't put it past him. Keith, now that Jack has a drone, he needs a kayak to film the landing from the reflector pool. Oh, wearing a kilt, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
He might not survive that.
Robot, been watching for 3 years. Thanks for the streams. Appreciate it. Love seeing all the regulars popping in. Bill, since my favorite things are SpaceX and chocolate, can we have a chocolate starship in the store? I don't know how well shipping would work on that.
Talking dark chocolate or milk chocolate? What are we talking here?
Milk chocolate only.
Okay.
Here, no. What you do is milk chocolate for the steel parts, and then dark chocolate for the tiles.
Ooh, actually, that's a good idea.
That's not bad.
Sawyer with the ideas.
Dark chocolate on the grid fins too. Yeah.
Or even better. I know it's not real chocolate, but white chocolate for the steel, and milk chocolate or dark chocolate for the heat shield, and the grid fins.
Oh man, could you imagine though if you also made the tower chocolate covered pretzels for the chopsticks?
Oh,
dang it! now we're going. Now we're cooking.
I think we're putting way too much thought in this already.
Yeah, just a little, but
maybe just a little bit.
But come on,
we just got chat really, really hungry.
Is it practical? No. Is it epic? Yes.
That's true. Rarely is everything epic practical. That made sense,
I mean, one of the rare exceptions, Starship. Once that becomes even more practical, it'll become even more epic. But yes, we are absolutely over-engineering chocolate. And then Glenn with the store message saying, will Starship have a cargo bay like the space shuttle, and would it be bigger? That's kind of what we were just talking about earlier. It's an idea. It's either going to be payload bay style or chomper style, as opposed to right now, which is just the Pez dispenser, which is called a Pez dispenser because if you've ever had the Pez candy, you open up the head of whatever the character is, and there's just a small little slot that pushes out the piece of candy. That's essentially what it looks like on Starship. It's just a tiny little door that opens up, and instead of candy, you get dummy link satellites. Not as tasty. Unless, again, with the model with the chocolate and it has the payload dispenser and you get the Pez. Well, now that we're officially hungry, we are hungry, of course, for more information about Starship. And this is fantastic news. We see here, this is from Shayna Diaz. And for those who don't know, Shayna is the Senior Director of Starship Engineering at Starbase. So one of the higher-ups in the program down in Texas saying, Happy Launch Day, Part 2. After a little extra love, hopefully ship feels better about going to space today. Visibility should be better than Monday, which is a bonus. Still in wind watch territory, but we'll keep an eye on that while we get ready to fly. So that is promising. And yes, Max, it seems like the visibility is a lot better today as well.
It certainly is, and there's also certainly a lot less cloud cover here as well. On top of that, so there is a bit of haze on the horizon, especially looking towards South Padre Island and the Margaritaville Hotel, which is where a chunk of the crew is going to be for the launch live stream later. Hi guys, but it is a bit hazy still, but the sun is still high, and it is of course not where it's going to be for launch, as we are still 5 hours away from that, but. Conditions overall are much better, at least visually. The winds, of course, as we've said over and over and over again, remain the primary concern, at least for weather. But hopefully, those stay below tolerance. We'll see.
That is always the hope, and I'm sure we will have Adam Suker, who is our meteorologist extraordinaire, to come on and give us some information. And then during the actual launch live stream, hopefully we will have the person who says they doesn't know the weather but ends up doing the weather maps, Mr. Map himself, Ryan Caton. Also, for the people asking, will you continue streaming until launch? Absolutely. This is just the Stakeout stream. Once the Stakeout stream ends, we will transition over to our main launch broadcast, and that will go live 3 hours before launch. You don't even have to leave this chat, though. We will auto-redirect you once this one's over to the launch stream. So you could just hang here with us the whole time, chat, answer questions, and we will take you all the way from now until, hopefully, a splashdown of the booster. Of the ship, excuse me. No, catch of the booster, splashdown of the ship. Let me get that right. Here's a question from Chandler, because with my slip of words there, that brings up, do you think the procedure for catching the ship will look a lot like the booster with the option for an offshore divert? Ryan, I'll throw that one to you.
Procedure. So the catching the ship's going to be a little bit different. So the booster lifts off away from the pad, obviously towards the east, and it comes right back and lands. Ship is going to be coming from behind the tower, basically. So The procedure is going to be a little bit different. However, if I think how they're going to do it is going to work, it'll come from behind the tower and then whip around and kind of, again, the whole thing back up into the tower. So like it'll kind of like target towards the Gulf, and then what they'll do is during the flip and burn, it'll just kind of flip back around and back up and land into the tower, something like that. So that's my guess. So they'll like kind of target the Gulf, or they may even target the dunes. It really depends on how big of the arc it's going to be. We'll have to wait and see what that kind of looks like, total like flight plan wise. Boosters offshore divert. The only time they can really do that divert is really, really early on after a boost back burn, when they can glide themselves offshore and whatnot, or at least during boost back where they could cut the boost back a little bit short and hit offshore. And it looks like the landing rails are up now. And the problem is with booster, though, if you get too far into that glide and you're nearing the landing burn and maybe the landing burn doesn't work, there is no offshore divert. It is called the dunes divert. It'll slam straight into the dunes and go boom.
In other words, right where this camera is.
Yes, right, literally right where this camera is the divert point for booster, if it's in and around its landing burn time. So that's fun.
So Danger Dune.
Danger Dune.
It's called Danger Dune for a reason.
Yep.
Which also worth noting out, as you mentioned, those stakes going up there, and we are now under 5 hours to go until the opening of this launch window. Now, the landing rails that we just saw raise up, can you kind of talk about how that works in terms of the catch, Max?
So essentially, those landing rails serve as a sort of shock absorber for the pins on the booster. So the entire chopsticks and the tower system aren't bearing the full weight of a partially full booster right away. In that, so they impact these rails and it cushions the impact, and then they retract, thus supporting the full weight of the booster on the sticks and the tower itself. The whole tower, as we've seen from previous just movement tests on the chopsticks, will bend and shake. And if that's your first time seeing that, it can be a little bit alarming, but that is normal, and the tower is designed to do that. So that's essentially what those rails are for. So the chopsticks basically just don't shatter or snap right when the booster catches it, especially if it comes in a little bit too quickly or too fast, essentially.
Yeah, I remember the early days when we were discussing, how they might end up catching this thing. There was concern of, would the chopsticks be able to hold up the weight, maybe catch by those grit fins that you see towards the bottom there? They've really gotten this down to a science now to keep those chopsticks operating as best as possible.
And even then, about 3 or 4 flights ago, this idea seemed absolutely crazy because the timing has to be absolutely perfect. And also, the chopsticks have pads on the inside as well. So when they impact the booster, the surface that's actually touching the booster has the ability to bounce and not damage the actual surface of the tanks. So because if there was a puncture there, that would be a very bad, obviously that would make for a very bad day potentially. So but now, obviously, as we've seen, they've caught it twice. They probably could have caught it a third time on Flight 6, but they opted to play it safe. But from this point moving forward, they are pretty much expecting to catch the booster after every single flight.
That is what we love to see. As always, they do have that offshore divert option into the Gulf nearby, which we did see on Flight 6, but let's hope for the catch continuation. Also, Samuel Scott Wildman with the perfect description: chopsticks open, yeet pending.
It's true. It's a factual statement.
Well, while we have this view here of the tiles, got a couple questions related to that. Herman saying, why are the heat shield only on one side of the Starship? Are they landing it a la space shuttle style? Ryan, do you want to kind of go over the re-entry and landing / catch performance for the ship?
So they don't need it on both sides. They only need it on the windward side, otherwise known as the side that actually re-enters. They do have there's some parts where it wraps around a little bit, but that's just due to how the plasma wraps around the vehicle itself. In fact, they've actually deleted some of it. They deleted a lot of it on Ship 31. They had already planned on deleting 4 columns when moving to Block 2, and then they ended up deleting another 4 columns between the ship lift point and a little bit above the aft flap. So you see that there's kind of like a serrated line that goes up to the black patch near the lift point all the way down. That's basically where they stripped back a bunch of tiles. There's a little bit that kind of goes right over where the aft flap is and right up near the forward flaps. That's because with the way the aerodynamics work during reentry and everything, the plasma literally wraps around the vehicle and kind of can go in that area. So they put those extra tiles there to just kind of add some extra protection. But they don't need it on the other side because, well, that side doesn't face the plasma. The plasma just it partially wraps around, but mainly just blasts back behind the vehicle, as the size of the ship basically creates a bow shock. So like a shock is basically, I'm trying to think of the right word for this. It's like a shock of air, or it's like a pocket where it just kind of pushes a bunch of air in and around it. And, well, it pushes so hard against that, and there's so much friction that it turns the air into basically plasma. It's a whole thing for it. This is a bunch that goes along with it, with reentry. But it just kind of gets pushed around the vehicle. And shuttle, and they're not landing it shuttle style. So of course, they don't have a landing gear. I don't know how you'd even put landing gear on the ship. It'd be really interesting how you do that. And you don't have long enough wings to do a glide or enough lift to really land it that way. So they basically have to, land it up, right side up, or try to catch it so that you can, try to reuse it again, or at least whatnot. They don't use legs on these right now because they want to save weight. So yeah, that's why it's only on one side of the ship.
And if I may add to that really quick about the bow shock situation. So for any reentry vehicle, whether it be shuttle or Starship or any capsule, actually the ideal shape, you would think that it would be more efficient to have a pointy surface or pointing into the atmosphere, and that would make, I guess, airflow and plasma flow more efficient. You are subject to higher temperatures and higher speeds with that design. So the ideal shape for atmospheric reentry is a blunt surface. That's why the nose of the space shuttle isn't pointy, it's blunt, and that's why Starship being 9 meters in diameter and the nose not quite being as pointy, I guess, as it could, serves as a good surface to keep that bow shock, which is where the highest temperatures are on reentry. Basically, the more blunt your surface and the wider, the less pointy your surface is, the farther away from, the farther the bow shock is away from the actual surface of the ship, which is what you want. And the heat shield tiles essentially are there to deflect whatever does come through and keep whatever temperatures are there under control. So that is why whenever you see like the Apollo or Orion, the space shuttle in particular, and of course Ship, that's why you see the surfaces that are actually interacting with the upper atmosphere, where the peak heating will be and the plasma will be, are blunt and borderline flat and not, I guess, pointy or sharp, because that is the ideal shape for atmospheric reentry from orbit.
So to put it bluntly, it's for aerodynamics.
Oh, Jesus, Sawyer.
TLDR.
I should have seen that one coming. Oh, my God.
Oh, God. That was an obvious one. That was a softball.
That was low-hanging fruit right there.
But yes, and then the ship then gets to do the awesome flip and burn maneuver as opposed to the shuttle, which would do sort of S-turns to slow down and then obviously come in and land on a runway. This one kind of does a little swinging maneuver to go from its more horizontal-esque position, similar to the 40-degree nose-up position that shuttle did, and then swings around so that it is vertical for what will be the catch. And talking about the tiles, that's one of the interesting things about this particular flight and the test and everything, is a bunch of tiles are missing, and Dino CR is wondering why some of the tiles are missing. Ryan, you want to take that?
So SpaceX took a lot of tiles off. So where you see those open areas, you basically SpaceX took the tile out and they left ablative there. So it's not bare steel. There's ablative in those areas along with, so it's basically to test what happens if you were to lose a tile there. Say they were in a mission later down the line and you lose a tile in that location. Well, why not find out now what that does rather than later? You know, it's one of those just tests of running through to make sure your backup, your secondary heat shield still works fine, even if you lose the primary pieces of the primary heat shield. It just it's part of making a reusable heat shield is the fact that you can lose parts of it and still re-enter fine without having any issues. Shuttle could only lose ones in certain areas, and they couldn't lose others in other areas, obviously. And SpaceX is trying to figure out where they can and can't lose it, basically. If they can't lose it in an area, then they probably need to find a way to beef up that area so that, later down the line, when they really want to fly this again and again and again and again and again, that it can endure that loss. It's robust enough to be able to lose it.
It's just been pointed out to me in the back channel that Ryan is talking more about shuttle than I am.
There's a lot of... Yeah.
What is wrong with this picture?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think what I need to do then is work on getting my shuttle references up, and we'll do that as we take a look at where we are right now in the countdown. We are 4 hours and 50-ish minutes away from the opening of the window, but of course there is a lot that still needs to happen before we get to launch and before we even get to loading the propellants. So as we get closer to those milestones, let's check in with Alicia on the road from road closure to prop load.
On the day of the Starship launch, many events need to happen for the flight to take place successfully. One of the first events is the clearing of ground hazard areas, which will result in the closing of Highway 4 and Boca Chica Beach several hours before the launch. During this clearing, law enforcement officials from Cameron County, in coordination with SpaceX security, will perform sweeps of the beach to evacuate members of the public and keep them safe during launch operations. 3 roadblocks will be set up on Highway 4 to control access to the beach. The first one, nicknamed the Soft Checkpoint, will be located about 15 miles from the pad at the intersection of Highway 4 and Oklahoma Avenue. Beyond this roadblock, only those with property there and law enforcement officials can pass. This also includes SpaceX employees. The second roadblock, nicknamed the Hard Checkpoint, will be located at the intersection of Highway 4 and Richardson Avenue. Beyond this location, only essential SpaceX personnel and law enforcement officials can pass. A third roadblock will be located on Highway 4 right after its intersection with Lyndon B. Johnson Boulevard, which is at the end of Boca Chica Village. This intersection is the last one on Highway 4 before arriving at Boca Chica Beach, so it's used to control direct access to the beach. Once closer to liftoff, the roadblock is vacated as it's too close to safely remain there during a launch. Along with ground hazard zones, SpaceX will also work in conjunction with the U.S. Coast Guard to clear the nearby waters around the launch site. Once the ground hazard areas have been cleared, SpaceX will proceed with tank farm conditioning, a process that starts roughly 3 to 4 hours prior to launch. During tank farm conditioning, the subcoolers on the tank farm will slowly be filled with liquid nitrogen, and the liquid oxygen and liquid methane propellants will flow through the transfer lines from the ground tanks to the subcoolers. During tank farm conditioning, you'll probably see venting every now and then, including the now famous Pope vent. This is completely normal and expected. Although the timing can vary, especially if the launch is delayed into the window, this conditioning should last until about 1.5 hours prior to launch. This is when the conditioning goes from the tank farm to the propellant lines that go to the launch area. This conditioning will see the flow of propellants from the subcoolers out to the launch mount and launch tower. This process will be noticeable because a vent will appear on both the OLM and the tower while it's happening. The vent on the launch mount will start off weak at first, but will progressively grow in intensity as we get closer to the start of propellant load on the booster. As for the tower vent, it'll start at a normal intensity and will stay active for a few minutes before weakening or completely disappearing. Then, it'll come back again and with significantly more power as we get close to the start of propellant load on the ship. At around this point in the countdown, we should also see venting from the booster chines closer to the launch tower. This is a sign that carbon dioxide is being loaded into the tanks, which will feed the vehicle's fire suppression system during flight. While this conditioning is happening, the SpaceX flight director will conduct a poll with operators to decide whether or not to proceed with propellant load. Here's hoping that later today, everything is go for Starship.
Thank you very much, Alicia. And don't forget, you can watch Alicia Fridays on This Week in Spaceflight, which is our news show where we go over all of the major happenings across space, both on Earth, in space, and all the different countries. So make sure you check that out Fridays after the Flame Trench. While we have a moment then, I want to thank some people here. Anonymous, thank you. Getting items from the shop, saying thanks for sharing the fun. That's not a problem at all. We'd be watching and enjoying this fun anyway, so it's a pleasure to be able to share it with all of you watching. Barbara, thank you for the kind words there, and from the item in the shop, getting the patch for Flight 8, the pre-order. Marek saying, build Starship the next generation in orbit. Then you don't need to deal with that pesky gravity and atmosphere. I like it. Also, that would be a great spin-off. Starship the next generation instead of Star Trek TNG.
Are we in we're in TOS era right now? Is that where we're at? Then?
I think this is absolutely
Or
the
Enterprise.
original series right now. Yes.
This actually might be Enterprise.
I
don't know.
So then you're thinking the SN days and the Hopper tests, those would be more original series?
Yeah, it's
the SN days. The SN days.
Those days.
I guess that is just its own era. The SN days. For those who don't know, that was very early testing, especially for the ships, when they started working on cryo testing, making sure that they don't explode from pressure, and then doing hops, and then moving from the hops to actual larger, I guess, 10-kilometer flights, was it? And then practicing the flip and burn to land. Gamer.io saying, just take a hacksaw to the old chopsticks. There you go. Marshall, my first order from NSF. Looking forward to receiving the patch, a well-deserved addition in celebration of NSF's incredible coverage of Starship. Thank you. And a reminder, the Flight 8 patch is a pre-order currently, but hopefully those will start shipping out by the end of the month. You will get a notification once they do, and of course we will update the bar at the top of the shop site. So get that pre-order in, and as soon as it ships, we will let everybody know. Lizard, with a couple super chats, I am, I guess, going to do my best to try and read through these, because my degree is broadcast journalism. Cryonic Shields PBI adhesive bonds 5.6 millimeter matrix, 2,500 liter ice crushes 7.7 to 8.4 gigajoules heat, cuts tile loss to 0.2-0.5%, less than 1.1 kilogram debris, 1 day turn, 1.64% risk reentry fixed. Interesting. Ryan,
You're talking about an adhesive to replace the tiles? Is that what you're asking? I guess is the question on that one. Because that's the only thing I can think of on that one. You're just trying to list out because 650C. If that's the break apart point for it, it's not going to do much on reentry. Reentry, you're talking a few thousand degrees. I mean, even 650C, you're talking what? Even internal combustion temperatures for jet engines can get up to 1,000 on the EGTs if you're running at max power. And rocket engines are hotter. So, and then of course reentry is even hotter than that. That's a few thousand. So I actually don't know what you're trying to point out there.
I'm glad someone at least understands it better than I do, but thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Lizard, for those messages. L saying, go SpaceX, go NSF. Appreciate
Oh.
it.
Well, he responded, it's fully ablative and made to cover the tiles. So as basically as a second, so rather than the ablative, because the ablative they currently use is, I think it's Pyron, which is basically a carbon fiber like mat is basically what it is used to ablate away if you lose a tile. So you're saying you should use a paste on top of the tile to... The problem is that makes it really, really hard to fix the heat shield and replace tiles if you have to do it. Unless you're coating each tile separately. There's a whole... You could go down a little rabbit hole with that one.
Yeah, a rabbit hole that is definitely more on the complex side, it sounds like. But we appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ryan, for being able to answer that. Here's a question from Lava Ash, and I'll throw this one to you, Max. They're asking, why not recover the hot stage ring? Too much damage during hot staging, making it useless. Why would they not reuse it?
Well, the hot staging ring at this point in time on the Block 1 booster was designed as a temporary solution for staging Starship, as opposed to what they wanted to do on Flight 1, which was this crazy flip maneuver to separate both booster and ship. SpaceX deemed it appropriate and I guess most efficient to hot stage the vehicle as the most efficient means of getting both vehicles separated and getting ship on its way, and then bringing booster back toward the launch site eventually. So it's designed to be tacked on top of a Block 1 booster separately, and it's designed currently for single use, which is not ideal for what they want to do with the Starship program long term. And as we've discussed earlier, the reason why that they get rid of it on the way down is that saves a little bit of weight on the booster, so it has to do a little bit less work on the way down with the Raptors for the landing burn, and also it's less stress on the vehicle during peak atmospheric drag coming back. So it's designed for single use, and once it smashes it into the ocean, it's pretty much deformed beyond repair or beyond practical use. So that is essentially why. But moving forward with the Block 2 and Block 3 boosters, the so-called hot staging ring will already be built into the booster, so there won't even be a ring. There will just be a hot staging section on the interstage. So that is essentially why they don't reuse those. They're heavy pieces of metal, and they add weight up top, which is not where you want weight on the Block 1 booster coming back through the atmosphere due to instability. That's just more work for the Griffins to do and more work for the Raptors to compensate for. So that's why.
And along those lines, you said that for the version 2, they'll start actually attaching it. There's a question here of, have we seen any of the version 2 hardware yet? Obviously, we see the version 2 for the booster, or the ship, excuse me, because it's mounted on top of this booster. But Ryan, Jarrow's wondering, have we seen any version 2 hardware?
Maybe. I'll put that as a maybe. There is a tank at McGregor we think could be a landing tank for Block 2 of Super Heavy. It is just don't know, and it's a maybe. We've seen a label that says 18.1 forward on a ring stand, basically saving the ring stand for 18.1 forward, which I guess will be a integrated hot stage ring and forward dome test article whenever that gets made. But as of right now, we might have seen bits and pieces in here, but nothing is confirmed. We haven't seen a section with a label on it saying Block 2 or like Booster 18, or because we think 18 is the first Block 2, but we don't really know. It's just we just haven't really seen anything yet. It's kind of up in the air. Nothing confirmed. We'll put it that way.
Well, actually, we've seen Raptor 3s, which is technically Block 2 and 3 hardware.
I guess.
That's a bit of a stretch, but yes, technically you're not wrong.
How is that a stretch? It's true.
I mean, I guess, but technically those are also for a potential Block 3 for upgraded ship as well, so...
But that's both booster and ship hardware, but yeah, it's true. Come on.
All right, I'll leave it to chat to decide. Is that a technicality? Too much of a technicality?
No, it's just literal. Come on.
Oh boy, Max. Let's take some more questions here. Speaking of things that we have or have not seen at Starbase so far, Saad is wondering, what's the update on any HLS Starship mock-ups? I know they built a couple a while ago. Ryan?
I mean, we did. They have it. I think at least a partial mock-up in the, if I remember correctly, was Ship 22's nose cone, which is sitting over by, I think, what is the Tiki Bar? It's kind of near where the rocket garden is. It's between the rocket garden and Mega Bay 1. That's kind of what that looks to be a mock-up. What's in there? There, I think, is their airlock mock-up. That might have been in Hawthorne, and I think came back here. I think it's currently in the factory. Other than that, we haven't seen anything else. I know they've built like an elevator prototype as well to test some stuff out, but in terms of like a full nose cone and payload bay HLS mock-up and stuff like that, if something like that exists, it's in the factory, either at Hawthorne or somewhere we can't see. If they've even made anything else, which I would assume they have.
By the way, Max is pretty much split about 50-50 from what I'm reading in chat.
Good
about
enough
50%
for me.
say yes, it absolutely counts. The other 50% say no.
We should have an actual poll. Crispy, if you're listening, poll. We need a poll.
Oh, jeez. Let's take a moment here and thank some people. Nate, Astro95 Media, saying had to head back to Houston yesterday, but it was great seeing the NSF team this week. Excited for this evening. Go Flight 8. Nate, also an awesome photographer, so definitely shouting them out, and sorry we didn't get to see you. Which, by the way, people, if you do end up down in Starbase and you happen to see any of us there, say hi. We promise we don't bite. We love meeting everyone out there. Maybe a little busy at times, but if we can, we will definitely stop, talk to you, say hi, and get your collectible NSF I met someone in person patch. Joel, thank you for upgrading to Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, where you get all the behind-the-scenes channels there from everything space-related, food talk, and more. You also get access to the pre- and post-show for the countdown... not for Countdown to Launch, for the Flame Trench, which is our Friday fun news show. So we appreciate that. Eugene Caligari also becoming a Capcom member, so thank you. Pixo, thank you for becoming a Padrat member. Braxton, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Jeff Rowe, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Really appreciate that. And a couple of people more getting the patch. Dennis, saying fabulous design, another patch to add to my collection. And again, a reminder, this patch, this time, designed by Jacques, who was a viewer, someone who was in our NSF Discord, had this brilliant idea, helped design it, and I love the fact that there's the passion from someone who loves it as much as we do, is an NSF fan, and now helped design this gorgeous, gorgeous patch. So shout out to Jacques again for that. And Michelle saying hello, or sorry, not Michelle, hello from Frank in Wisconsin, listening to NSF. Appreciate that. Now we have a question here that I want to hit from a non-YouTube account. And while we're talking about Block 2s and version 2s, they're wondering, is the second launch tower / flame diverter close to being used? Max?
I think close to being used is a little bit of a stretch, considering the orbital launch mount is still, or the new one at least, is still over at the production site, so still being worked on. But they have made a lot of progress on it in the last few months, but we don't exactly know when that is going to be ready fully, and let alone when it's going to be rolled out to Pad B for the first time. They obviously still have a lot of work to do over at the flame trench area over at Pad B, getting it finishing, getting it dug out, and also finalized in terms of its foundation and making sure it is structurally sound for its intended purposes. But I think to say that it's close is a little bit of a stretch. But hopefully around summertime is when we will see some actual hardware movement and testing over there.
I mean, we've seen some fantastic aerial views when Jack does the Starbase flyover, seeing the progress on that dig. And it's hard to put into perspective, by the way, just how massive the flame trench they are digging for this one is, Ryan.
It's kind of hard to it's hard to have reference points, but I think it's around 12 meters deep. It's a 10 to 12 deep. I think it's about 19 to 20. I think it's around 19 meters wide, and I think it's like 60 to 70 long, something around their lines. If I remember correctly, the ones at 39A and 39B, those trenches are 13 meters deep, 18 meters wide, 137 meters long. So it, kind of nearly rivals those. So it's almost like you need a large flame trench for a large rocket. And
Almost like that, yeah.
In terms of when we might see the hardware roll out, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if the floor, the walls, and the ramps were all poured, the flame diverter was out, and the OLM is all out by Flight 9. I wouldn't be surprised. They are moving really, really quick with this. The next big step is pouring that flame trench, or at least pouring the floor. So once Flight 8 here is hopefully out of the, hopefully it goes today and it's out of the way, crews will get back to work, and at some point next week, I would assume, you're going to see a line of like 300 some odd concrete trucks pull up, and they're going to pour a ton of concrete into that trench just to lay the floor. That's just the floor. They still have to do the ramps and the walls too. So there's a lot of work to do, and we're going to start seeing them make a lot of really good progress shortly after this flight's out of the way.
It's going to start rivaling the IFT-1 flight. Yes, I said IFT-1, the first flight of Starship, with the number of vehicles that they had to bring in to fill up the tank farm all at once.
Okay, I just have a question. I was looking at stuff explaining that, and then I looked over in chat. What happened?
Oh no!
Hang on,
Jack and I have been let loose, I guess.
Uh-oh.
What?
I was like, "What happened in chat?" I was like talking, and I just looked over and noticed chaos. But it's Jack
What even is happening? Jack, my blood has been replaced with Red Bull?
So I guess what happened is Jack and Max happened. So, I mean, that just kind of explains it.
Jack and I are within proximity of each other, and that just sparks nothing but bad news.
Right, this isn't even like we're talking far apart. You guys are in the same building, basically.
Uh-oh, here's EJ. It's off now. We're off to the races.
I feel like as host, I should be the one trying to rein this in, but it's chat. I don't even know how to rein this in.
I mean, it's a stakeout. We're here. We're having fun. What's to say if you get a little flame trenchy in here too?
Yeah, this feels like the Flame Trench, our more loose news show, shall we say, where we go over all of the latest topics in spaceflight with a fun side to it. Oh my, Jack, stop using all caps or I will put you in timeout, okay? Don't make me turn this starship around. You too, Max.
I mean, there are some. I guess we've been kind of lucky. There hasn't been that many Florida launches, with Max and D here in Starbase, but that's not going to last for long.
Jack, you may have unlimited power, but the real question is, do you have mute power? Oh, wait.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I've been trying to tell him that.
Oh my gosh, yeah. While you were doing that answer, my cat Jake stopped by, which, fun fact, today is Jake's 9-year adoptiversary. So,
Hey, Jake.
shout out to my cat Jake, 9 years ago, adopting me from a shelter in Tallahassee. But
I was about
Max,
to say the cat owns the owner, not the other way around. If you know what I mean. You don't
Yes.
own the cat; he owns you.
exactly. He allows me to feed him and clean his litter and all that. But yeah, Max, no caps. And that's no cap.
I cannot make any promises, Sawyer. Okay.
No caps, no cap.
There we go.
Jesus.
Bring things back on track here.
What are rails?
There are no rails. They don't exist.
Then what's that on top of the chopstick arms that raise up before the catch? What are those?
Didoom.
Landing rails, baby. See, we're back on the rails. There they are. See, there's the rails. We need to be just like the booster 8 minutes after it launches. Back on the rails.
There you go.
Wow.
That was actually a good one, Sawyer.
Wow.
I'll give that one to you.
I'm actually proud of myself for that one. Thank you.
But you know what else? You know what was off the rails yesterday?
What? The rails?
The actual carriage system for the chopsticks. They had a couple of rails on the south side of the tower off. That's why they had to stop and do some grinding.
Well, it was a little bit caught. I didn't see a skate come off, but
no, it wasn't a skate. It was just a few like older like rollers they had on an old. It wasn't a skate. It was just I guess a guiding plate or. I'm not sure of the exact terminology, but
too.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Which, by the way, when it comes to the actual catch portion, those chopsticks, they're not going to be moving up and down until they hopefully have a booster on it, right?
Yeah, basically the booster will go down, land between the sticks. The landing rails will help cushion the landing, and then they'll basically partially safe the booster while it sits up there, and then there's a jack screw on each landing rail basically that kind of hooks into each landing rail, and they can basically hook into the lift points and translate the booster across the landing rails, which is really, really cool. They'll be able to do the same thing with ship once they start catching it that way. And basically translate it to line it up with the stabilizers. They did not engage the stabilizers on 14. They literally just lowered the thing into the OLM enough so they could get the booster QD hooked in, fully safe it. Then they can hook in the stabilizers, lift it back up, and get it onto a transport stand. So that's basically their safing procedure, recovery procedure, if you want to call it that.
Also, might as well call it a kilt screw instead of a jack screw. Just saying. Someone's bitter in chat about that.
Wait for Jack to catch up.
Waiting for it.
There's a bit of a delay, by the way, from when we talk to when it actually goes out to you. So it's a short delay, but come on, Jack, that was good. Pun tokens if you thought that was good in chat. Come on.
Jack has a screw. Anyways.
We screw around sometimes, but we do have our serious side, and we do have fun doing this. And we hope that the fun that we're having comes off to you guys. So join in on the fun with us. We appreciate it. Of course, we will also answer serious questions. Use tag at NASASpaceflight so it appears in the software that we have behind the scenes, so it's easier to sort through actual questions when Max and Jack are going at it.
It's like those vaporizers are starting to wake up a little bit here. So, those are the first steps of Tank Farm waking up, is vaporizers waking up. So, we're getting there. We could see the Pope vent come on in the next 22 minutes or so. According to Alex, we all have screws loose, so.
So, how long does this cooldown take of this? Because obviously you see the vaporizers going, but that's just the start of things here, right, Ryan?
Yeah, that's just the start. So basically, the vaporizers start to go up to generate gas and start to chill down some of the systems. Eventually, you'll start to flow. They'll open the valves from the tanks, and they'll start to flow. They'll start to flow their propellants through the lines to slowly chill them down. So you don't want to shock cool it. They'll chill down the lines from the tanks to the pumps, and then they'll chill down the pumps. Pumps will start to turn on and go up, and you'll start to chill down the subcoolers and everything, and the valves, between the subcoolers and the fluids bunker. You'll start to chill a lot of that down. You'll kind of see the grass vent start going once that really starts getting chilled down, and then they'll push fluid through those lines that past the fluid bunker, which splits it between the tower and the pad and the tower. You'll see those lines will start to freeze up. You'll start to basically chill down the pad, and then you'll start to chill down the tower. Once they really start chilling those down, that's when you see tower vent. That's where you see OLM vent. Once those are chilled down all the way and everything's at temperature, everything where it needs to be, they'll close the vent ports and they'll open the valves that go into the vehicle itself, and they'll start filling the vehicle. Vehicle will start to fill up, obviously, until they're done. They'll cap off. They'll then get to flight pressure, vent down both the tower and the OLM, just kind of purge the system, so you don't really want any residual left over. You don't want, like, when you launch, you don't want all of a sudden anything to catch fire or to cause any issues on the ground. So basically, you'll vent it all down, and then shortly after, DSS goes on, water deluge goes on, engines light, and it goes. That's kind of basically what they're doing.
It sounds so simple until
Right.
you realize it is rocket science.
It literally is, and it's not easy to move large amounts of cryogenic fluids. Fluids is one thing, but cryogenic fluids is a whole other ballgame. There's a whole separate field to learn how to design systems like this, and SpaceX tried to do it their own way. It works for what it does, but when you look at Pad B's infrastructure, which you can see right in front of us there, they already have 2 pumps installed, as well as 2 motors. It's a lot more efficient design with the way they do it. I think it was someone else from I think Zach's server there. Is someone from Zach's server, Alex from Zach's server, I should say. He said it's almost like they consulted a chemical engineer this time around, which was kind of funny. But yeah, it is rocket science, and it's not easy to do this kind of stuff. So they learn the hard way.
Yeah, but the more you learn the hard way, eventually you find those mistakes, you fix them, and you get amazing rockets like Starship.
Iterative design, baby.
Which we are now under 4 hours, 20 minutes. I saw everyone pointing that out in chat. From the opening of the 1 hour long launch window of Starship Flight 8. We're getting that much closer. And while Max and Jack were going bonkies in chat, you guys have been going bonkies as well with support here with some of these. Gordon becoming a Red Team member. Ryan on a 12-hour shift getting the Flight 8 patch. Darren getting the Flight 8 patch as well, watching live from Thurso in Scotland. There you go, Jay. Josh Miller, Capcom member. Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, as mentioned. But we have Corporal Dave Walker becoming a flight engineer, the highest level of support that we have here at NSF. Unbelievably kind. Wow. That you get all of the perks from all of the members, including members multi-views, behind the scenes stuff, everything that we post in the Discord, the pre and post show for the Flame Trench and other shows that we do. You get your name at the end of all of our NSF lives and the Flame Trench. And as we say, once we build the official NSF parking lot, you will get a reserved preferred parking spot. So thank you very much, Corporal Daywalker. Beyond appreciated. Stuart Loves Things That Fly with a $50 super chat, too, right after that. Saying, was at Starbase till yesterday, but had to fly home. This is my contribution to the post-launch party at Hopper House. Go Flight 8. Thank you so much. I mean, we can't do this without you. The only reason we're able to have as many cameras and as many people as we do out there to bring you these live views is because of support. And what you give in support goes right back into the product that we put out for you. That's why every launch, we have better views, we have more views, we have different views, is because we're able to continually upgrade and improve the viewing experience. So major thank you for that. And then One Beat Short gifting 50 red team memberships. Holy cow. If you got one of those, definitely give them a thank you. You'll get occasional member exclusive streams. You get some teases of the behind the scenes stuff that's going on at Starbase and other locations too. And of course, the members multi-view for these launches, which we will have the members multi-view coming up now, in fact, live. The members multi-view for Flight 8 Part 2 is live. You'll be able to see all of our different cameras rotating through. And then once we get towards the launch stream, you'll also get the behind-the-scenes stream, so you get to see Kevin Michael Reed actually making the calls in real time. So, just awesome stuff. Thank you, everybody. Here's a question that I think is interesting from Tony Num, because we see all these times about the road closures and things like that. Are they limited to the amount of launches per year, and are they limited in terms of if they can launch on weekends? Are there any limitations that we know of, Ryan?
Currently, the limitations for Boca is, I think they're at 10 flights a year is what they're allowed for. They can fly on weekends. There's certain holidays they can't fly on. But they can only do, it's around 10 a year at the moment. They currently have a tiered environmental assessment that if passed will bring it up to 25. That's just at Boca though. I think they were doing 44 launches out at 39A is what they were looking for, and it was I think 70 something at 37. All I remember off the top of my head is there's 100. If all the current environmental assessments that are underway are passed, it's a total of 146 launches a year. So that's what they'll get once it all passes, but currently they're limited to 10. But that TEA is expected to get approved and passed sometime this year. So.
Yeah, and I think once they start picking up that cadence more, then they'll be able to request more flights, and also at the same time be able to fly more out of Florida as well. So to have that dual launch site launching all of these starships, I'm here for it. Here's a question in regards to what is this in regards to? Into engines. Max, we were talking about does Raptor 3 count into version 2? Thomas is wondering, what do you think will be the next ship to get the Raptors 3s? Do you think it would be ship version 2.5/3 or booster version 2? It's kind of a speculation question, but what's your thoughts on that, Max? Which one gets R3s first?
That's a really good question. Well, in order for them to support boosters having the Raptor 3s, they need to have the infrastructure to support boosters with Raptor 3s, i.e. the brand new orbital launch mount that's currently being built for Pad B, and also all of the umbilicals and the quick disconnects and all of the ground service equipment, or GSE, used to supply them. So, and obviously at the moment they don't have that. So at the moment it might be easier to go with a Block 2.5 ship, V2, and integrate the Raptor 3s into that, as that might be a lot simpler of a task to integrate Raptor 3s into ship first before trying to build a booster V2 or V3 to go onto Pad B, because the infrastructure used to support Block 2 boosters and Block 3 boosters is complete. It's a clean sheet design. There are no similarities by comparison to Block 1 boosters and Block 2 and Block 3 combined. So I would say if I had to place a bet on it, it would be we would probably see Raptor 3s on ship first.
Ryan, I'm interested what your thoughts are. Which do we see first?
I honestly think they put R3 on ship and booster at the same time, and those both fly on the same, and those fly together in the same flight.
Wow!
And that flight will be the first flight out of Pad B. Well, I don't know what booster that is. That could be booster 8. I'm thinking that's booster 18 at this rate, which will be the first one out of Pad B. I don't know what ship that's going to be at this rate. There's a lot up in the air on that, but I think R3 will debut with Pad B. Part of that is, I mean, they're not going to debut it on Pad A on booster, obviously, because it won't be a Block 2 booster. Because I think there's going to be too many differences between them to do that. But in terms of ship, I mean, just kind of you're kind of working right now with what you got with ship. I think they'll just put it all together, and the first flight out of Pad B will be the tallest and most powerful rocket, once again, ever flown. The first flight out of that pad. Yep.
Yeah, you may have seen the NSF graphic that had been going around by other people as well, but that Ryan Caton made. That you had Starship, then it was Starship, and now it is Starship for power. And so that means once we get to those Raptor 3s, it will beat Starship, and Starship will become the most powerful.
Well, it was funny because you had Ship 20 or Ship 24 Booster 7, really, the first one to fly. That one was about 120 meters tall. And then you added another 1.82 meters when you added the hot stage ring on Ship 25 Booster 9. And then you added another 1.82 meters to make it about 123 meters or so when you added a ring on the ship. So once they add even more rings, it'll, of course, make it taller and more powerful. It's just funny. It's just like, even between the Block 1s and then eventually do a Block 2 ship, it's just an added ring just keeps breaking the record. It's just funny.
Yeah, it's breaking its own records, which is actually fun to see. Now, I want to hit a couple of questions that might seem basic, but there's a lot of people just joining who might not know everything that's going on. Let's start with the timer, because I see a lot of people saying, when is launch? And a question from Esri saying, can someone explain what the NET means next to the countdown? Max, you want to kind of explain the difference in the countdown clocks?
Oh God, here we go again with the NET versus net.
You're welcome. I did that just because I knew you would say something.
Because those of you who were with us on Monday morning and afternoon would know that Sawyer pronounced it NET and not net, when everyone else in the world says net. So basically, those letters next to the countdown clock stand for no earlier than. And so the countdown clock is currently counting down to 5:30 p.m. Central Time here in the U.S. Depending on where you are in the world, you have to take into account what time zone you're in and the time differential. But it is counting down to 5:30 p.m. Central Time, and that is the opening of a 1-hour launch window here in Starbase, Texas, for Flight 8. Now, they could use at any time in between then, depending on where they are in prop load, or if they have to delay for winds or any sort of weather or any issues they find in the vehicle. They have 1 hour to launch Starship between 5:30 and 6:30 p.m. Central. They have literally any minute in between them they can fly. But as it stands right now, NET is no earlier than 5:30 p.m. Central. Now, once that will turn into T minus whenever SpaceX confirms a T0 that they are going for. So if they end up going for 5:30 and they go live for their live stream, then it will turn into a T minus something, depending on whatever T0 they're going for. But yes, it is net and not NET, Sawyer.
Hey, for people that are just reading it on the screen, they see NET. So I'm just saying, oh yeah, that's the NET. It is the net clock. Fine. Oh, it feels so weird saying net. Oh.
It's
what?
Wrong hearing NET.
Thank you very much. NET is
wrong.
It's like, yeah. Like, ironically, I get this is the polar opposite, but it's like those who say VAB and not VAB. In that case, VAB is correct and VAB is incorrect, where it's vice versa for net. It's, acronyms can be weird like that sometimes.
It's true.
Acronyms do be weird, yes.
Acronyms do be weird.
Like, you don't say FA, you say FAA. Like, come on.
Or FOD, like FOD, you just say FOD.
Yeah, you say FOD. There are certain acronyms which you can say, and there are certain ones which you need to spell out, otherwise it just sounds wrong.
Correct.
Or just is wrong.
I get it. NASA versus NASA, I know.
Yeah.
But NET doesn't sound wrong. Some of those, like NASA sounds wrong. NET doesn't sound wrong. It's just net sounds smoother. But anyway, and that's the important thing with these questions that you're asking. I know we get all these fancy ones about, the math that needs to be done or the compressions and the tiles and things like that. If you have general questions, maybe you're just learning about Starship, you're just learning about the ground systems, anything like that, please feel free to ask those too. We're not just answering the super technical questions. We're answering all of your questions. So tag at NASASpaceflight. And if you think it's dumb or that we might have already answered it, don't worry. Just ask it. And we'll try to get to many of those. Like, here's one from Blackbird asking, what do we mean with the Stakeout stream? What we mean is that this is kind of like the precursor to the main launch broadcast. You'll notice that you're just hearing our voices rather than seeing us on camera. It's a little bit more of a relaxed environment, a chance to be able to answer more of your questions here, let loose a touch. So that is the Stakeout stream here. Once we get to T-minus 3 hours, NET minus 3 hours, we will transition over to our main launch broadcast. You will see people in Starbase on camera, going through the main parts of the count. We'll have more assets and things like that to join in on. This is more kind of the relaxed vibe. But the good news is you don't even have to leave this channel here. Once this is over, it will automatically redirect you from here to the launch stream. So you can hang out here the whole time, and we will take you all the way down to the T0. So again, all those questions, totally fine to ask. Yoli is asking, Ryan, do we know why it seems that they don't fill up the booster till the top? Do they fill it all the way to the top or not?
They fill it up as much as they want to. Just put it that way. They mostly they mostly fill it up. I think they only did like a partial fill before, but I think with Block 2 ship, they fill it all the way. I mean, you can't fill every little bit of that tank with fluid. It's kind of hard to do that because it boils off and then there's gas. So you're always going to have a pocket of gas basically in that tank. It's really impossible to just do it all the way to the top. That's why you see like the 98% on SpaceX's stream. It's because that last 2% is basically ullage gas at the top, is boiled off propellant as it sits up there. So anytime they go to open one of those vents up to vent stuff out, it's trying to basically just vent off the ullage gas. So it's trying to maintain pressure inside the tank so it doesn't get too high. So that's why it looks like they don't fill it all the way up, but they do. So they do it as much as like more or less physics allows them, I should say. Kind of the way to look at it.
That's a good way to put it. And again, with these pretty cold propellants, too. And of course, for the ship side of things, it can be a little hard to see where things are fully filled because of those tiles, especially with the header tank, which is at the very top there, where it's pretty much entirely covered by tiles. It can be tricky to see when that tank is filled. But as of right now, 0 tanks are filled, that fueling starting closer to launch. Now, there are so many of you that have been watching the stream. That is so cool to see. We thank all of you for joining us. Now, we had just run a poll. This is probably one of the craziest polls that we've had in terms of numbers. Over 35,000 of you responded because we're trying to kind of get an idea of who's watching the Stakeout stream. in terms of who's watching, it appears that we have 8% that are under the age of 18, which, welcome. We're glad you're interested in that age in all of this. 26% of you are ages 18 to 30, 36% ages 31 to 50, and 29% at 50 plus. Talk about a wide range of people watching. I am amazed to see how many people there are here, how many different backgrounds, different ages. I'm sure many of you are from different locations as well. Thank you, everyone. And now we will do this again. We'll do this again on another stream, and we will offer wider options for more veteran age watchers, as Chris Bergen put it. But that is so cool. Thank you, everybody. I also need to thank a bunch of people getting items from the store. Steven just got the Flight 7 patch. Can't wait to get the Flight 8 one. Bruce, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Jorg saying, keep up the good job. Greetings from Germany. Our German friend Adrian Bile will return for the launch stream, so more German, more better in this case. Anonymous, looking forward to a great launch. Shiloh, so EJ got Jacka killed. No? I mean, we still need to make that happen. Sean plays too much. Can I also do all caps? No, apparently that's just Jack and EJ. If you do too much caps, Nightbot gets mad at you. So don't make Nightbot mad. What?
You were also yelling at me for all caps.
Yes, I am. I said you would. I mean, you guys don't get timed out for it because you have the little wrench next to your name.
Exactly.
LSR, I can't with you right now. You and Jack. Making our the lives of all of the chat mods difficult. No, I'm kidding. LSR, happy adoptiversary, Jake. You chose well. Aw, thank you. Telstar, to get rid of the rails, get an angle grinder. Seen them do that yesterday. Then Ethereal Swordsman saying, I am the angle grinder. Those two flowed into each other unintentionally. Well, I believe the name is Rude or Rudd. Different Rudd than Rapid Unscheduled Disassembly. Thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We will see you in the members Discord. And then Eugene saying, awesome stream and knowledge sharing. How many orbits will Starship do on Flight 8? The answer to this one, Max, is 0, but almost kind of 1, right?
It's like 3/4 of an orbit. So essentially, Starship is going to launch on a trajectory to come down in the Indian Ocean, controlled or uncontrolled. Should they have something go awry in space when it's in its cruise phase, they know where and when it will come down, regardless if the vehicle has control or not. And that is their way of flying Starship and certifying all of its systems. Now, obviously, they cannot do that forever. Starship is going to have to go fully orbital at some point, and assuming Flight 8 is a success and V2 performs exactly as the teams want it to or good enough, they will have to go full orbital for Flight 9 or Flight 10, whichever one they opt to catch the ship with initially. So, or at least whichever mission is going to be the first ship catch. Because obviously it needs to make at least one full rotation of the Earth to come back to the launch site. Now, we still don't know if that's going to be a one-orbit plan or if that's going to be a multi-hour, multi-orbit thing. Those are all details that we just simply don't know at this point. But we will hopefully know more of that soon enough. But first, we need to get through Flight 8 and make sure that the Block 2 ship can perform as well as SpaceX needs it to in order to go fully orbital.
Here we go, Jack. No, we are not yelling again, Jack.
So sticks are closing.
I was just about to point that out, that the
not...
sticks are closing. We saw this though during the other attempt. This is expected, right?
Yes, this is. I would say this is expected. They're probably just closing them to test them, and they'll open back up again. Nothing to be worried about at all. They did this on Monday, so don't worry about it.
Yep, expected. We'll see them close and then both fully wide open again. Because I did see a question from someone asking, why is it that one is more open than the other? Is there a reason for that, Ryan?
Well, the tower isn't exactly that corner of the tower isn't perfectly lined up with the OLM. So they're a little bit off. It's a little bit more over to the side. It looks like it's perfectly lined up, but it actually isn't. It's a tad bit off to the side or so from the actual center line of the OLM. So they do that so that they can swing them over more for the vehicle staging area to actually stack it. So it's, it kind of looks that way, but if you actually were to take the vehicle out of there, it would look it would look better, and I think they're even opening back up again right now. So I A/B tested a little bit.
Yeah, the fact that they're
getting there.
The fact they're not fully even like that. Thanks, I hate it.
Just don't look at the tank farm.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, don't. There are a lot of things around this pad and in places at Starbase that'll trigger anyone's OCD, like really trigger it. If you've got it, so just don't pay attention to some of it. SpaceX apparently does it just to do it to people. Is what it seems like.
Well, apologies now to everyone that can no longer unsee that. But otherwise, everything proceeding there, looking good. It was also looking good seeing everyone in chat not panic during this. Keep calm, everyone. Totally normal, totally expected. Also amazing to see over 7,000 likes so far on the stream. We really appreciate that you guys like what we're doing here, so thank you. And a reminder, those likes let other people know that they like it too, and they should come join in the party, because this is kind of a party right now as we wait for launch in no earlier than 3 hours and 55 minutes from now. We are under the 4-hour mark from the opening of the 5:30 p.m. Central Time launch window for Starship Flight 8. Now, we just had that question about how many orbits, although we know it's not actually doing a full orbit. But Greg has a question asking, when they're in space, how do they translate in the direction of the leeward QD side? There's no attitude thrusters on the thermal protection side, right? Sounds like a Ryan question.
So, in orbit, you're wondering how they... Okay, I'm kind of... So
well, let's go over
how they
reorient themselves in orbit. How does it move around? How does it rotate? All of that.
It's got a bunch of RCS on. It's got a bunch of reaction control thrusters, reaction control system thrusters, basically. It's got ones for roll. It's got ones for pitch, and it's got ones for yaw. It literally can do all of it. They're all over Block 2's. Block 2's got a little bit more refined system than Block 1 does. But it's got a full suite of RCS systems, and what will most likely happen is once they get to orbital refueling and stuff like that, you'll see the return of hot gas thrusters. They're going to kind of need it because ullage thrusters aren't going to be enough to do that. They'll probably bring back hot gas thrusters on the ship, and the booster doesn't really need it. They kind of have it down with booster. Tank vents are enough to kind of reorient it. And other than that, it uses the engine gimbals for boost during boost back burn and stage separation, as well as during landing. And then, of course, on gliding, it uses the chines for basically lift, and then, of course, the grid fins to control when in atmosphere. So you'll probably see the return of hot gas thrusters on the ship for a little bit better control. But they don't really need that right now, because they're not docking. I would expect those to show up on the ship sometime this year. So there's a lot of hardware to watch on vehicles later. We have to watch out for a separate QD or a QD with hardware on it that can be able to dock to another QD to transfer propellants. We're going to have to watch out for other docking hardware, because it won't just be the QD. It'll have to be other points on the ship to hold the ships together. We're gonna have to watch out for hot gas thrusters on the ships for better control. There's a lot of little things to watch out for going forward, but yeah.
So what exactly are what is used for those RCS thrusters though on the ship? We know for the boosters you were talking about, it's literally just as they vent pressure out of the tank, they can control where they release that pressure, and that helps steer it.
Yeah.
What about
so
the ship?
Well, ship uses ullage as well right now. Basically, you just take the gas at the top of the tank and you vent it out through a vent, and you create enough force to move the vehicle. Is basically what they do right now, and they can get a decent enough ullage pressure when you're, after firing the engines, because they use autonomous pressurization. They basically use the engines to pressurize the tanks, basically. So it's what they use right now, but for like long-term travel, that won't really work that well. Is eventually you're going to run out of ullage. Tank ullage, so you kind of need a system that doesn't entirely rely on that. Booster is really not that big of an issue because it's only in flight for 8 minutes. Ship, on the other hand, will eventually stay in flight for months, so it's going to need another system along with that.
Yeah, so it doesn't actually have like hypergolics or any type of propellant stored separately in it. It's kind of just using the remaining onboard pressure.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. Speaking of pressure, the pressure is on as we get under 4 hours to go until the launch here, but you guys have been making it awesome with your support. Nixon, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Alex getting a couple items saying thank you for starting the paper prints. With the patches, how much do you increase the order by each flight? I presume demand's increasing throughout the campaign. That'll have to be an Adrian question, but I know that we are getting very low on stock on those patches. So if you want to, you got to pre-order it now because we do one big order and that's it. They're not coming back again. So if you want it, now is the time to get it. Once it's gone, it is gone. Gamer.io saying, don't forget the cheesecake. That's needed. Josh Zero popped in to say Jack must wear a kilt. Always worth popping in to say. Sorry, Jack. Science Bob saying, looks like a great day for a launch. Max, what's the weather looking like right now?
Weather is looking still pretty blustery here in Starbase. We are currently over at our river lot, which is just off of Highway 4, at the road closure, which will be in place at Richardson at around 2:30 p.m., about 3.5 miles from the launch pad. But I will be migrating over to the outpost when the time comes, when we are wrapped up with the Stakeout stream. But the weather itself, as I said earlier, it is still a bit blustery out here. And there is a bit of overcast that has come over. I have not seen any updated forecasts that will tell us what the cloud cover is going to be for launch. The last I checked, it was going to be around 15 to 20%, which is pretty good. But at the moment, it does seem to be that there are clouds rolling over, but hopefully these clear in time for launch. I mean, we still have just under 4 hours until T0, which is plenty of time for any clouds or any weather in the area to move on.
And of course, we will check in with Adam once we get into our launch stream, and we will hopefully have Ryan, Mr. Map, Caton in front of weather maps as well. Steven, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. John, becoming a Pad Rat member. McKean, becoming a Red Team member. All of these membership levels, by the way, check out our Members Multi-View, which is now live, showing all of the different cameras that we have running right now at Starbase. It cycles through all of them. David, thank you as well. Adam, thank you as well. So check that out. And then once we go live for the main broadcast, we will also have the behind the scenes where some of our commentators and camera operators will set up cameras behind them so you can see what they see and you'll be able to hear Mr. Kevin Michael Reed make the calls. So thank you. Thank you, Lost Surfer. Craig becoming a Capcom member. We will see you in the NSF Discord. Chad coming in with the tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com, saying for more Red Bull and bacon for Jack. Sorry, Max, it's all going to Jack.
That's okay. I still have plenty here.
Now we take a look at the helicopter stop here. This is something that we will be seeing throughout the day. There are helicopters that land here. I believe there are 2. And these are related, Max, to the range, right?
Yeah, so these helicopters are directly related to range safety and keeping personnel where they need to be and keeping them out of where they should not be due to either the blast danger area or the safety barriers that SpaceX has in place, both on land, in the air, and out in the water to ensure Starship ascends safely and with minimal risk to human life. Obviously, you do not want to be anywhere near a Starship full stack vehicle when all 33 Raptors are burning. That would lead to, I guess, a very bad day for you, one could say. And also, in the event, well, you say that until something might go wrong, and if you are directly in the path of the vehicle, that would also lead to a very bad day. So these helicopters are basically in place to keep people where they need to be and make sure that they are out of where they need to be out of.
By the way,
Oh,
sticks are back open. So
they are.
Yeah. Same thing as Monday. So I guess it's it looks like it's a new part of their pre-launch procedures to do a quick test of the sticks. So it's just, I guess, something new we might be seeing going forward. Yeah. And to mention the other part of pre-launch procedures, we have not seen the Pope vent. Do not worry. Sometimes that thing turns on, sometimes it doesn't, especially on launch day. You're not seeing a lot of puffs of smoke, but I would be willing to bet they're in their chill down process right now. I mean, I see some frosty pipes in and around there, so they're definitely into chill down. They're going. Don't worry. Just because you don't see it doesn't mean they aren't doing it. A lot of times with that stuff, they just kind of do it in a slow procedure and go forward. Eventually, you'll see some of the joints are on the main LOX line start to get frosty. That'll be them. It'll show that they're really chilling down that line and flowing liquid oxygen towards the pumps, stuff like that. But just because you don't see it right now doesn't mean they aren't doing it. So I'll just point that out. Don't doom and gloom.
Speaking of it, for those who don't know, when you refer to the Pope vent, what is that vent?
It's that big pipe that's sticking up on the left side of the screen right there. It's kind of like it got a grate around it, and it sticks up. It's just kind of for venting, just kind of vent stuff overboard out into the atmosphere. It's kind of like a relief valve in a lot of ways. A lot of times they've used that thing where they just kind of dump stuff out. But I think that's only use it in testing, because one thing I've noticed when they go into launch, they don't use the Pope vent a lot. They are a lot more meticulous in how they chill down the tank farm, because I think it's part of the upgrades that they did to the tank farm to basically, to chill everything down. So they use it. So what they do a lot of times when they use the Pope vent is Pope vent just kind of dumps, LN2 or LOX or whatever, it dumps it overboard. So you waste it. If you don't use it and you just chill down a number away, which you can also, it might take a little bit longer to chill down, but it also allows you to save like LOX or LN2. So it allows you to save propellant rather than dumping it overboard, which means you can turn around quicker. So I think that's part of their process of how they're able to get to a 24-hour turnaround rather than a 48 in the past. Granted, of course, they didn't do a 24-hour turnaround. They had other issues they had to work out, as we saw. But I think that's why we don't see the Pope vent more within the last couple launches, is because they changed the way they chill down their tank farms, so they don't use too much and they don't dump it overboard. So that's why it's not on, but they're definitely in chill down.
And the reason for the name, by the way, is because of its resemblance to the way that a new pope is selected at the Vatican. They use smoke, essentially, to determine if they have a new pope or not when the time comes. And so that is the name that has been given to this vent because it does something very similar. Here's one from Harry saying, do we know if the dummy Starlinks have cameras on? And I think, Max, this is also a good point just to remind people of what the payload is aboard this flight.
Yes. So the payload on board Ship 34 are 4 dummy Starlink satellites, or dumblinks, as we have called them before. Essentially, they are just a few metal bars simulating the weight and size of a full-size Starlink V2 satellite. And the aim for this is to fully and finally demonstrate the PEZ dispenser system on board Starship. And essentially what this is, obviously, it's designed to deploy Starlink V2 satellites while in orbit in a PEZ dispenser manner. So it'll be pushing satellites out that very small payload bay door on the nose section of the ship. And they're finally, hopefully, going to try that out once Ship 34 reaches cruise phase. So, in terms of if they have cameras on them or not, I believe Elon hinted. Well, we had a discussion about this on Monday, similar to the topic of NET versus net. Swear. And we were talking about it, and somebody else had a tweet out, and I think Elon either liked it or he retweeted it about having cameras, about the topic of having cameras on the Starlink dummy payloads. So if that's foreshadowing, it looks like we might. I hope to God we do, because those views would be absolutely spectacular. But we don't know. We have no official word yet, but we are hoping. We are hoping so.
Oh, that would be absolutely spectacular to not only to be able to see the ship from an outside perspective, and then hopefully maybe even see some of that plasma around it during re-entry heating.
Yeah. Oh my God! Can you imagine?
Oh, I would love it.
Like a third party view.
Yeah.
Of oh my God.
From space of Starship Flight. Yeah.
I mean, granted, once the Starlink V2s have no way to control their orientation, so that would happen. I think that would be a stroke of luck if a Starlink happens to face that way. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
I can't wait just for Starship Block 2 entry period, because I mean, because the new flap cams, they've got a bunch of new cameras all over. In terms of the Starlink deploy, there's a camera, it looks to be on top of the FTS box, which is looking up towards the door, so we could see the deploy from that angle. There's a bunch more cameras all over the place for that, so I can't wait to see the views of this ship in space with the new cameras. It's going to look awesome. And then, of course, during re-entry, I cannot wait to see how well the way the flaps react on re-entry with the new forward flap design. I can't wait. Please, come on, Ship 34, you can do it.
Come on, Ship 34.
Even with all the issues we've had, you can do it. I believe in you.
We believe in you, buddy. Come on.
You can do it.
You can do it.
Yes. Hopefully we actually get to see that happen this time, and not a repeat of the last flight. Here's a question, because we were talking about the venting and the fueling and everything. This has Ryan written all over it, since Alex isn't on right now as well. 2 questions I'm going to combine into one. ISAM is asking, how much fuel does Starship and Super Heavy hold? And then 435 Rocketry adding, how much does Starship and Super Heavy shrink once it's fully fueled?
So the first part of that, so ship holds around 1,500 metric tons of propellant. It's about 350 tons of methane, and I think it's about 1,200 tons of LOX. And then booster, it hasn't changed much since even like booster 4. It's only changed a little bit because they switched to an elliptical dome in the middle, but you're looking at around 800 or so metric tons of CH4 to probably around 2,900 metric tons of LOX. So in total, your total stack is about 5,200 metric tons of propellant when maxed out completely. And of course, that's really, really cold. So if you were to actually take a camera and keep it at a single angle between when there's nothing in there, and when it's fully fueled, it shrinks a couple of feet. Yeah. Things shrink when they get cold, And especially when they get really, really cold, it shrinks a lot. So you can literally see the shrink if you were to do an A/B test between a non-field starship and a field starship. I mean, even Falcon 9 shrinks, and everything that gets the cold feel shrinks. And so, like, when you design the QD, when you design mounts for stuff, you have to take that into effect of how much it'll shrink and the mount will move. So it's it's a really, really interesting engineering problem you have to do. But yes, it does shrink. It shrinks a decent amount. I don't know exactly the exact number, but it's in feet.
That's a lot of shrinkage. I'm surprised that it's that much. But you saw there the helicopters once again coming in for refueling. That happens to be right in front of one of our camera sites. Those are one of 2 range helicopters that you'll see flying around, ensuring the safety of everybody around, making sure that people are out of any keep-out zones or any road closures. And a reminder, if anyone is going out to watch the launch, please follow all restrictions, all police blockades. If you are going on a boat, follow all of the notice to mariners, the NOTMARs. If you're going to watch from the air, please make sure you follow all NOTAMs, notice to airmen, formerly air missions. So please, don't get in trouble and don't delay the launch. If you do, you're going to have a lot of people unhappy with you. I want to take some time here again. The support has been mind-boggling. Paul saying, do I need to be crazy to be a rocket nerd or can you train me? You're here. You're already a rocket nerd. We love it. Jim getting the tote bag saying, I hope this will protect my groceries during re-entry. I love it. There you go. That is the new NSF tote bag. The the thermal protection system to keep your groceries with you. Something. I know we came up with something creative the other day. I need to figure out a good line for that one. Gotta have something pun for that. Speaking of, Tommy D saying, question for Sawyer, is it P-U-N or pun? Thanks.
There you go.
It's not an acronym or an initialism, though. That's the thing.
That's true.
If it were an acronym or an initialism, sure. But the fact that it's just a word, although that was very, very clever. P-U-N token awarded.
Neither is the word net, but here we go.
But it stands for something, no earlier than.
Yeah, but it still works as a word by itself, Sawyer.
Yeah, but P-U-N, it's not like they stand for anything.
I can still see you saying P-U-N to avoid any, blockages from, DOS or anybody. Hey,
No,
guys,
that was
I have a P-U-N to say.
No, that would be during Flight 1 when there was literally a rule written into the commentary guidelines, no puns.
I remember that.
I can only imagine who came up. What?
But what? yeah, I have no idea who.
What?
No idea.
Yeah, no.
Mr. Blonde watching from the UK, Godspeed Starship. Ad Astra, I was in SPI since the 26th and had to leave yesterday. Would have been my first rocket launch. So sorry to hear that. But come down to the Cape, too. We have much more rocket launches there and a lot more shot at actually seeing them go off there. So join us down at the Cape sometime. Let's see.
We got a SpaceX
update from SpaceX.
Yes, we do.
Counting down to Starship's 8th flight test. Weather looks favorable at the pad, and the 60-minute launch window opens at 5:30 p.m. Central. So
Game
just a
on, baby.
confirmation, we're still go. We are here. Go.
Was trying to give Carson a little time to pull it up, but yes, we have that confirmation. Counting down, and that's the big thing there. Weather looks favorable at the pad. We'll see how the upper level winds look for weather above the pad. But so far, so good. See, just a couple seconds, and there we go. Carson has it up on screen there. That is the tweet. That is the imagery that they posted with it, too. Oh, that's beautiful.
Okay, that second picture, though. Look at that clear skies. Look at that second picture.
Look at that. Absolutely beautiful. With their, what do they call it now? The roving aerial imagery? They're drone shots. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool. But we're getting close. Now, just 3 hours, 32 minutes from that window opening. Alexander pointing out sad news that the basically the predecessor to Sophia plane is being scrapped. That's a shame.
No.
The C-141A Kuiper. Yep.
Dang it.
Oh, it's a
Darn
shame.
it.
Doggone it. There you go. See, 3 different ones. Neptune, amazing job. Thank you from Calgary, Alberta, in Canada. Peter Norberg becoming a Red Team member. Cody, hope you all have plenty of caffeine and are ready to light these candles. Huge fan of the vibe and everything NSF does. Thanks. Well, thank you. I'm sure everyone has their caffeine. I know I'm drinking mine right now. Max, you got yours, of course, right?
I've had borderline too much today, so I'm trying to lean it back a little bit, but yes, we are stacked here.
And Ryan, you got yours?
I already drank my coffee before I came on, so I don't want to do too much more because then your heart rate gets up and you get a little. It gets. Yeah, no. I already had it. We'll put it that way.
It's not a good time when you're all hyped up and you have nothing to do.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, our hearts are already going to be racing once we get close to T0, so let's just make it race even more. What's the worst that could happen? But L, by the way, here with 2 pounds, saying for Max's Red Bull. So I guess you got to drink another one.
Hey, I'll take it. Thank you very much.
A couple more that I want to hit here before we go back to answering more of your questions tagged at NASASpaceflight. Jeff Rowe gifting a Red Team membership. Crafty Geek using tips.nasaspaceflight.com. It's another way to support. If you don't want to go ahead and use the system built into YouTube and Google, you can just visit tips.nasaspaceflight.com as another way. Saying in-space operations for Starship on Flight 8 aspirationally include both HES-Link deploy and a single RVAC relight, correct? Or has that been modified from Flight 7? I believe, Ryan, that's still the same plan, correct?
Yeah. SpaceX even said it's not going to be an RVAC. It'll be a center engine most likely as a simulated deorbit burn. Basically, they'll relight a center, and then they will do a PEZ dispo. They will do a deploy with the PEZ. Yeah, that was bad.
PEZ deploy. Yeah.
After you're on stream for a while, it kind of says,
Got that second cup of coffee.
Which I mean, we're getting close to our end, aren't we? Here at this point, we're getting there. At least we're almost up on that launch stream soon. But yeah, they're gonna do the PEZ deploy. Deploy.
Oh my God,
I'm just
Ryan!
gonna stop talking.
Sorry.
I'm gonna stop talking.
God.
It's your job to talk, though.
Well, I know it's not going well right now. It's not going well.
A PEZ deploy.
Words are hard.
That's gonna be with me for a while. That's
third time's the charm. You got this,
right? RC Horseman. I had one job, and I failed.
You know what? This feels similar. Like we all know and we all love him, Daryl Nail with NASA. The infamous call at SRB ignition at Artemis 1 booster. That's kind of how that felt, Ryan.
Right?
Yeah, I was up there the other day getting my badge, and he was the one giving the badges out. I try so hard not to laugh. Anyway,
You're
Ryan,
getting Starlink deploy. There. You're getting it. Well, dummy links, but yeah. There, got there eventually. It may have taken a couple of tries, but I got there.
Proud of you.
Thank you, Max.
Hang on, I'm sorry. I don't think I heard it again. Can you repeat that answer one more time?
No. I'm good.
Well, here's one from Egg Eds asking, at what net minus, you're welcome, will the vehicles start fueling? Max, what time should we expect fueling to start?
So SpaceX will conduct a poll at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes from the flight director whether or not the vehicle and supporting systems and all personnel on board, well, I say on board, on console, whether or not everything in the vehicle is go for prop load. And assuming they assuming they give the go for prop load, liquid oxygen will be the first to be loaded into the ship at about T-minus 45 minutes, and followed by ship methane, followed by booster LOX, and then booster methane, all within minutes of each other. So the entire fueling process begins at around T-minus 45 minutes, and that will proceed up until about T-minus 3 minutes or so before the entire vehicle is topped off and will be pressurizing to tank or flight tank pressures. So we should be, we actually are not that far from the go no go poll at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. So 2 hours goes by very quickly.
You are not kidding. Yeah. I mean, from when I joined the stream 2.5 hours ago, this has absolutely flown by.
Yeah, no kidding.
And when we say PezLink, YouTube user is wondering, what's PezLink, Brian?
I guess is the name someone's giving to the, there's the Pez dispenser and the Starlink that's in the Pez dispenser, and they're shot out with, basically it's like a chain. They're kind of like thrown out, more or less. Just thrown out of the vehicle. All it is just a dummy link right now. Eventually there will be actual V3 Starlinks in there, which will get deployed. I mean, maybe as soon as 2 flights from now, or heck, even I don't even know. Maybe even next flight. What if they, when on their catch attempt, they decide to put some Starlinks in there and throw them out to see how a real Starlink works? Could always do that too. So we'll start seeing actual Starlinks go in there soon. But currently they've got like mass and size simulators just to kind of test the system ahead of actually using it.
Yeah, so it's kind of a anticipation of what it could be. And this is more to test deployment mechanisms, things like that. So it's a good learning experience on this flight. They were going to try it on the previous flight, but those kind of were destroyed as the vehicle was destroyed on Flight 7. Let's see here. Question-wise, let me take one over here. Ethereal Swordsman with the tip asking, does Starship technically count as a space plane? And if so, when is it getting mounted to the side of the booster? Oh, there you go. Shuttle reference. Shuttle coming in there.
I mean, the flaps on it are not designed necessarily to produce the lift, rather than manage drag around the vehicle, and that's how it orients itself in the atmosphere, both on reentry and of course coming back to the launch pad. So it doesn't so much glide as it does just fall. So I think calling it a plane is incorrect. Ryan, what do you think?
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's not a space plane. It's a Starship. I don't know. It's a second stage, is what I kind of count it as, but not a space plane.
By the way, you said it kind of just falls. What was shuttle? That was basically falling.
But it was gliding. It had aerodynamic control coming back to the runway. It was gliding.
That's very loose definition of glide.
Granted, very badly, but it was still gliding.
Yeah, it's a very loose definition of gliding. That thing was a falling brick.
In theory, Starship can glide a little bit, but it's not like it has a high glide ratio. It has a little bit of lift because of the body and because of the flaps themselves will generate some lift, but it's not like it's much. So,
yeah, it's not really designed to fly toward the nose more so than it is to fall on the heat shield side of the ship.
You have something travel fast enough, it'll generate lift one way or the other. I mean, the best example of not having enough of a wing and flying fast enough, I remember this might be a little bit off topic, but an F-15 lost one of its wings once, and it flew back to base with missing a wing just because it could fly fast enough. And the body and the other wing generated enough lift that it was able to fly back. It's kind of nuts. Kind of one of those things. It's like you fly fast enough, you'll generate some lift, but it's not designed to glide and have lift. So,
and the F-15 still remains undefeated to this day.
Yep,
America.
Very subtle. Nice. Let's see. Here's a question. This is a Ryan question. Mr. Blonde coming in, saying, keep up the great coverage. Thank you. I was wondering if we know what the tank pressures are fully fueled, given a chamber pressure over 300 bar must be high. And I think in a way this kind of relates to the issue that we saw the other day where it didn't have all of the pressures that were needed.
I think the tank pressure itself, like the primary propellant tanks, I think those are 6 to 8 bar, or somewhere in that range. I don't remember. I don't know if we've been told, but I think they're somewhere in that range is what the flight pressure is on those. So, which, it's relatively high, but it's not like it's 20 bar or even 400 bar. The other stuff that they use for that is the high pressure lines. So they're basically stainless steel tubing that can take like 400 bar or whatnot for engine spin up or other things across the vehicle and stuff like that. So
yeah, keeping the vehicle pressurized, very important, obviously, for structural reasons, for flight reasons, for propellant reasons. There's a lot of important reasons to keep everything pressurized. Let me go back to thanking a couple people again here. Michael Tapes, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Elixir, becoming a Capcom member. We will see you in the NSF Discord. Tweetfly Rocket, becoming a Red Team member. Marek, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Nate75, thank you for the $2 super chat. Marco, getting into the shop here, saying thank you for all the great work you guys do. Greetings from Munich, Germany. That is the Flight 8 patch, of which I have been informed in the back channel. There are less than 20% of our stock left. Over 80% of all of the patches are already gone. Wow. So if you want to pre-order it, now is the time. They will arrive. They're expected to ship around the end of the month. So it is a pre-order, but definitely if you want it, now's the time to check out the Starship Flight 8 patch. Love the design. Again, designed by a community member, Jacques. And there's so many cool little things in it. You see there the dummy link deploy. You've got that kind of sunrise around the Earth there. You have the planetary alignment, which is happening around now, even modeled in the background there. And if you go onto the shop website, it'll explain all of the fun little details, all of the color choices, everything behind it. That's at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Neptune becoming a Red Team member. Iron Man also becoming a Red Team member. W-Dub saying, Jack be nimble, Jack be kilt. Jack jump over for a candlestick. Well, would you look at that? We have some new models in the store, it appears. Speaking of Jack be nimble, Jack be kilt, there is Jack and Dan modeling off the the merch with the Flight 8 patch on it, the different shirts. Oh my gosh, that is brilliant. Jack looks so happy in that shot, just saying.
He looks just thrilled to be there.
This is the first time I'm seeing them now. Yes, we are now using
him
real
and his
models.
dad just standing happy.
We're using real models for some of the items now. So browse around the shop and see if you can spot some of the NSF members in the shop. Max, I know you're even in one of them.
Wait, I am?
Maybe. You'll have to check shop.nasaspaceflight.com.
Oh, no. Mom can pick me up. I'm scared.
David, thank you for getting the items from the shop. Keep up the outstanding work. Go Starship. Love it. Thank you very much. Anonymous, awesome coverage. Counting down. We are 3 hours, 18 minutes away from the opening of the windows. Hey, I know that guy.
God.
That's Max.
That's me.
Look at that smile.
I bitch.
That's me.
Hey, at least unlike Jack, you can say you got a great smile going in that shot. Jack is a good smile, but yours is smiling more.
Oh, Sawyer, that's dangerous.
Oh, I know. I'm gonna get crud from Jack for that. Although I think D has us all beat. Their smile beating everyone's and the rest. But
D's got the best. Yeah.
Again, everyone, you'll have to browse the shop and find them. They're kind of hidden throughout, so see if you can spot them while you're looking. Michael, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Timothy Millen, shout out to the deep sea fleet of Isla Blanca. So inviting during IFT 6 accepted by Raft on site. Love you guys. Boy, I turned into Jay Keegan there. Popular enough. Thank you for the super chat. Timothy Millen saying this is meant for the campground and all around Isla Blanca for doing what you do during a launch. Thank you so much, Timotheus. Very nice. Hilner becoming a Red Team member. Dr. Isbane, LASER or laser. Fair enough. Jason gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Oh, Ryan. Robert sending a $5 super chat for speech therapy lessons.
Oh my God, really?
I think we all need that. We're all stubborn.
Burn. It's like we need Kelso from that '70s show.
Right.
Burn.
I know it's meant with love, so thank you. It's a joke.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. Thank you for the support. I know it's meant as a joke and everything else. I get a good laugh out of that one.
Timothy Mill with the $20.03 super. Wait, how is that possible? It's not through tips. It's a super chat with the 3 cents on the end.
Because reasons, Sawyer.
Bro, that's my line.
But yeah, we're here.
Is that really your line, Max?
You know it is, Ryan. Don't you dare.
What's my line? Brought to you by Geritol.
That's a great show, by the way. Whose line is it anyway? It's a great
whose line is it anyway?
Show.
No, this
line
was
is it anyway is great.
This was a game show from the 50s and 60s called What's My Line? It was a panel show where you had to guess. A person would be there and you literally had to guess what their line was, what they did for work. Sorry, I like the older stuff. Now that poll that we did with the demographics in chat, that 28% or the 29% of the 50 plus, hopefully we'll remember that one. Chris C, listening at work, can't wait to light this candle. Go Dumblinks. Snoopy Apollo 10, nice reference there. Becoming a Red Team member. Ethereal Swordsman with the $10 tip. Never seen a rocket like this. Sounds like from that song. Gonna be really awesome when it gets to the air. Give you guys love from the mitten. You guys are the best. Up here it's a bit cold. Hope you're staying warm. Go back and read the first word of each sentence. It is a Rickroll I just saw. Fair enough. You got me. You got me, all right? Speaking of getting cold, Jordan Eccles is saying there doesn't seem to be much tank farm activity. Would we expect it to be starting up by now? Ryan, do we need to start panicking?
No, don't panic. I'm trying to look to see if I can see if the locks supply lines are frosty, but I mean, things are still. I still see some frosty lines here and there for some of the vaporizer stuff, but I wouldn't panic. They can chill this down pretty quickly. We've seen how they can do it. No, I wouldn't panic at all. If you don't see anything, like if we don't start seeing like the grass vent out of the fluids bunker or something, and it's like, and we're supposed to be an hour and a half away, then we have problems. Because that would be close to, because around T minus 1 hour 20 is when when tower vent's supposed to come on. So Chris, if you don't see it by then we're gonna start to have issues. But right now we're 3 hours 13 minutes from the opening of the window. SpaceX could be targeting the end of the window. We don't really know. And if they're targeting 6:30 or say even 6:15. I mean, technically speaking, you wouldn't even see the Pope vent go on for another 13 minutes if they were already targeting near the end of the window. So it's one of those things. I would not be worried right now. It's everything's fine at the moment.
Yes, so no need for the panic command right now. It's all good.
Nope, we're good.
Yep. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine, right?
Everything's
fine. Yes, and for the person asking, no, I am not that old. I just appreciate old game shows.
Nice.
Let's see here. There was a question that I just saw pop up. in regards to renovation of this pad? After this flight, when do we start seeing renovations at Pad A? Any idea when that might start, Max?
Excuse me. I really don't. I'm not sure. That might be a Ryan question. It's still not 100% clear what their plans are if they opt to either refurbish it or just heavily redesign or just completely rebuild like almost the whole thing. Ryan, what do you think?
I expect a redesign to come once they're done with Block 1s. So whenever they're done flying Block 1 boosters, that's when we'll start to see them, take things apart and everything. And if they do go ahead and do a full pad redesign, I mean, it'll be fun to watch because they're literally gonna come in with a crane and plasma cutters and just slice into that OLM. And if you think that it might be hard to slice into an OLM, the steel on that thing is no more than maybe 2 inches at max, not even, or maybe a few. We've broken up battleships with 16-inch armor plates in in shipbreaking yards. So cutting apart this OLM is nothing compared to what we've done to other things. So my guess is it'll just start coming apart, after they're done with Block 1s.
Yeah, and that still seems a little ways away. So I think we'll see Pad B completed first before we see Pad A's renovations, right?
Oh yeah. I expect to see a full stack on both pads before they take apart Pad A.
That's going to be such a cool sight.
They will not pass up that photo op opportunity.
Good Lord, that would be so cool.
It's SpaceX. Come on. You think they're going to pass that up? No, they're not. They won't pass that flex. Like, let's be honest here. It's the tallest, most powerful rocket in the world. If they do that, that'd be a pair of the most powerful rocket in the world ever designed. The only time anything even remotely close like that happened was when you had two shuttles on 39A and 39B. That's the only other time that even remotely happened. You had rockets of somewhat high caliber on 2 pads next to each other.
I mean, we've had 2 Falcon 9s vertical at Slick 40 and Pad A multiple times now, which I'd say that counts.
But they're nowhere near as powerful as even the shuttle was. Shuttle was pretty powerful, even for considering what it was, and then also Starship, because you never had 2 Saturns at the same time, you never had 2 N1s at the same time. So something of this size, and of course you'll never have 2 SLSs, because there's only 1 pad for it. But that would be a flex. It's just a wide shot of 2 stacks, a stack on each tower. It's like, here's 2 of the most powerful rockets in the world. And it'd be funny to say it that way because one would be more powerful than the other. So,
yeah, with a slightly different version, you're right.
Yeah, because you'd be a Block 1 booster and probably a Block 2 booster, one with R2s, one with R3s, most likely. It would be weird because one might have an R2 ship on it with of Block 2 ship with R2s, and the other one might have a Block 2 ship with R3s. And heck, when they do that, you probably would have a new stack on Pad B and a reused ship and booster on Pad A. I want this to happen, and I hope it happens, at some point this year. Maybe quarter 3, quarter 4 this year. Maybe.
Oh, I can't wait. I mean, seeing double shuttle was cool enough. Jim, thank you for getting items from the shop there, including the L2 subscription, which is available. Oh, no, sorry, that was a print there. Some of our names are messed up here in the back channel. But there we go, getting the calendar. Christian, thank you, guys, for the wonderful coverage as always. Kept up with Starship since the ITS days and have watched every hop and launch live. Go Starship. Thank you for the dedication. Really appreciate that. Cooper, do you think they'll renovate? There it was, Pad A after Pad B. So, sorry, Cooper. I was trying to find your message earlier. There it is, and hopefully we answered your question. Marcelo, thanks for getting the patch. Christopher, PUN equals punniest underdog nonsense. But the problem is you can't use the word pun in the acronym, because if pun's an acronym, then it's an acronym in an acronym. Jacob, who let the little gremlins out of the launch pad and pulled the wires out on Monday? I don't know, but we need to find them. Christopher, go Flight 8. Corey, been a Texas tank watcher since the early days. Thank you so much for the coverage. Absolutely. And you'll see some of our members now wearing, I think, some Texas tank watcher merch in the shop, too. Phil Nicholson here with a good question. $20 super chat. If we launch today, when do we start to see activity, fueling, etc.? Can we give a very quick timeline, Max, of what we can expect?
Yes. So, as mentioned earlier, the poll for go no go on prop load takes place at T-minus 1 hour and 15 minutes. And assuming all is well there, the flight director will command that propellant load will begin for ship at T-minus 45 minutes, followed shortly thereafter by about 2 or 3 minutes by booster prop load. So the entire fueling process begins at about T-minus 45 minutes.
There we go. So that's the timeline still to come. A lot of activity happening in a bit. But you can see right now the tank farm definitely starting to wake up. Things are picking up as we expected and as we hoped. Colby, I'm currently 4 miles away from the Starship launch pad listening to your live stream. Thank you so much for keeping us entertained while we patiently await the launch. I think you may be one of the few that is patiently awaiting, because I'm sure Max being there, it's hard not to get super excited, and the patience is killer.
It certainly can be, but also being able to talk to y'all and just shoot the stuff with you guys pre-launch is always a fun time, and that always helps pass time pre-launch, because that time can seem like it takes an eternity. But tell you what, guys, Ryan, you and I have been on for almost 4 hours now, and that time has passed like it's been nothing, and that's how it always seems to go.
Yeah, I hope the rest of this 3 hours and 5 minutes or however long it's gonna be till launch passes by just as quick. I want to see this thing go. At this point, it just booster 15, ship 34, get out of here, go launch,
go on, get,
and then 15, come back too,
yes.
But go.
Booster, come back. You could blame it all anyway.
Good Lord.
Where are we at now?
Michael, keep it up. Thanks, Adrian, for the German comments on the Starbase videos. Mark, can't wait to light this candle. Thanks for the stream and keep it up. Claudius, imagine the future when starships are lifting Nerva or fusion motors into orbit. Holy smokes, that would be cool. Anonymous, thank you. Yeah, thank you for everything you do. #WhenHop. Brian, this is so good. This will go good with the Flight 7 patch that was delivered last week. Awesome. Anush asking about the Pope vent. We will go into more detail on that on the launch stream coming up in less than 5 minutes now. Chip, thank you for becoming a Capcom member, getting access to the NSF Discord. Anonymous, thanks for kicking the can with us, up, and away. Mike becoming a Red Team member. And then Rever Socrates saying, Vamos Starship from Argentina with love. Thanks for the hard work. And Starship Satellite Junk Shredder. I'm sure they'll work on orbital debris at some point, but probably not at the moment. We are now 4 minutes away from our live launch stream beginning. But don't worry, you don't even have to leave here. You can stay right in this chat, and as soon as it's over, it will auto-redirect you right to the launch stream, and you won't miss a thing. So stay tuned for that. That's when we'll have all of our people on cameras. We'll get even more people from Starbase on board. You'll also then get the beginning of the behind-the-scenes members multi-view. So any members, besides getting the multi-view looking at all of our cameras, you'll get to watch the behind-the-scenes production side of things too. By the way, not the Jared saying pun, purposed use of nuance. I like it. And on that nuance note, I want to thank the people who are here currently to wrap up the Stakeout stream. Max from Starbase, thank you very much for joining.
It has been a pleasure as always, everybody. And we know y'all probably have better stuff to do, but we want to thank you for coming to hang out with us today. Hopefully it is going to be a fun one as the countdown progresses, and we will hopefully see Starship Flight 8 leave the pad in just over 3 hours.
Oh, cannot wait for that. And then Ryan, thank you as well.
Pleasure as always. Always love coming in here, hanging out, talking space. I mean, heck, we got to see a Ariane 6 launch, and I see an attempted moon landing, which I think we're still waiting to hear from at this rate. And of course, talking Starship, and hopefully we're just over 3 hours or so away from seeing Flight 8 lift off. But yeah, it's a pleasure as always.
Yes, it is worth noting we are still continuing to wait official word from Intuitive Machines on that lunar landing. So no word yet on the position of it on the ground. If we hear any updates, we will post them on all of our social media channels, which don't forget, you can follow NSF on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, X, Blue Sky, and TikTok. And we will put updates there, including some awesome shots that we've been getting here from Starbase, too. Can't forget the people that joined us earlier on the Stakeout stream. Chris Bergen, NASA Spaceflight official. We had Gene Rowley. We had Alejandro Alcantarilla Romero. We had Adrian Weil, of which you will see those 3 most recent names there coming up again in just about 90 seconds when we transition over to that launch stream. Oh, this is exciting. This is Starship Flight 8, live from Starbase, Texas. Hoping for better success. Again, they may not have launched on Monday. They took a couple days, destacked, restacked, and here we are. It is once again launch day, my dudes.
Hopefully all those issues are worked out, Let's hope any issues that come up, maybe small ones, they can work through them, and all the major stuff was taken care of when they destacked and everything, and they're ready to go and see a launch today.
Yeah, SpaceX would not believe that if they were not. SpaceX wouldn't believe it wasn't if they were progressing with the count, which they obviously are.
Words?
So, words, English, I can't English.
It's been all 3 of us at this point.
I need speech lessons like you.
Yeah, may have to split that money for the speech lessons. I think all of us could use them.
Yeah, I'll tag along with you, Ryan. All
right.
We'll go together.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can tell we've been doing this 4 hours now almost. So
just before we're done, how is it that Adrian and Alex sometimes do better than we do?
The non-native English speakers? I don't know. But we're going to go learn some English. And in the meantime, stay right here. We will auto-redirect you to the NSF Starship Flight 8 launch stream. I am Sawyer Rosenstein. I have been your host for the end here. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers fly! Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! Orange 45! Oh my god! Oh my god! Décollage! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.